Chapter 1736. All of this was probably a conspiracy. Those powerhouses who boarded the ship might not have reached the depths of the world but died in this constant infighting. Vaguely, Zichen remembered what old man Schenker had told Longfei. This was a test and choice for human nature. Once they boarded the ship, they would have to face one choice after another. Previously, they chose to abide by the rules, and now they also chose to abide by the rules. What if there were more choices? In the face of this battle, no one was watching a good show anymore. Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. Under their own eyes, the cultivators who came here died one by one, but they could do nothing about it. This battle lasted for a long time because only the top 100 on the list could enter. For example, Zichen's 3 forces had 3 lists, so they could guarantee 300 people. The significance of this chaotic battle was that the various forces would average out 100 people on each side. The tragic battle finally came to an end. On Zichen's side, more than 130 people went out, and 80 came back. More than 50 people were killed. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the previous mark appeared again. This time, it covered the last 50 people on the list. The voice sounded again, threatening to only take 30 people. On the dragon boat, everyone was no longer calm. If such an endless battle continued, it would eventually be everyone's turn. Zichen finally understood the meaning of constantly making choices. When he came to the dragon boat, he had made 3 choices, and these 3 choices were to give up. He first gave up those who were not qualified, then gave up those who were not on the list. Now he was going to give up the last 20 powerhouses on the list. What would happen next? There would be more battles, and he still needed to make a choice. After the last 50 people died, it would be the first 50 people. If it were Shong Guanhong or Dong Qing who participated in the battle, what would he choose? Would he also give up on them and let them die on their own? Boarding the dragon boat was not an opportunity, but a danger and a conspiracy. How could this be a human choice? It was destruction, real destruction. He wanted to spread the news that the ancient dragon boat was a shocking conspiracy, and he must not be fooled, but it was not realistic at all. Compared to the others, Zichen had one more thing to worry about, and that was Lei Long. Was he still alive after entering the dragon boat? Under such circumstances, a group of powerhouses once again made the choice to give up. The last 50 powerhouses all walked out and started a new round of battle. Fortunately, they could still choose to work together since they had to fight to the death. Thus, in this battle, Zichen's side still had the numerical advantage. The people who came back alive had numb expressions. They didn't feel any joy, because the next battle might be between the last 70 and the top 50. Gustin, who had been very pleased with himself, stopped smiling. Their expressions became very serious. During this time, one could hear angry curses, but at this time, what was the use of curses? Zhong Yongxi walked in front of Zichen and said anxiously, "What should we do? We have to think of something. We can't keep fighting like this, right?" At this time, Zichen did not panic. He seemed to be quite calm. He found a ray of hope in this situation of certain death and said, "The current battle is based on the forces. If this continues, it will be very advantageous for us." Judging from the current situation, this was indeed the case. Zichen still had the most people on his side. If the battle continued, as long as they continued to work together, they could kill everyone, including those powerhouses on the king list. But the premise was that everyone had to cooperate fully. But would things really be arranged like this? Another ray of light sprinkled down. This time, 50 people were on each list. However, they were not the last 50, but the top 50, including Zichen. Swoosh, swoosh. After being marked by the light, everyone stood up, and killing intent began to surge around them. In particular, the powerhouses on the king list were full of dangerous auras. Don't be nervous, everyone. Congratulations on passing this level. Next, the second floor of the dragon boat will be opened for you. There are many small spaces there, with a lot of cultivation resources and refining resources, enough for you to use to strengthen your combat strength. But unfortunately, only the top 50 can receive this treatment. The bottom 30 can only stay here. If anyone feels that this arrangement is unfair, you can also challenge the top 50. As long as you win, you can enter. There was some commotion in the crowd. Some of the cultivators who were ranked more than 50 were obviously tempted. The next challenge is a one-on-one battle. No one else is allowed to help. Once you win, your mark will be changed. 51 and 50, with a difference of 1 rank, there was a chance of winning. I'll give everyone 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, if you want to challenge, step forward. As the voice fell, several people stepped forward. On Zichen's side, 2 members of the Soul Devourers, 2 humans, and 2 members of the Dax tribe stepped forward. As for the other factions, some powerhouses who were very confident stepped forward. Zichen did not stop these 6 people. They were fighting for him. The battle then began in the center of the dragon boat. It was nothing more than another slaughter. On the battlefield, everyone gave it their all. After 2 hours, the outcome was decided. 5 of the 50th ranked had died, and 3 of the 49th ranked had died. Only these 8 people had succeeded. The other challengers were all dead. As the mark changed, the second floor appeared on the dragon boat. A staircase made of skeletons extended up. After the battle, those who had been marked were faced with a new test. Because no one dared to say whether the second floor had everything as promised, they were all hesitant and did not immediately board the boat. I forgot to say. You only have 20 breaths of time. If no one boards the boat after 20 breaths, it will be considered as forfeiting. As the voice spoke again, the powerhouses no longer hesitated. They all rushed to the second floor as quickly as they could. Everyone rushed up one after another, leaving behind those below the 50th rank. They anxiously watched as these people disappeared. The moment before Zichen boarded the boat, he glanced at the remaining people. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. The staircase to the second floor had disappeared, and all connections between the first and second floors had been cut off. The voice that had disappeared earlier spoke again from the first floor. Everyone, you can cheer. I've already helped you send the strongest away. Only 1 person from each floor can enter the depths of the world. Compared to the powerhouses on the upper floors, you are all lucky. The difference in power between you is not that great. Fight to your heart's content. I only want the strongest among you. The cultivators on the first floor paled. They didn't expect such a situation. There were hundreds of people here, and they only wanted 1 person. It was obvious that what was about to happen next would be the most desperate battle. How was this a land of opportunity? It was clearly a death elimination camp. Everyone successfully entered the second floor of the dragon boat. There were large rooms here. Walking into one of them, one would find that there was another world here. Each room was blessed with spatial technology. The area was very large, and there were many resources placed in rows. Among them, a set of refining equipment was the most obvious. The blazing earth fire was still burning, and next to the refining equipment was a bookshelf. There were many ancient books on the bookshelf, mainly recording some refining methods. These were the top refining methods, which could be considered to be lost in the battlefield of despair. As everyone continued to flip through the books, they were all shocked. If these things were taken to the outside world, they would definitely be worth a lot. In addition, everyone also saw many cultivation resources, such as a large number of supreme-grade spirit crystals, as well as many dragon crystals and some other resources. There are dragon crystals here, but why is there no dragon origin? As soon as Wu Xie's voice fell, a 2-meter square pool appeared out of thin air in front of them. The pool was filled with dragon origin. Oh my god, there really is dragon origin. Everyone was shocked. Mansha looked at the dragon origin, then at everyone, shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, there are too few of them. It can't help everyone break through. It would be better if there were more. The next moment, the 2-meter square dragon origin expanded to 1,000 meters in size. The amount of dragon origin contained was beyond imagination. Everyone was completely stunned by this scene. Mansha shouted, "It's true, this is actually true. Oh my god, this is really a treasure land." Wu Xie also had a look of disbelief. Can there really be anything I want? Are there any dragon-shaped weapons? Give me some. Dragon-shaped weapons appeared in front of them again. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they even saw the dragon god bow and dragon god arrow among them. Man Shi pushed Wu Xie and said, "Look at you, what's the use of dragon-shaped weapons? I want emperor-grade materials. Give me more, I want to refine an emperor-grade weapon." Whoosh! Many emperor-grade materials appeared in front of everyone's eyes, each of them emitting a colorful light. It was very beautiful. Wu Xie continued, "Idiot, why don't you ask for an emperor-grade weapon instead of an emperor-grade material?" In the next moment, several sovereign weapons appeared. Each of them exuded a powerful aura that suffocated the onlookers. These are emperor-grade weapons. It was the first time that everyone had seen an emperor-grade weapon. They all widened their eyes and looked at it carefully. Zichen's eyes narrowed, and he looked very surprised. Man Shi said again, "Heavenly thunder wings. I want the heavenly thunder wings. They're very cool." A pair of heavenly thunder wings appeared in front of him, and the power of lightning flowed on the surface of his body. Like Zichen's, the heavenly thunder wings had 6 wings. Wu Xie curled his lips and said, "I want the Star Illusion Dragon Spike." The Star Illusion Dragon Spike had the special effect of ignoring defense, and it was once a saint-grade weapon. It was powerful and extraordinary. Then, the Star Illusion Dragon Spike appeared. It was exactly the same as Zichen's. It had a unique appearance and extraordinary attack. "I want the Book of Destiny." The fortune teller's eyes lit up. "I want the complete heavenly energy," Shun Tiandao said, looking a little excited. "I want." Everyone was excited. They could get whatever they wanted. It was very magical. Looking at the people who were having fun, Zichen shook his head and said, "All right, stop playing. Is this fun?" Then, Zichen waved his sleeve, and everything that happened just now was gone. Chapter 1737. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Moreover, the things they wanted were extremely rare and even unique. For example, the heavenly lightning wings. There was no second such treasure in the world. Zichen, who had stayed with the lightning sacred beast for a while, knew that the heavenly lightning wings had more than 6 wings. No matter how realistic the heavenly lightning wings were, they were fake. Of course, the others also noticed this, but each of them was like a playful child, having a lot of fun. This place was full of danger, so Zichen dispersed these realistic illusions. "It's gone. Everything's gone." Everyone shook their heads in disappointment, but they didn't look sad at all. The things they had just seen had all disappeared. There were only a few resources left in the room. To be honest, those resources weren't even worth their attention. This is too stingy. Even if you want to scam people, you shouldn't scam them like this. At least get some dragon origin, Man Shi complained unhappily. "Everyone, you should be satisfied with these things, right? But I'm sorry to tell you that the second floor is too small. It can't accommodate everyone. Therefore, we only need 50 people from each region. Remember, it's each region." That voice that everyone hated sounded again. Every time this voice sounded, it meant that someone had died. A large number of experts had died. There were a total of 150 people in their region. If they did as the other party said, they would lose 100 people. One had to know that these 150 people were the top 50 on the list. They were the true peak existences of their respective regions. Now, they were actually making these peak existences fight each other. They clearly didn't have good intentions. Zichen also understood that the purpose of the dragon boat was to exhaust the strongest existences among the invaders. "Go look around and see if you can find the guy who spoke. Then bring the others back." Zichen ordered the others to go investigate. As soon as Man Shi went out, he saw a Dax alien coldly looking at Man Shi and shouting, "Human, die." As he spoke, he made a gesture of narking an arrow. "Are you crazy? Do you think you're holding the divine dragon bow?" Man Shi walked up and sent him flying with a slap. Then, he walked towards the other rooms. As for the alien who was sent flying, his eyes regained clarity. He looked at his hand and found that it was empty. The divine dragon bow was nowhere to be seen. Shuntian and the others who were heading in other directions also encountered the same situation. A moment later, Everyone returned with a dozen or so human cultivators following behind them. Shuntian said with an ugly expression, "We didn't find that abominable guy, nor did we find anyone from the other regions. The space here has been sealed, and our region has been isolated. Also, many people have been confused by the illusion, thinking that there is a powerful weapon, and have begun to kill each other." Zichen glanced at the other people around him. There were only about 30 people in the room. There were still a dozen people short of the original 50 people. "Go and find them. Bring everyone here," Zichen ordered again. Man Shi and the rest of the group went out together. There were also a few human experts who went out with them. In this kind of situation, their original allies could become enemies at any time. Everyone had to be careful. In the end, Man Shi and the others only managed to find 40 people, and the whereabouts of the remaining 10 were unknown. "What should we do now?" Kang Chen, who was originally ranked 6th on the martial rankings and was now ranked 2nd, asked. "Sit down and wait," Zichen said calmly, then sat down cross-legged. "Wait." Kang Chen was puzzled. "Shouldn't we fight?" Zichen shook his head and said, "We can't fight. If we kill others and are lucky enough to be in the top 50, what if we kill each other? But if we don't follow the rules, then the dragon boat," Zichen looked at Kang Chen and said, "the dragon boat will stop, right? Do you still think that the dragon boat can really take us to find opportunities? Now that our perception has been greatly blocked, it will greatly affect our combat power. If we continue to kill each other in this situation, it will only weaken our strength. If they rashly went out, they would only die." Everyone had no better idea, so they could only sit down cross-legged with Zichen and the others. Zichen looked very calm. He took out another dragon crystal and began to refine it. Zichen's idea was very simple. That was to not fight. As long as everyone was there and their combat power was the same, they could deal with all emergencies. At this moment of life and death, he was still in the mood to cultivate. Everyone looked at Zichen and was speechless. There were a total of 7 regions that boarded the dragon boat. Among the 7 regions, the Azure Sky region had the most free time. Because of Zichen, they only had 50 people, and they were all from the human forces. As a result, they didn't need to fight at all to obtain all the qualifications. The 50 people gathered together in silence, waiting and waiting. They were waiting for the sealed space to open, and then they would charge out with all their strength. They all heard the noise just now and could guess that many forces would fight among themselves. Gustin was already prepared. As soon as the spatial seal opened, he would kill the Imperial Sky region. This wasn't because of the previous grudge, but because the Imperial Sky region had a dragon-shaped weapon. They must have suffered heavy losses from fighting each other. Even if they survived, they would all be injured and would be easier to deal with. The other regions also began to fight among themselves. This kind of civil war was nothing more than the killing between the various races. In short, as long as 50 people remained in each region, the requirements would be met. The powerhouses on the king rankings were no longer calm. They also joined in the killing of the other races. In comparison, the Imperial Sky region was relatively quiet. The 40 people on the human side all gathered in a room. The sound of killing kept coming from the outside. The group of cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Zichen's group of 12 people were all cultivating. They weren't shaken by the outside world. A foreign race person accidentally barged in. He was covered in blood. When he suddenly saw so many people in the room, his expression changed drastically. He turned around and ran. No one knew when the massacre outside had stopped. The crowd could no longer hear the sounds of the massacre. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged and refining the dragon crystal, suddenly opened his eyes. He said, "We're in trouble." "Not far away," Kang Chen said. "Could it be that the two sides have joined forces?" Zichen said, "Relatively speaking, we're in more danger. They might attack us." In fact, Zichen guessed wrong. It wasn't that the two sides had joined forces, but that the battle had ended. Human nature was the most difficult thing to guess. One could never accurately predict it. In the face of such a cruel competition, there was no longer any distinction between races. There was only survival of the fittest and respect for the strong. The foreign race person who had just returned to inform them was already dead. He died at the hands of his lord. At this moment, his lord was discussing with a group of black-robed men how to deal with the humans. The most important problem now is how to deal with Zichen. As long as we kill Zichen, I believe that the human forces will be like a sheet of loose sand. We'll be at the mercy of others. The one who spoke was Sydney, the first on the general ranking list of the soul-devouring clan. He held a dragon-shaped weapon in his hand and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Moreover, Zichen has the divine dragon bow. He's the biggest threat. We have to kill him first. Next to him, a black-robed man shook his head and said, "We can't kill Zichen for now. We can't even kill the people around him. Our goal is only to enter the top 50. Sydney insisted, "But Zichen is the biggest threat." The black-robed man said, "Zichen is of course a big threat, but he's a bigger threat to the others. Once the battle is over and we enter the top 50, what if that despicable guy opens the space lock and lets our region fight with the other regions? Who will deal with the experts on the king ranking then?" Everyone was speechless. Indeed, with the divine dragon bow, Zichen was comparable to the experts on the king ranking. When they were united against the outside world, they needed Zichen's combat strength. Then what should we do? Everyone looked at the black-robed man. His realm was not high, only the late stage of the 9th level, but he could enter the top 50 of the king ranking list and stand here to discuss things with Sydney. He was obviously extraordinary. The black-robed man smiled ferociously and said, "In this situation, of course we have to kill." The battlefield, which had not been quiet for long, was once again filled with fighting sounds. It sounded like the alien race and the soul-devouring clan. The two sides were still fighting to the death. Did they not team up? We guessed wrong. Kang Chen was confused. Zichen furrowed his brows, feeling that something was amiss. At this moment, a human walked in from outside. He looked very disheveled. After entering the room and seeing so many people, he was obviously stunned. Then, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He quickly came in and sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. The battle outside continued, children. After the cultivator recovered from his injuries, he did not stay. Instead, he turned and left. But before he left, he glanced at Kang Chen. After a while, Kang Chen got up and walked outside. Then, a few people followed Kang Chen out. Just like that, one human cultivator after another left the room. During this time, Man Sha wanted to ask, but was stopped by Zichen. Zichen's expression became serious. He said, "Prepare for battle." No one was a fool. They immediately guessed Zichen's intention, and their expressions became ugly. These damn guys. We did this to protect them. Are they repaying kindness with ingratitude? Man Sha said angrily. Here, there is only life and death. There is no kindness or hatred. Be prepared. I hope I'm wrong. Otherwise, we will be in real danger. At this moment, only Zichen's 12 people were left. Even Zhong Yongxi was nowhere to be seen. The battle outside stopped, and everything returned to silence. Zichen's 12 people waited for an hour, but no one else came in. Zichen's calm face suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He vaguely guessed what had happened and immediately transmitted his voice. "Remember, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Don't believe anyone." Everyone did not know what was going on, but years of habit made them nod and obey unconditionally. Chapter 1738. From the moment they boarded the dragon boat, Zichen's expression had been very calm, but he was not calm now. He immediately issued a mandatory order to everyone. At this moment, Sydney walked in, holding a dragon-shaped weapon and looking alert. After coming in and seeing that Zichen was still sitting cross-legged, he was relieved. Then, one cultivator after another walked in from outside the door and stood on both sides. The 11 people all stood up, their eyes full of coldness. After accepting the reality, the cold sweat on Zichen's forehead gradually disappeared, and he was still sitting cross-legged there. Everyone walked in, and there were only 37 people in total. Including Zichen and the other 12 people, there were 49 people in total. When the group of people saw this scene, they were surprised and stunned. They thought there would be a fierce battle, But they didn't expect that they would be killed. Only Zi Chen was expressionless, as if he had expected this. He slowly raised his head, looked at Kang Chen, and said expressionlessly, "Call them out and kill them." The 11 people all looked at Kang Chen, their eyes full of disbelief. Facing everyone's gaze calmly, Kang Chen shrugged without the slightest guilt on his face. "I had no choice. No choice." Zi Chen glanced at Kang Chen and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Zhong Yongxi in the team and said, "If I'm not wrong, the person Yongmo trusts the most is you." There was a touch of sadness in Zhong Yongxi's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He looked at Zi Chen again and said, "There's no other way. You alone occupy 12 places. Of the 50 places, Zi Chen occupied 12, and there were 38 left. These 38 places were divided among the 3 forces, and each side had less than 15 places." Sydney looked at Zi Chen and shook his head in disappointment. "Zi Chen, I used to admire your character, but now it seems that you are too indecisive. At this time, we should make a prompt decision." Zi Chen looked at Sydney sorrowfully and said, "Is your so-called decisiveness to kill all the people you trust and use their trust to take their lives?" "Zi Chen, don't cry crocodile tears here. You guys stayed here without moving, but we had to fight and kill our own people. We're the ones who saved your spot, but instead of being grateful, you're actually making sarcastic remarks," said one of the Dax race members unhappily. His eyes were red, and he seemed to have gone mad. Zi Chen glanced at this person with disdain. He guessed that the person he had killed was either his own family or his sworn brother. He looked at the crowd and said, "Long Fei once said that when you set foot on the dragon boat, you have to make constant choices. This is also a test of human nature. At first, I didn't understand, but now I do. We don't have to be forced to choose. We just need to stick to our hearts. In fact, I regret it now. In the first qualification battle, I should have stuck to my heart and chosen to protect everyone instead of giving up. Giving up again and again turned into killing each other in the end." Sydney said, "Protect. If the dragon boat doesn't leave, do you want everyone to stay in this empty space for the rest of their lives? At least we can preserve our combat power and deal with any unexpected situation. But now, although the strongest people in the team are left, our overall combat power has decreased by more than half." Sydney still didn't care. "You're still lecturing us now. Do you think it's still useful? It's too late. Everything is too late. The moment we set foot on the dragon boat, we had to face this choice. This is the rule of the dragon boat, and also the law of the dragon boat. Survival of the fittest, and the strong are respected." Sydney spoke slowly and clearly, but there was a hint of madness on his face sometimes. Not only Sydney, but the others were also like this. Under this pressure, they were forced to kill the people they trusted the most. These people's minds were already twisted, and it was only a matter of time before they became crazy. Zi Chen's lecture was useless now. Sydney spoke again. "We've already dealt with the others. We're here to tell you that we're still a team. We can still be united against the outside world." "A team? United?" Zi Chen found it funny. "You can even kill your most trusted brothers. Do you think I'll believe that you can be united?" Sydney said angrily, "I told you, it was caused by the rules. It has nothing to do with us." The others' breathing also became heavy. They were not a group of cultivators at all. They were almost like a group of wolves who had lost their minds. Zi Chen was still sitting cross-legged and did not stand up. He said lightly, "What you're worried about is those experts on the king list. The reason why you left us here is that you want me to deal with them. I have to say, this is a good idea. But what if things don't develop this way?" Everyone's faces became gloomy. If things didn't develop this way, it was obvious that the next 50 people would continue to be eliminated, and then things would be very unfavorable for them. Because Zi Chen and the other 12 people were a team, but the 38 of them were not. Zi Chen looked at everyone and said, "Only 37 of you came in, and there are only 49 people in total. It's impossible that you killed one person by mistake. That person should be outside and listening to our conversation right now. If I'm not wrong, it was that person's suggestion that stopped you from attacking me, right? Since you chose to leave me here and didn't come in to see me, do you know me or are you afraid that I'll recognize you?" Looking at everyone's changing expressions, Zi Chen said lightly, "In that case, it should be an old friend. Yi Ming, am I right?" Zi Chen looked at the door of the room. Everyone's expressions changed. They did not expect Zi Chen to be so smart. As expected of Zi Chen. "You can even guess that." A cold voice came from outside, and a black-robed man walked in. Everyone knew Yi Ming, but they were stunned when the black-robed man walked in at that moment. They realized that although the man's tone was Yi Ming's, the aura around him was completely different from Yi Ming's. "You're Yi Ming." The fortune teller frowned at the black-robed man. "Of course." Yi Ming's voice came again. Subsequently, he reached out slowly and removed the black robe that covered his head, revealing his face. Everyone's expressions changed the moment they saw his face. Man Sha even lost his voice and said, "Wharton." The voice was indeed Yi Ming's, but it had Wharton's face. He smiled ferociously at everyone and said in his deep voice, "It's nice to see you guys again." Yi Ming's voice changed. It became Wharton's voice, but Wharton's face from before was Yi Ming's. Both of their faces kept changing. The smile on their faces was getting more ferocious, and their voices were changing too. What's going on? Both of them are in the same body. It's possession. At that moment, Yi Ming made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Zi Chen and the rest were breaking through fast enough, but Yi Ming was even faster than them. He was already on grade 9. Nobody could tell if he was Yi Ming or Wharton at that moment. As for possession, it did not look like it. Both of their faces were changing at will. There was no pain on their faces. Wharton's face looked at Zi Chen. Yi Ming's voice came, "I have to thank you for all of this, Zi Chen." There was no gratitude in his voice at all. There was only endless coldness and hatred. "After you killed Shu Hu, Wharton and I were worried that you would kill us to silence us. Hence, through some connections, we thought of a way to escape from the Imperial Heaven City. After that, we entered an unknown space and narrowly escaped death. That was when we encountered the fortuitous encounter before you." Yi Ming lifted his finger and pointed at his face as he said, "Don't you think it's strange that I look like this? It looks like possession, doesn't it? In reality, it's just a fusion technique that allows us to complement each other. Our souls and bodies complement each other to become a more powerful existence. Under normal circumstances, who would be willing to become someone else? The two of them must have experienced a great danger and became like this in order to survive. After the two of them merged, they were considered a brand new life form. You've caused us to become like this, but I didn't kill you. Instead, I stood on the side of righteousness and spared your lives. In the future, when we unite against the enemy, we'll do our best to cooperate with you." This life form made Zi Chen feel very uncomfortable. He said calmly, "What if it's still a civil war?" Yi Ming smiled ferociously and said, "If it's still a civil war, then you'll be in danger because I'm not going to let you go." Zi Chen looked forward and said, "If there are 50 people and 10 less, what about the next battle of 40 people? You know that someone is deliberately controlling everything. Because of the number of people, no one from the Green Sky region has died until now. Their combat strength is maintained very well. Perhaps that existence will consider the feelings of the Green Sky region and add another battle." Yi Ming's expression changed. He had not thought of this. Similarly, the others were stunned when they heard this. Yi Ming thought about it seriously and said, "It's possible. If 10 more people die, then 10 of you will die. I want you to live, I want Qing Cheng to live." Zi Chen said calmly, "If you kill my brothers, do you think I'll still help you? Do you think I won't take the opportunity to kill you?" Yi Ming said sternly, "Zi Chen, you don't have to act so righteous in front of me. In fact, you're more ruthless than us. If there's only one person left alive in the end, I believe you'll kill everyone here. Brothers of life and death. Confidants. You'll kill them all." Zi Chen did not argue. He merely chuckled softly. The 11 people next to Zi Chen were expressionless. "Everyone, I'm very happy that you've completed the mission so quickly. Next, it'll be a battle of 40 out of 50. The weak will be eliminated and the strong will be left. Good luck." That despicable voice was heard again. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Things were indeed as Zi Chen had guessed. Yi Ming looked at Zi Chen in front of him and shouted, "Kill Zi Chen and the rest first. He's the biggest threat. We must kill him first." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hearing Yi Ming's words, everyone moved. Man Shi and the rest were extremely vigilant, but Zi Chen stood still. He was not even prepared at all. 7 colored weapons emitted light one after another and charged toward Zi Chen. In an instant, everyone moved. There were even some dragon-shaped weapons among them. However, in the next moment, these weapons seemed to be controlled by some kind of energy. They turned around and stabbed to the side. Pu, pu, pu. One weapon after another was sent into the bodies of their companions, piercing through their chests. Chapter 1739. The group of 11 people were already prepared to fight to the death, but the sudden unforeseen event caused them to be stunned. They stood there as if they had been struck dumb. Those weapons all turned around. None of them attacked them. Instead, they pierced into their companions' bodies. The most important thing was that everyone's thoughts were surprisingly the same. They wanted to kill Zi Chen and kill the others. Even if this person was their sworn brother. Zi Chen's expression was calm. He had seen such a scene many years ago. He had also personally felt his heart being pierced. Back then, it was only because of a 500-year-old snow ginseng. The weapons pierced into their chests. The energy vibrated. In an instant, more than 10 people died. These people's expressions became crazy. They no longer suppressed themselves. A trace of coldness suddenly appeared on Zi Chen's calm face. In a flash, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a sheathed black saber. Swoosh. Without any hesitation, he pulled out the saber. As soon as everyone's weapons pierced into their opponents' bodies, 9 blended saber lights appeared and swept forward. This was the black saber that Zi Chen had recondensed. Its quality had reached second class. It was only a little bit away from a first-class dragon-shaped weapon. Not only were there 7-color dragon materials, but there were also black divine dragon bones. They were completely condensed and integrated into the saber. Puff, puff, puff. The saber light flashed. It was very sharp. 3 people were directly beheaded. As for the others who were close to the saber light, they hurriedly blocked the saber and flew backward. Kang Chen retreated quickly. At the same time, he shouted at Zi Chen, "Zi Chen, are you crazy? 10 people are enough." Zi Chen's expression was cold. He didn't say anything. The 7-color saber returned to its sheath and slashed forward again. This time, Zi Chen killed 2 people. They were all real experts. They were all ranked in the top 15. Normally, it was impossible for Zi Chen to kill 2 of them with one strike. The 11 people behind Zi Chen didn't understand Zi Chen's intention. But they didn't need to understand. They just needed to attack together with Zi Chen. Swoosh. A bolt of azure lightning shot out from between Dongqing's eyebrows, heading straight for the few cultivators who didn't have enough time to retreat. Man Shi followed closely behind, smashing down with his spiked club. A golden figure wearing rainbow-colored armor turned into a ray of light and shot towards the people in front of him, starting to kill. The hidden mist shadow's body alternated between real and illusory as it rushed toward an injured person. Immediately after, the others took action one after another. In the blink of an eye, the small room was shaking with boundless and terrifying energy. A chaotic battle broke out. Crazy, Zi Chen has gone crazy. Everyone, get out of here first, Kang Chen shouted and ran out of the door. They had already lost the initiative when they attacked their companions earlier. At this moment, facing Zi Chen's continuous attacks and the small room, they were caught off guard. Everyone retreated one after another, leaving behind 17 or 18 corpses on the ground. There were also 5 injured people who couldn't escape. What's going on? Man Shi and the others looked at Zi Chen in confusion. It was obvious that he only needed to kill 10 people. Why did Zi Chen still attack? It seemed that he wanted to kill everyone. What if they were united against the enemy? From the beginning until now, Zi Chen's face was covered with frost. At this moment, looking at the 5 injured people, he said coldly, "Kill them." Ah! Everyone was stunned again. No, Zi-Chen, don't kill us. We'll join you. We'll definitely obey you. You want to kill us? We were framed. The 5 powerhouses' faces changed drastically, and they begged for mercy in horror. Swoosh! A bolt of azure lightning instantly split into 2 and rushed towards the 2 injured powerhouses. Then, Shong Guanhong slashed forward with her sword, and the powerful sword Qi directly crushed the head of one of them. Puff! A ray of golden light flashed in front of Jin Qingcheng and pointed at the chest of one of them. It instantly pierced through his chest and extinguished his vitality. As for the last person, he died in the hands of Zi-Chen. There were 12 people in the group. Zi-Chen and the 3 girls decisively attacked and killed the 5 injured people. As for Man Shu and the others, they were still dumbfounded and confused. After the battle, looking at the more than 20 corpses on the ground, Zi-Chen was greatly relieved. He might not be able to save everyone, but at least through this battle, he had minimized the number of deaths. Why? One of them looked at Zi-Chen, and he couldn't understand Zi-Chen's behavior. I just said that I'll only kill 10 people. The next 40 people will definitely be united against the enemy. Even if they're disloyal, at least they'll be considered as a fighting force. Looking at the corpses on the ground, they couldn't understand Zi-Chen's behavior. Zi-Chen looked ahead and was in a state of alert. He said faintly, "They've completely lost their minds. If we continue to fight among ourselves, they'll attack us. If we're united against the enemy and don't trust each other, the strength they'll show may not be able to help us out." Their combat strength wasn't weak, but their realms were too low. Once the 2 sides were in a hostile state, they wouldn't have any advantage at all. Jin Qingcheng said coldly, "If we don't kill them now, we'll be killed later. If the 2 sides fight, we'll definitely lose. Zi-Chen is exhausting them to the maximum. The real battle is coming." It was indeed a fierce battle. There were 7 dragon-shaped weapons on the other side. Zi-Chen said, "We have to kill them to be safe. Even if it's a group battle, we'll be stronger than those scattered sand. Next, it's time to test us. There may be casualties, but if we cooperate closely, the casualties will be minimized. Remember, this is an order." After so many years, everyone was used to Zi-Chen giving orders. They nodded without hesitation. There are still 15 of them left. The 7 dragon-shaped weapons must be in the hands of the 7 soul-devouring clan. Destiny, summon your energy bodies to resist the attacks. The battlefield is in this room. They'll definitely rush in. Man Shu, transform and resist the attacks for everyone. The rest of you, cooperate fully. Remember, this is a battle of life and death. Don't be careless. Moreover, this battle is mainly about defense, not merit. Destiny looked at Zi-Chen and asked, "Are we going to kill everyone? What about Zhong Yongxi?" Everyone knew that Zhong Yongxi had a good relationship with Zi-Chen. Moreover, Zi-Chen was indebted to him. Back then, it was Zhong Yongxi who protected Zi-Chen when he intimidated the other forces. Everyone found out later. Zi-Chen said in a deep voice, "He's no longer the Zhong Yongxi of the past. When you see him, attack with all your might. Don't hold back. If he held back, he might get himself killed." Zhong Yongxi no longer trusted him. At this moment, they were enemies. Damn it. What a good plan. Yi Ming could not help but curse secretly as he led everyone out. He was wrong. It was a mistake to leave Zi-Chen alive back then. He should have killed him with all his might. However, it was clearly too late now. Yi Ming also did not expect that Zi-Chen, who had always appeared to be kind and weak, would suddenly attack. Actually, this was not difficult to guess. After Zi-Chen saw that there was no hope of protecting everyone, he naturally wanted to protect the people in his team. The only way to protect them was to kill all of them. The number of years Zi-Chen had lived, the number of battles he had fought, the number of schemes he had seen, and the number of people he had killed, Yi Ming could not catch up to him. He had already calculated and guessed all kinds of situations. I underestimated Zi-Chen. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Sydney's eyes flashed with coldness. Zi-Chen was actually taking a huge risk by doing this. Because that voice said that he only wanted 40 people. If the 40 people were to fight against the other forces, the Imperial Sky region would definitely suffer a great loss. They might all be killed. However, if that voice allowed them to continue fighting, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Zichen and the others. In fact, Sydney and the others were already in a passive state. Now that there were only 15 of them left, it was obvious that they had broken off their relationship with Zichen. However, if that voice that represented death asked them to deal with the cultivators from other regions, they would also attack. Because they had no choice but to accept the rules of the dragon boat. Therefore, no matter what, Zichen's attack was beneficial to them. Now, the 15 of them were in a dilemma. They did not know if they should kill or continue to wait for the next development. Let's heal our injuries first. Yi Ming's expression was gloomy as he retreated. Obviously, he chose to follow the rules again. Or rather, he chose to be righteous and did not kill Zichen. Instead, he followed the instructions of the voice of death. The same scene did not only happen in the Imperial Sky region, but also in other regions. It was far easier and faster than expected to advance from 50 to 40. This was because the 50 powerhouses who survived in the end all thought that there would be a regional battle next. They suppressed the madness in their hearts and began to discuss the next battle. They were thinking about which forces were weaker, which forces they should attack first, or which forces they should suddenly launch a sneak attack on. However, during the process of discussion, the voice that represented death sounded again. After the previous massacre, everyone did not have any psychological burden this time. They casually sent their weapons into the bodies of their companions beside them. This was the choice and test of human nature. Ever since everyone chose to give up for the first time, they had been giving up. Or rather, after the dragon boat stopped for the first time, everyone chose to protect themselves. Therefore, in the following choice, they protected themselves again and again. Therefore, the last 10 died very quickly. Even the Azure Sky region was quickly separated. They had not participated in the battle yet, but all of them were very cold. They killed their companions almost without hesitation. Their movements were very skillful. It was as if they had deduced such a scene many times in their minds. In order to advance from 50 to 40, there should be 280 people left in the 7 forces, but the actual number was less than 250. This was because previously, everyone attacked their companions, and some of them even died together. Chapter 1740. Congratulations to the surviving powerhouses. According to the rules, there are 280 of you left. Next, it should be a battle between the 7 regions, but I realized that the number of people is wrong. It turns out that you guys like to kill each other the most. I'm not angry when I see this. Instead, I'm relieved because powerhouses should walk out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They have no weaknesses, and they're the best in everything. Originally, there were many more segments, but to respect everyone, I've chosen to omit them all. Next, we'll go straight to the top 40, leaving only the strongest powerhouses of the 7 regions. The last 7 people who survive will be able to reach the depths of the world and find pure realm energy. From there, they'll break through to the realm lord that you've always dreamed of. However, the realm lord is just the beginning. If you're lucky enough, you'll have a chance to become the true ruler of this world. This voice rang out in every corner of the 2nd floor, reaching the ears of all the powerhouses who were still alive. Damn it, they're trying to kill everyone. These people were in despair. 39 people would die in the top 40, and there were a few people who were ranked first on the list. The others' chances of survival were slim. The despairing people went crazy at the same time. For the Realm Lord, for the final ruler, they had to fight no matter what. In the room where Zichen was, everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. Going to the top 40 was asking everyone to kill each other. Apart from that, the Realm Lord and the ruler were also very tempting. Everyone's breathing gradually became heavy. Don't be fooled by appearances. We're still too far away from the Realm Lord. What we need to do now is to survive this battle. Zichen's voice echoed in everyone's consciousness. Their breathing gradually became even, and everyone regained their usual calmness. They were the only team in the entire 7 regions that still retained their rationality. Get ready, they might attack at any time. Zichen pulled the divine dragon bow in his hand, and spiritual essence surged in all directions. Zichen pulled the bowstring fully, and his gaze was fixed on the door in front of him. Behind him, the 11 people were also ready, and their expressions were vigilant. Outside the room, Yi Ming and the rest gathered again. He glanced at the door and said coldly, "If we go in directly, what awaits us will be the dragon god arrow." Everyone's expression changed slightly. It was said that the dragon god's arrow was the most powerful of the dragon-shaped weapons. Zichen's full-powered arrow was enough to kill a person. Even with a dragon-shaped weapon, they would not be able to block it. Yi Ming changed the topic and said, "But Zichen can only shoot one arrow. As long as we dodge the arrow, there's nothing to be afraid of." What he said was true. Zichen's side was weak in terms of overall combat strength, and with the addition of the 7 dragon-shaped weapons on their side, as long as they rushed in, Zichen's 12 people would die without a doubt. "What should we do?" someone asked. Swoosh. Yi Ming's body glowed brightly as 2 silhouettes walked out from his body. One silhouette was the muscular Wharton while the other silhouette was the former Yi Ming. Yi Ming pointed at the 2 clones and instructed, "The 2 clones will go in first later. You guys follow closely behind. Remember, you have to be quick. If you're late, everyone will suffer heavy losses." In the top 40, they would have to kill everyone except themselves. Although they did not trust each other, they had to get rid of other troubles before killing each other. "Let's go." As Yi Ming's deep voice was heard, the 2 clones entered the room one after another. Whoosh. The bowstring vibrated, and an arrow shot out directly at Wharton who was flying in. Whoosh. The bowstring vibrated again, and another arrow shot out. Yi Ming's clone, who came later, was sent flying as well. Subsequently, the rest of them entered one after another. Killing intent surged around them. Whoosh. Whoosh. The bowstring vibrated twice again, and the 2 powerhouses who came in were sent flying. Whether it was the 2 clones from before or the 2 powerhouses who came later, their lives were not in danger because they were shot by energy arrows. They were not powerful. The third person to enter was Kang Chen, who ranked number 2 on the human commander leaderboard. He had a cold expression as he rushed in. Killing intent surged around him as he glanced ahead. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with fear. He could not help but stop and wanted to retreat. In front of him was Zichen who had drawn the divine dragon bow fully. The dragon god arrow was aimed at him. The dragon god arrow is still there. How is this possible? He had a look of disbelief. One had to know that he had already shot 4 arrows. Whoosh. The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard, causing the entire space to tremble. A loud dragon's roar sounded out as a black dragon rushed forwards. Facing this attack, Kang Chen only had time to put up a defense. His vision was filled with black light. Poof! The dragon god arrow pierced through Kang Chen's forehead. His body flew out involuntarily, and 2 unlucky fellows were sent flying out of the room together with him. After shooting the arrow, Zichen threw the divine dragon bow behind him. Destiny Teller caught it and drew the divine dragon bow. After throwing the divine dragon bow, Zichen's body flashed with lightning. 9 Xingchen pearls appeared on his chest. Each of the pearls rotated and formed a circle. A violent aura emanated from Zichen. At the same time, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. A sheathed long saber appeared in his hand as he rushed forward. It could be said that Zichen had used all his trump cards and techniques in an instant. The moment he moved forward, his body flashed to the side. He saw a soul devourer at the door holding a dragon-shaped weapon and attacking Zichen. However, before he could make a move, another Zichen appeared behind Zichen, shining with golden light. In his hand, a golden longbow that looked exactly like the dragon god bow was drawn into the shape of a full moon. The arrow that appeared on the bowstring was a golden divine dragon. The golden Zichen was Zichen's soul. The golden divine dragon bow and dragon god arrow were both formed by his soul to deal with the soul devourers. As soon as the soul devourer came in, the soul Zichen released the full moon golden divine dragon bow. A golden dragon rushed towards the soul devourer. The golden dragon arrived, and the threat of death struck. The Soul Eater's expression changed drastically. He shouted, wanting to use the dragon-shaped weapon in his hand to block the attack. Unfortunately, the soul attack was too fast. At such a short distance, there was no way to dodge it. Poof! As the golden light passed, the soul devourer's body dissipated. His broken soul floated in the air. Even the soul of the person behind him was shaken. Of the 15 people, Zichen killed 2 in an instant. At the same time, 2 were knocked out. There were 11 people left. It was a one-on-one situation. However, behind Zichen, many people did not move. Only one person in a 7-colored mech rushed out, rushing towards him as if his life depended on it. At the same time, Mansha displayed the mountain spirit dominating body. His huge body almost took up half of the room. He smashed the mace in his hand forward, causing the entire room to shake. Whoosh! Zichen unsheathed his long saber and slashed forward. Clang! Following a clanging sound, a dragon-shaped weapon blocked Zichen's attack. The powerful recoil caused Zichen's body to sway involuntarily. As for the soul devourer in front, who was not good at physical attacks, he was knocked back. His body staggered, and Zichen's golden soul rushed directly into his sea of consciousness. Zichen's perfect soul was split into 2 parts. 10% was commanding Zichen's physical body to fight, while the other 90% was fighting the soul devourers. Peng! A strong aura surged from the dragon-shaped weapon and hit the figure in the 7-colored mech, causing him to retreat. The armor around his body cracked inch by inch and finally exploded with a loud boom. The armor shattered, revealing the golden figure's face. It was another Zichen. However, this Zichen looked dull, as if he had lost his soul. This was the energy form summoned by the fortune teller. Its sole purpose in charging forward was to block one attack from the dragon-shaped weapon for Zichen. According to the original plan, Zichen would die if he was hit by one attack. Although he had 1/10 of Zichen's combat power, his opponent was as strong as Zichen's real body. However, everyone had overestimated the soul devourer's energy attack. The opponent's attack did not kill Zichen. Obviously, he could take one more attack. That's him. Do it. At the back, Shuntian pointed at the soul devourers who did not kill Zichen with one attack and gave an order. In the next moment, Dongqing, Shuntian, Hidden Mist, and the others immediately attacked, launching a long-range soul attack at the soul devourers. Boom! The 5 of them worked together to deliver a fatal attack. The terrifying soul power vibrated, and the soul devourer's head exploded, his body crumbling. Clatter, clatter. In this space that could be called a room or a space, the sound of branches swaying suddenly rang out. Vines appeared on the ground. These vines covered the ground, intertwining with each other. Each of them was as thick as a baby's arm, with barbs on them. The barbs shone with a cold light, a sign that they were poisonous. The vines drilled out from the ground like spiritual snakes, wrapping around the cultivators and entangling them. Bam, bam, bam. However, the vine's lethality was limited. Before they could threaten the cultivators, they exploded. At most, they could only delay the cultivators for a moment. However, in the ever-changing battlefield, a moment was enough to change a lot. Shong Guanhong's original intention was not to stop the cultivators, but to get the 3 dragon-shaped weapons on the ground. During this time, Zichen killed 2 soul devourers, while Shuntian and the others killed 1. The dragon-shaped weapons fell on the ground, and the others did not have time to pick them up. However, the cultivators had the geographical advantage, so they could only reach here. Zichen's soul returned to his body, and many attacks came whistling toward him. At the same time, some of them rushed toward the cultivators behind them. Pu. Pu. Zichen, who was hit by several powerful attacks, had his black robe torn apart, revealing the rainbow armor underneath. This wave of attack was completely blocked by the armor. However, many cracks appeared on the armor. This was a defensive armor that was second only to the dragon-shaped weapons, but after a round of attacks, it was on the verge of breaking down. Boom! Not far away, the mech Zichen's body exploded. He had only appeared to attack once, blocking 2 attacks for Zichen before he was blown apart. Mansha was still waving the spiked club in his hand wildly. His body was covered in wounds, and under his feet were pieces of scales from the shattered rainbow armor. Manshur, retreat. Chapter 1741. Dong. 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 After being hit, Zichen took 3 steps back and spat out 3 mouthfuls of golden blood at the same time. Shindao and the others were behind him. Zichen could not retreat and forced himself to stop. Zichen coughed out blood again. The armor on his body that was about to be destroyed was also on the verge of exploding. The supreme defensive armor that took 100 years to refine was shattered after just 2 waves of attacks. It was obvious how strong they were and how dangerous the situation was for Zichen and the others. The enemies present were all experts, but Zichen was not weak either. If it was a one-on-one battle, Zichen was confident that he could kill all of them. However, they were now surrounded. Zichen alone could not withstand it. Zichen's calculation was very high. They had the geographical advantage and obviously had the upper hand, but that was all. After gaining the upper hand in 1 wave of attacks, Zichen and the others' weakness of low cultivation and weak combat power was immediately exposed. Die. As the first on the commander ranking of the Solita clan, Sydney finally began to show his strength. Just like Zichen's previous plan to not target the strongest powerhouse, when he appeared, he did not attack Zichen. Instead, he attacked Manshur. He was strong. Thanks to the 7-colored armor on Manshur, he did not stop. He swept past Manshur and rushed towards Shindao and the others behind. Along the way, he turned into a spirit and rushed into Dark Mantle's consciousness. Dark Mantle's eyes widened and immediately lost focus. After Zong Yongxi entered, he paused for a moment and did not attack immediately. He looked around and saw a Solita clan member who was knocked back by Manshur and was right in front of him. Die! A cold light flashed in his eyes and he immediately launched a sneak attack on the Solita clan member. Under such circumstances, a sneak attack from a powerhouse of the same level who was caught off guard would be killed in a single blow. Of course, Zong Yongxi did not do this for Zichen. Under such circumstances, everything he did was for himself. His goal was to snatch the dragon-shaped spear from the soul-devouring clan member. Grabbing the dragon spear, he only glanced at Zichen for a brief moment. Then, with a flash of his body, he purposely went around Zichen and dashed towards Manshur. At this moment, Manshur's battle armor shattered and Zichen shouted for him to retreat. Pu. Spear light flashed, and the dragon-shaped spear directly pierced Manshur's lower abdomen. This was also the reason why Zong Yongxi was unable to quickly reach Manshur's chest. However, this did not stop Zong Yongxi from unleashing his full strength. A destructive force came out from the dragon spear, instantly crushing Manshur's lower abdomen. At the same time, the force spread upwards, destroying Manshur's internal organs. Then, it attacked his mind, preparing to destroy Manshur's soul. Manshur was utterly unable to react in time when facing Zong Yongxi's attack. No! Zichen's angry shout resounded throughout the entire space. Swoosh! A vine quickly appeared behind Manshur and coiled around his body, pulling him backward. It was Shong Guanhong. She had acted just in time. Damn it! Zong Yongxi cursed silently. His eyes flashed with anger. It was clearly too late to finish off Manshur with another attack. Zichen's red eyes were already fixed on him. Looking at Zichen's crazy appearance, it was as though he had lost his mind. In this moment of life and death, no one would be afraid of anyone. Zong Yongxi gritted his teeth and rushed towards Zichen with his spear. He firmly believed that with the dragon-shaped weapon, he would not be weaker than Zichen without the dragon-shaped weapon. Zichen, who was charging forward, transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Zong Yongxi. Sensing the weak energy in the lightning, Zong Yongxi was even more confident. In an instant, he even thought that with the dragon-shaped spear, he would be able to enter first place on the martial rankings, or even the monarch rankings. In his eyes, Zichen was no longer strong, and he had a chance to become the survivor. Because if he killed Zichen, he would quietly sneak attack Sydney, and then kill the others. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the somewhat distracted Zong Yongxi's attack speed was not slow. The long spear immediately struck the light of thunder and then shattered it. But only the lightning was shattered, and Zichen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Not good. Zhong Yongxi's expression changed. He had a bad feeling. The dragon-shaped spear in his hand trembled as he tried to turn around. But it was too late. A sharp barbed weapon pierced through his back and went straight through his chest. Zhong Yongxi lowered his head and looked at the weapon that did not destroy his defensive armor but pierced through his heart. He was somewhat dazed. At this moment, what appeared in his heart was not the fear of death, but the name of the weapon that had cut off all his hopes. Star Illusion Dragon Stab. The weapon of a starry sky great saint had the powerful ability to ignore defense. The dragon stab disappeared in the next moment. Zhong Yongxi felt a light flash beside him. His hand immediately became lighter. The dragon-shaped spear that he had just taken and had not even warmed up had disappeared. His vitality was quickly fading along with the power in his body. He struggled to use the remaining strength to slowly raise his head, wanting to see who would live and who would die in this battle. Then he saw Zichen. Zichen was holding the dragon-shaped spear in his hand, and the energy around him was vibrating. Then, in Zhong Yongxi's eyes, Zichen turned into a dragon, an angry and ferocious black true dragon. The black true dragon occupied the entire space. The surrounding energy swept and shook, showing a destructive force. Zhong Yongxi looked at Zichen, who had turned into a black dragon, in disbelief. Of course, he could see that this was the power of man and spear becoming one. But this kind of situation could only be seen by a powerful spear art. Didn't Zichen use a saber? How could he know spear art? Zichen's spear art came from Mo Ling. Back then, Mo Ling was known as the #1 domain realm cultivator in the Imperial Sky region. In their vision, Zichen disappeared. There was only one black dragon left in the entire space. Looking at this black dragon, everyone couldn't tell if it was a black dragon formed by the dragon-shaped weapon or by Zichen's spear art. In short, the black dragon became everything in this space. Roar! The black dragon's body moved slightly, causing the entire space to tremble. The black dragon was furious. It roared, almost shattering the space. In the black dragon, Zichen held the dragon-shaped spear and swept it in a circle. In the outside world, the black true dragon began to circle. A destructive force spread out in all directions. Facing this destructive force, all the experts' expressions changed. They retreated, but the room was only so big. Where could they push? The black true dragon spun in a circle and swept past the crowd along with its powerful dragon-shaped light. The violent energy kept shaking. The space in the room was distorted crazily, and there were even signs of it collapsing. This force wasn't weaker than a realm lord. Zichen stood in the center with his spear. The energy around him kept spinning and dissipating. In the end, apart from Zichen, there was no one left. Everyone, including the corpses, were sent to the four corners of the room. Dongqing lay on the ground. Her beautiful face was sad. Her eyes were closed, and blood was flowing out of her 7 orifices. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Shong Guanhong was lying beside her, unconscious. Below him was a pool of dark red blood. Mancha returned to his true form. He leaned against the wall. There was a large hole in his abdomen. His shattered organs could be seen. Occasionally, there would be energy surging, preventing the wound from healing. Wu Xie lay on the side. His mouth and 3 eyes were covered in blood. Beside him was a foreign race expert. His weapon was still stabbed in his opponent's heart. Fortune teller's face was pale. He leaned against the wall and panted. He seemed very weak. Shun Tiandao sat beside him. There were many deep wounds on his body. The supreme grade king weapon in his hand that was second only to the dragon shape had been broken in half. In comparison, Jin Qingqing's situation was better. Her face was just a little pale, and there were cracks on her 7-colored armor. Wait, her face. Zichen's eyes narrowed when he saw Shong Guanhong's face. There was a deep wound on her beautiful face. The 7 of them were in a bad situation, but they were still alive. Zichen was very gratified. His gaze moved again. He saw Shi Wei, the disciple of an aristocratic family who had been following him. At this moment, his eyes were wide open. He lay on the ground. There were no fatal wounds on his body, but there was no soul aura. He was dead. He was killed by the number 1 on the marshal board, Sydney. Not far away, Darkmantle's eyes were wide open. He had lost his life. Misty Shadow's body had been divided into 4 parts, falling in 4 places. The other person's corpse was also incomplete. The battle had lasted less than 10 breaths, but every move was fatal. If it wasn't for Zi Chen's final eruption, more people would have died. Man Shu, Dong Qing, and the others were only a hair's breadth away from death. If Zi Chen's eruption had been just a breath later, there wouldn't have been many survivors. Putting away his grief, Zi Chen raised his head and looked at the last corner. There were still 2 people standing there. One was Sydney, the number 1 on the marshal board, and the other was Yi Ming, who was a new life form. Meeting Zi Chen's gaze, Sydney smiled bitterly and said, "Zi Chen, you won in the end." His words were filled with disappointment and dejection, but there was also admiration. Even in such a situation, Zi Chen still insisted on his choice. He was still willing to put himself in danger to protect his brothers who had been through life and death together. And these people also didn't disappoint Zi Chen. Even in the face of death, they persevered and fought. It was clearly a losing battle, but they had gained the upper hand. The 12 of them had only paid the price of 4 deaths to kill 13 experts. After all, these 13 people were ranked higher than them, and 7 of them had dragon-shaped weapons. Yi Ming shook his head, disagreeing with Sydney's words, "Not necessarily. Although they have many people, most of them have lost the ability to fight. As long as we kill 2 of them, victory will be ours." Chapter 1742. Speaking of which, the 7 Soul Eater clan members who had dragon-shaped weapons were rather pitiful. Not only did they have to face the attacks of Zi Chen's group of 12, but they also had to guard against sneak attacks from the people around them. Other than Sydney, who was the strongest and no one dared to sneak attack him, the other 6 were either killed directly or by sneak attacks. All 6 dragon-shaped weapons had changed owners. Zi Chen glanced at Sydney and his cold gaze finally landed on the new life form, Yi Ming. He said, "Although there are few things I regret in my life, I regret letting you live until today." Yi Ming smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for mercy in this world. If I were you, I would have done it long ago." Zi Chen said, "So, I regret it very much. Because I couldn't kill you, I caused the death of several of my life and death brothers today. To make up for my mistakes, or to make up for the guilt in my heart, I promise you that if I can return to the Royal Sky region alive, Shuntian Prefecture and Golden Leaf City will no longer have the Yi clan." Yi Ming's expression changed. He said, "This is clearly your fault. Why don't you pursue your own responsibility and instead kill other innocent people?" "Zi Chen, you're not perfect either." Zi Chen said, "I've never thought of myself as perfect. I'm also selfish. I admit that I was wrong this time. I indirectly caused their deaths, but I won't let you go, nor will I let the Yi clan go." Yi Ming smiled and said, "You finally admit that you are very selfish. In fact, I have already seen through it. Your usual behavior is too hypocritical. Unfortunately, you will not be able to go back alive. First of all, you may not be able to kill me. Even if you kill me, you will still have to face Sydney. Even if you are very strong, you will still have to kill your severely injured companions. If we delay a little and wait for them to recover, even if you kill a few of them, you will still have to pay a heavy price. After that, you will still have to face the 6 experts on the king list. You are not that naive to think that he will really leave 7 people alive, right? Let me tell you, it is impossible. Either one or none." Zi Chen said indifferently, "You're talking about the future. Killing you now is the right thing to do." "No, it's my fault. I'll deal with Yi Ming." Jin Qingcheng suddenly spoke. Blood kept flowing out of the deep wound on her once beautiful face. She knew very well that Zi Chen had spared Yi Ming because he had considered her feelings. She had played with Yi Ming since they were young, and they were considered playmates. Although she was gradually disliking the way Yi Ming did things, she would never kill Yi Ming. When Yi Ming left the last time, he thought that they would never meet again. Who would have thought that such a tragic scene would happen? Zi Chen had accommodated Yi Ming time and time again because of their friendship in the past. Of course, it was also because of Jin Qingcheng. Her forgiveness time and time again had actually been exchanged for such a heavy price. Jin Qingcheng was also filled with regret. Ignoring Zi Chen's questioning gaze, Jin Qingcheng insisted, "This is between Yi Ming and me. I'll deal with it myself. Life and death is up to fate." Hihi, life and death is up to fate. Qingcheng, you know that there's no reason for me to be merciful at a time like this. Even if I'm merciful and let you kill me, the final winner will still kill you. Your best choice now is to stay aside and heal your injuries. You can come up when the three of us fight to the death. That way, your chances of survival will be higher, Yi Ming said. Jin Qingcheng said coldly, "As long as I can kill you, I don't mind dying." Yi Ming was stunned when he heard that. He had a stunned expression on his face. This was the first time he had sensed the intense killing intent from Jin Qingcheng since he met her. Jin Qingcheng picked up a dragon-shaped weapon from the ground and charged at Yi Ming. Subsequently, the duo turned into two beams of light and headed out of the room. "Try to buy as much time as you can," Zi Chen said to Jin Qingcheng through voice transmission. Golden light flashed all over his body. Zi Chen instantly turned from a physical body to a spiritual body. Now that things had come to this, Sydney no longer cared about anything. Instead, he relaxed and laughed heartily. "I didn't expect it to be a battle between you and me in the end. Fine, I'll see if you have any means stronger than Long Fei." Zi Chen threw the dragon-shaped spear to Shuntian. His weapon had already shattered. Then, Zi Chen turned into a golden light and charged at Sydney. Zi Chen did not take the dragon-shaped weapon. In the spiritual space, ordinary weapons were useless. Sydney did not underestimate Zi Chen just because he was 2 levels lower than him. When Zi Chen reached the spiritual space, the entire spiritual space was dark. Waves of oppressive aura filled the surroundings. Sydney had already activated the soul-devouring divine power. "I'm 2 levels higher than you, and we're fighting in my spiritual space. Zi Chen, I've taken advantage of you." Sydney's soul appeared, bringing with it an inexplicable pressure. Before they even made a move, Zi Chen felt a huge pressure from Sydney. Obviously, the first place on the list was not an empty title. This pressure stimulated Zi Chen's fighting spirit. His body shone with a bright golden light. He said confidently, "I'm invincible in the same realm." The perfect soul gave Zi Chen the confidence to be invincible. Invincible. Sydney laughed loudly and suddenly flipped his palm. With a flip of his hand, a gigantic palm that was completely condensed from his soul materialized in the pitch-black space and pressed down on Zi Chen. With the soul pressure and the soul-devouring divine power, if it were anyone else, they would have been unable to move. Zi Chen's body shone with a golden light, forming a domain of his own. He punched towards the sky. The bright fist light went against the sky and hit the palm. There was a loud explosion and then it dissipated. "I don't have time to test you here. Let's fight to the death," Zi Chen shouted. He formed a hand seal, and a dazzling golden finger penetrated the pitch-black soul world, bringing with it a terrifying pressure as it fell towards Sydney. "Good." Sydney clenched his fists and punched towards the sky. He shouted, "Soul explosion." Boom. The two attacks collided and dissipated once again. The two figures retreated backward. Sydney's eyes flashed as he said, "What pure soul power, what perfect control. Fortunately, we are not at the same level, otherwise I would have been defeated long ago." Zi Chen stepped forward. 9 golden Xingchen stars appeared in his heart. The 9 stars rotated and connected into one. Boom. Zi Chen's soul power surged violently. Behind him, the pitch-black spiritual world shook violently. A golden fist light, like the fallen Xingchen, broke through the dark spiritual world and attacked Sydney. Swoosh. Swoosh. Sydney's figure changed, trying to get rid of the killing intent of the fist light. At the same time, he sent out one energy attack after another towards the fist light. Whoosh. After the punch, a sheathed golden long saber appeared in front of Zi Chen. The long saber was instantly unsheathed, and the saber light was like an open fan, extending towards Sydney. Sydney, who had just broken the fist light, had to face the dangerous saber light. He shouted and his soul power surged. It turned into a soul weapon and slashed at the saber light. Bang! Bang! In the energy shock, the saber light was shattered. But in the next moment, Sydney felt a life and death crisis. His face changed and he turned to look at Zichen. He saw a golden dragon bow. The dragon bow was drawn to a full moon. A golden dragon was narked on the bowstring. The dragon's eyes were cold. Wung! Just as Sydney turned around, the fully drawn bowstring trembled, and the golden true dragon rushed towards Sydney. This was his domain. Logically speaking, he should be able to control everything. But the golden dragon was too fast. Even though Sydney had detected the golden dragon's trajectory, he could not dodge it in time. Puff! The golden dragon arrow hit Sydney's forehead. Then, his body was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from this world. The divine dragon bow turned into golden light and disappeared. Looking at Sydney, Zichen did not look relaxed. Instead, he looked very serious. If it was an ordinary Soul Devourer clan member, even if the opponent was an expert on the ranking list, Zichen was confident that he could kill him with a series of attacks. But the opponent was Sydney, the first on the ranking list. In terms of fighting power, he was even stronger than Zichen. However, the continuous attacks just now were all powerful attacks, and even if Sydney could block them, he would definitely not be able to withstand them. As expected, ripples came from the pitch-black spiritual world. Sydney had returned. His aura had become much weaker. There was an arrow wound on his forehead that could not be healed. This was a permanent injury. What a good move. I admire you. Sydney was not angry. His eyes were full of admiration. If he had not made the choice before, many of the experts who had died would have had the same personality as Sydney. Unfortunately, facing such a fatal choice, they could no longer stay true to themselves. Zichen, I'm going to show you my strongest move. I've never fought with Long Fei before. Perhaps my Soul Devourer technique can suppress him. As soon as he finished speaking, soul strength started to surge from all directions and enveloped Zichen. There was not a trace of light in the entire world. Even the golden light on Zichen's body had disappeared. This was the same Soul Devourer technique as Kusai. It could suppress all soul power and attack methods. Zichen, who had just been extinguished, released golden light again. This time, it was a perfect body. Since energy attacks were useless, he would use physical attacks. Thus, Zichen, who was shining with golden light, used his soul to create a physical combo. This is impossible. Sydney's incredulous voice rang out amidst the banging sounds. This was his strongest and proudest move. He was confident that he could suppress Long Fei, but he did not expect that Zichen would break it as soon as he used it. Zichen's attacks fell on Sydney like raindrops. Every time, a little bit of the golden energy entered his body. Peng! As the golden energy entered his body, Sydney's body exploded. Chapter 1743. Sydney chose the wrong opponent to deal with Zichen with a suppression god art. After displaying the fleshly combo, Zichen was practically sticking close to Sydney, making it impossible for him to shake off Zichen. This was also the advantage of a perfect soul, all techniques could be evolved. Under Zichen's relentless attacks, Sydney finally exploded. His spiritual world disappeared, and Zichen returned to the room. Sydney's shattered soul danced in the air, and his dragon-shaped weapon fell to the ground with a trembling sound. Looking at Sydney's broken soul, Zichen's expression was a bit complicated. This was a worthy opponent, but because of some choice, the two of them walked on opposite paths. The best way to deal with such an opponent was to let him rest in peace. However, when Zichen turned around to look at the unconscious people, he sighed and stretched out his hand to grab those pure souls. Come and heal everyone. Zichen gave the pure souls to Shuntian and rushed out of the room. Obviously, Zichen was going to help Jin Qingcheng. Don't go. Shong Guanhong, who had already woken up, suddenly stopped Zichen. Zichen was startled and looked at her in confusion. Shong Guanhong said, "The person she doesn't want to see the most right now is you. But, she's in danger, right? Actually, death might be a relief. You're not a woman, So you don't understand women. Jin Qingqing's injuries were permanent and couldn't be healed. For a beautiful woman, disfigurement was indeed more terrifying than death. Jin Qingqing's injuries weren't just disfigurement, but also the death of her companions. She blamed herself more than Zi Chen. In such a situation, she wanted to die, so how could she ask for help? If she needed help, the battle wouldn't have happened outside. No matter how badly injured everyone was, they could still provide some strength. Zi Chen was still worried, but he didn't go out. A golden light quietly flew out and went to the battle. The battle there was not going according to Zi Chen's plan of delaying the battle. Instead, they were going all out to end the battle as quickly as possible. Jin Qingqing half knelt on the ground. The wounds on her body kept bleeding. On her face, there were 2 more permanent wounds. In front of her was a human head. It belonged to Yi Ming. He was already dead, but there was a ferocious smile on his face, a cruel and ferocious smile. Not far away, there was an arm. Beside the arm was a large body and half a leg. Looking at the incomplete corpse, the golden light trembled slightly and retreated. Not only was Yi Ming dead, but he was also dismembered. Just like the hidden fog shadow he killed, he didn't leave behind a complete corpse. Looking at Yi Ming's body, Zi Chen could imagine the regret in Jin Qingqing's heart at that moment. He was also blaming himself deeply, blaming himself for being too weak. The battle was over. Of the over 500 people from the Royal Heaven region, only 8 remained. Zi Chen, Shun Tiandao, Fortune Teller, Shong Guanhong, the unconscious Dong Qing, the severely injured Manshur, Wu Xie who had just woken up, and Jin Qingqing. Seeing that Jin Qingqing's life wasn't in danger, Zi Chen was relieved. He took the soul fragment from Shun Tiandao. After breaking it down, he slowly injected it into Dong Qing's consciousness. Dong Qing's soul was severely injured. His soul was empty. There was only a flickering soul flame that could be extinguished at any time. After Sydney's death, his pure soul landed on the flame. Like fuel, it caused the soul flame to burn and stabilize. After that, Zi Chen controlled these pure souls and injected them into the soul flame bit by bit, gradually waking Dong Qing up. After a while, the soul flame grew stronger and Dong Qing regained consciousness. He groaned and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Zi Chen who was half naked and covered in wounds. The battle is over. Dong Qing said weakly. It's over. Zi Chen nodded. There was unconcealable sorrow in his eyes. Where are the others? Dong Qing asked. Then, he slowly turned his head and looked around. His pale face became even paler when he saw the corpses on the ground. Zi Chen signaled for Dong Qing to recover on his own. Then, he walked to Manshur. Looking at Manshur, who had a big hole in his abdomen but was forcing himself to stay awake, Zi Chen said, "How is it?" Manshur grinned and said, "Don't worry. I won't die. Of course, that's on the premise that you don't kill me. I'll kill you right now." Zi Chen punched Manshur's shoulder. After that, he took out many pills that were infused with the 7-colored dragon blood. He used his energy to break them and injected them into Manshur's wound. It's useless. There's still energy wreaking havoc on it. Manshur shook his head and said. The energy in his wound didn't disappear. Instead, it kept eroding the wound and stopping the power of the pills. Zhong Yongxi, this old bastard. I really can't tell. He looks like an old man usually, but when he goes crazy, he's really ruthless. Ouch, it hurts. Zi Chen touched Manshur's wound. The latter cried out. Ignoring Manshur, Zi Chen stretched out his hand and released a golden energy. This energy forcefully landed on Manshur's wound and collided with the remaining energy. Ouch, it hurts. Manshur cried out loudly. Beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Don't move. That energy is dissipating. Zi Chen held Manshur tightly. I didn't get killed by Zhong Yongxi. Instead, I'm going to die from the pain. Manshur's body couldn't help but tremble. It could be seen that the two forces were using his wound as a battlefield. It was really painful for him. In this kind of energy confrontation, Zi Chen's power had the upper hand. He destroyed that energy bit by bit. As the last energy was dispelled, Man Shi's strong physique was displayed. His wound instantly stopped bleeding. Then, it wriggled and showed signs of healing. Coupled with the pills, Man Shi's external wounds quickly recovered. The shattered organs in his body were also regenerating. As long as the soul wasn't damaged, all the injuries on the body could be healed. Everyone's injuries gradually recovered, but they didn't have a relaxed expression. Everyone looked at the door from time to time. There was another person outside. Everyone was very worried about her. But at this time, they couldn't help her. Time always passed very slowly when they were deliberately waiting. Finally, Jin Qingcheng appeared at the door. When everyone saw 2 more wounds on her face, they subconsciously looked away and pretended not to see. After entering, Jin Qingcheng leaned against the corner and sat down. She didn't say a word. Zi Chen, whose external wounds were gradually recovering, looked at Jin Qingcheng and said, "Maybe I have a way to heal your injuries." The so-called permanent injury was actually a force on the wound. This force was no longer a threat to the wound, but it didn't disperse. It forcefully wiped out the vitality on the wound, causing the wound to not heal. This was a special force. But as long as it was dispersed, it could heal on its own. Jin Qingcheng touched the scar on her face and shook her head. She said, "No need. This is good." Facing this situation, Zi Chen didn't know what to say. He could only choose to remain silent. Then, everyone had to face another problem. The other party said that it would be 1 out of 40. But now, there were 8 people left. Where should the 8 of them go? After cleaning up their companions' bodies and dealing with the corpses on the ground, there were top-grade royal weapons on the ground. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the 7 dragon-shaped weapons. Zi Chen waved his hand and the divine dragon bow came back. Then, Zi Chen pointed at the 6 weapons and said, "1 for each of you." This was the strongest weapon at the moment. Everyone was already tempted. Except for the one that Jin Qingcheng took, the other 6 could each get one. This black rod was specially made for me. Man Shi took the dragon-shaped black rod without hesitation and quickly refined it. Shen Dao, fortune teller, and the others also took 1 each. Shong Guan Hong, who was good at using swords, took the long black saber. The last long spear belonged to Dong Qing. Speaking of which, she was infatuated with spears these days. The 2 women took the weapons. After looking at them for a while, they threw the weapons in their hands to Zi Chen at the same time. Such a coordinated action stunned the 2. The others were also stunned. Then, they showed a look of understanding. This time, Zi Chen didn't hesitate. He took the saber and spear and began to refine it. At this moment, the voice that represented death sounded again. "Everyone, how is the battle going? In each region, I only need 1 expert. Let's fight." When Man Shi and the others heard this voice, their expressions changed slightly. Zi Chen, who had his eyes closed, said, "Ignore it. Heal yourself and recover to your peak strength as soon as possible." On the first floor, the chaotic battle finally ended. The first person stood up from the corpses on the ground. It was Keith of the Soul-Devouring clan. In his hand, he held the 8th dragon-shaped weapon of the Soul-Devouring clan. He was bathed in blood. His soul was very weak, but there was a proud and arrogant smile on his face. Because he won. He was the ultimate winner. Very good. You have become the strongest. You will enjoy the resources of the strongest. Go. Your goal is the deepest part of the world. There are enough resources there to let you break through to the peak of the 9th level and enter the realm of the realm. As the voice sounded, a spatial passage appeared in front of Keith. It led to an unknown place. "You can enter the deepest part of the world from here," Keith said, his voice a little hoarse. Keith, who didn't expect anyone to answer, suddenly heard an answer. "That's right. As long as you enter here, you can get what you want." When Keith heard this, he was overjoyed. He couldn't help but snort coldly. "Zi Chen, I hope you are still alive. When the time comes, you and I will fight again. Let's see who wins and who loses." As soon as he finished speaking, Keith took the dragon-shaped weapon and entered the passage. Kusai entered the passage. In the next moment, a colorful spatial turbulence swept over and landed on Kusai's body. Keith didn't even have time to cry out. His body was twisted into nothingness by the colorful turbulence. The dragon-shaped weapon disappeared in the turbulence. At this point, the hundreds of cultivators on the first floor were all dead. At the same time, in the other 7 regions, life and death were determined. Chapter 1744. Among the 7 domains, 6 of them had already decided their fate, and 6 of them had survived. This result wasn't too surprising, because each of them was as strong as Long Fei or even stronger than him. Only the Imperial Sky region hadn't decided their fate yet. Zi Chen and the others were still sitting cross-legged, healing their wounds. 6 of the domains have already decided their strongest. Everyone still needs to work hard. As long as the last one emerges, everyone will be able to reach the depths of the world, become a sector lord, and finally become a ruler. The voice rang out again, spreading throughout the 7 domains. Zi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Man Shu and the others were no longer calm. What should we do? Everyone looked at Zi Chen, habitually waiting for Zi Chen to make a decision. Zi Chen looked at Man Shu and asked, "How are your injuries?" Man Shu said, "I'm almost healed." Zi Chen nodded. "Very good. You and Fortune Teller will fight." Man Shu was startled. "Ah, we'll fight to the death." Zi Chen emphasized, "Of course it's a battle to the death. We're all gentlemen, so we have to fight to the death like gentlemen. Even if we die, we have to die honorably." With that, Zi Chen closed his eyes and continued to refine the dragon crystal. Man Shu still didn't understand, but Fortune Teller understood Zi Chen's meaning. He nodded and said, "Come, fight to the death like gentlemen. Go, kill him." As soon as the Fortune Teller finished speaking, a ray of light rushed out from the Book of Destiny. It was Zi Chen. The light held a black weapon in his hand, which was the spoils of war just now. After appearing, he charged at Man Shu. Boom! Energy surged, and Man Shu, who couldn't react in time, was forced back several steps. "You're serious?" Man Shu glared, anger appearing on his face. Holding the dragon-shaped weapon, he charged at the golden light Zi Chen. At the same time, Fortune Teller attacked Man Shu with his dragon-shaped weapon. The 2 of them kept fighting in the room, and wave after wave of powerful energy wreaked havoc. Zi Chen, who was cultivating, frowned slightly and said, "Out of sight, out of mind. Let's fight outside so that we won't be disturbed." Zi Chen's original intention was to give everyone time to cultivate, but unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the space around the 3 people fighting was isolated. It was equivalent to opening up another battlefield in the room. Everyone was surprised by this, while Zi Chen fell into deep thought. After pondering for a moment, Zi Chen looked at Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing again and said, "Wait for them to fight to the death, then you too can fight to the death. Remember, this is a fight between gentlemen." "Okay." Dong Qing nodded. It seemed that she never knew how to refuse in front of Zi Chen. "This is called the Battle of Virtuous Ladies," Shangguan Hong emphasized. Time passed. In the middle of the battlefield, the 3 of them were having a great time fighting. As for the energy shadow, it finally exhausted all of its energy and directly dissipated. In the following battle, the 2 of them also exhausted their energy at the same time, and then sat down panting. Man Shu looked at Fortune Teller and said, "Just you wait. Wait until I recover, I will definitely kill you." Fortune Teller said with disdain, "With your little strength, it's not certain who will kill who. Mitch, in my eyes, you're too weak. You're just a little taller." After the 2 of them sat down, they went back and forth, belittling each other. Obviously, they were in the middle of another battle. "All right, the 2 of you haven't fought to the death yet. Hurry up and leave. There are still a few more battles waiting for you. Time is of the essence. We still need to break through to Sector Lord and become dominators." Zi Chen's voice sounded from outside the space. "Shua." The 2 of them were forcefully expelled. After seeing this scene, Dong Qing and Shangguan Hong also walked into the battlefield. Then, the 2 of them began to fight. The battle was intense. Wave after wave of energy surged, but they couldn't do anything to each other. "Shua! Shua! Shua!" Shangguan Hong pointed out with her jade hand. Streaks of green light transformed into vines out of thin air, trying to trap Dongqing. In Dongqing's sea of consciousness, green spiritual will appeared continuously, extinguishing the vine's life force. The two of them fought with all their strength. However, the difference in strength between the two wasn't that great. It was hard to determine life and death. Soon, the two of them ran out of energy. Their attacks became slower and weaker. As virtuous ladies, the two of them who had exhausted all their energy could not possibly sit down and talk to each other like Mansha. They just stared at each other without saying a word. Next. Zichen's voice sounded again. The two of them were automatically expelled. Wu Xie and Shun Tian Dao entered the battlefield. The two of them were the third battle. As for the fourth battle, it was Zichen and Jin Qingcheng. Peng. Peng. All kinds of sounds of fighting rang out once again. There were two people with dragon-shaped weapons. They were fighting to their heart's content. Their fight was tragic and tragic. They had exhausted all their energy. Don't waste time. It's my turn. Zichen couldn't wait. The two of them appeared automatically. He stood opposite Jin Qingcheng. The scar on Jin Qingcheng's face had already formed a scar. She didn't try to cover it up. She just stared at Zichen. A dragon-shaped weapon appeared in her hand. Zichen smiled coldly at Jin Qingcheng. He held his sword and attacked. The two of them started to fight. The energy around them was golden. It was more exciting to watch. Soon, the two of them encountered the same result. They ran out of energy, but there was no winner. During this time, Mansha and the others didn't watch the battle. Instead, they kept refining the dragon crystals, trying to break through. Zichen walked out of the battlefield. He was unwilling to give up. His face was cold. He said with annoyance, "Our combat power is not much different. We are also at the same level. If I have some dragon origin now, I believe I can kill all of you. Whoever breaks through now can kill." Beside him, Jin Qingcheng snorted. The murderous intent in her eyes was getting stronger. If that's the case, then let's compete. Let's see who breaks through first. The strongest one will break through last. Mansha stood up and said. Wu Xie smiled coldly, "Let's compete. Let's see how many years it will take for us to break through." Shun Tian Dao said, "If I have dragon origin, I can break through in a few hours. Unfortunately, dragon origin is a divine item. It's hard to find." The two of them talked back and forth. The hostility in their words was getting stronger and stronger. Dense murderous intent surged. It was obvious that the 8 of them had completely fallen out. As the strongest, I should destroy everything. If I have dragon origin to break through, I will kill all of you. Zichen's cold murderous intent reverberated in the space. HMPH. I, Mansha, am also confident that I can kill all of you. Mansha was not to be outdone. Before I die, I will drag one of you down with me. Wu Xie's eyes showed signs of opening and closing. Everyone, since everyone is lacking an opportunity, I will fulfill your wish. Remember, I only want the strongest. Just as everyone was throwing out threats, that voice finally rang out. Immediately after, the space in front of everyone changed again, and the dragon source appeared. It was a huge amount of dragon origin. The amount was enough for everyone to break through. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the dragon origin. They stopped arguing and quickly went forward to refine the dragon origin. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with excitement. As expected, as expected. The dragon origin was real and it was the purest. It could increase everyone's combat power. Buzz. Zichen's body trembled. His body turned into a golden vortex, constantly devouring the dragon origin. "None of you can be faster than me," Mansha shouted. His body suddenly enlarged. Then, he opened his mouth and forcefully sucked the dragon origin. Under the suction, the dragon origin was like a river that was forcefully devoured by Mansha. The others were not to be outdone. They all displayed their unique techniques and began to plunder the dragon origin. A shocking scene happened. The dragon origin was divided among 8 people in a few breaths. Then, The 8 of them retreated far away and began to refine the dragon origin to increase their strength. The room suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone was refining the dragon origin faster. After an unknown period of time, a powerful aura surged out of everyone. This aura was infinitely close to the late-stage 9th heaven. Obviously, everyone was about to break through. Before that, Zichen's body shone with golden light. Within the golden light, many thunderbolts surged. 9 thunder Xingchen appeared on his chest. On the last Xingchen, a third mark appeared. The 9-star Thunder King physique had been cultivated to the 9-star third mark realm. At the same time, it also meant that Zichen's physical body had reached the late-stage 9th heaven. After the breakthrough, Zichen opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Thunder wings appeared on his back, and he instantly disappeared. Puff! In the next moment, Zichen flashed in front of Mansha. The dragon-shaped spear in his hand pierced through Mansha's chest. Mansha widened his eyes and stared at Zichen in disbelief. He never thought that Zichen would sneak attack him. He slowly lifted his finger to point at Zichen. Eventually, it fell powerlessly. Mansha tilted and fell backward. Such a scene also alarmed the others. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Puff! Zichen had broken through. His strength was stronger, and his speed was unpredictable. His figure flashed in front of Shuntian and killed him. "Give me your life!" Destiny Teller shouted. His body burst out, and he summoned the energy Zichen. But as Zichen shot his spear, the energy Zichen was instantly pierced through. The spear also pierced through Destiny Teller's chest. Filled with disbelief and shock, Fortune Teller fell into a pool of blood. "Zichen, you want to kill me." Wu Xie stared at Zichen, his face full of anger. "Die." Zichen's voice was cold. He held his spear and moved forward. "Everyone, let's go together." Wu Xie shouted and was the first to rush forward. Peng! Zichen's spear directly shattered Wu Xie's body. Then, the spear moved forward and pierced through Dongqing's chest. Puff! Puff! At the same time, Zichen's spear quickly stabbed twice, killing Shangguan Hong and Jin Qingcheng. "Go to hell!" At this moment, Wu Xie's figure reappeared behind him, and he launched a shortkill attack at Zichen. Zichen did not turn around. The spear in his hand turned into a light and directly pierced behind him. Puff! Chapter 1745. After breaking through, Zichen didn't wait for his cultivation to break through. He immediately launched an attack, and all 7 of them fell into a pool of blood. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. "You're still too weak to fight me." As he spoke, Zichen sat in the middle of the corpses and continued to refine the dragon origin, striving to increase his strength again. "Die!" However, Wu Xie, who had just fallen, suddenly stood up again and struck Zichen's lower abdomen. Surging energy instantly erupted, and Zichen's powerful body was penetrated. His lower abdomen was badly mutilated. Zichen had clearly suffered heavy injuries from this attack. Wu Xie laughed loudly, and said savagely, "Zichen, you didn't expect me to be the final winner, did you?" Boom! He once again struck out with energy. This time, the energy struck Zichen, and Zichen's injuries worsened. Wu Xie laughed complacently and rushed toward Zichen. He held the dragon-shaped weapon in his hand, intending to deal a fatal blow to Zichen. Whoosh! However, just as his attack was about to touch Zichen, a cold killing intent suddenly flashed in Zichen's eyes. The dragon spear in his hand stabbed out first, piercing Wu Xie's heart. Poof! Poof! 2 sounds rang out one after the other. Both of their weapons had pierced the other's body at the same time. "Let's see if you can still survive." Zichen sneered. A destructive energy surged into the dragon spear, and Wu Xie's body instantly exploded. This time, Wu Xie's shattered body didn't reassemble. Zichen pulled out his dragon-shaped weapon and threw it aside. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. It seemed that his injuries were very serious. This time, although he had won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Congratulations to the 7 of you for becoming the strongest. However, I need to tell you some bad news. In fact, There is only one sovereign. Only one of the 7 of you can become the sovereign. Therefore, for this spot, fight. This was not a surprising voice. More than 2,000 people had boarded the ship this time. After rounds of elimination, only one person was left. Zichen clutched his wound and staggered out of the room. His entire body was filled with a dangerous and tyrannical aura. His eyes were slightly red. This was the state of madness that appeared after killing his sworn brother. Zichen walked out of the rooms naturally. The sealed space had long since disappeared. Then, Zichen went to the second deck and saw the other 6 experts. After seeing the 6 of them, Zichen's pupils visibly shrank. The madness in his eyes slowly disappeared, and he gradually regained his rationality. That was because the 6 people in front of him were all experts on the king ranking. Furthermore, they didn't have any major injuries. When Gustin saw Zichen, his eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect him to be the one to survive. According to what he had expected, it should have been Sydney. However, when he thought about how Sydney had been able to push Longfei down, it was obvious that he had some skills. But now, Sydney's injuries were very serious. There was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking about the dragon-shaped weapon back then, his heart was burning with passion. He subconsciously walked towards Zichen, his eyes flashing with cold murderous intent. "Gustin, what are you doing?" An indifferent voice sounded. It was Liu Zhentian, who was ranked 3rd. Gustin turned around and smiled. He said ferociously, "Didn't I just say that only one of us can survive? I think we need to kill this guy before resolving our own conflicts. He's just a dying man. Is there a need to do this?" Liu Zhentian frowned. "Is there a need to do this?" Gustin looked at the others, a tyrannical aura surging around him. "You know he's just a dying man. Why bother? I think it's better for us to fight to the death first." Ji Mo's soul rippled. He held a bone knife in his hand. The 6 of them were not stupid. Although Zichen was a dying man, he was still a person. There was no need for him to die so early. After the 6 of them fought to the death, the remaining 3 plus Zichen would be able to fight in the second round. If they killed Zichen now, it would be 2 against 1 in the second round. No one wanted to be surrounded, so no one wanted to see such a scene. Gustin smiled. The scar on his face looked like a living centipede. He said, "That's good too. Let's find our own opponents. Ji Mo, are you interested in playing with me?" Gustin chose Ji Mo. One of them was ranked 9th, while the other was ranked 10th. There was not much difference in their fighting strength. "That's what I was thinking." Ji Mo's soul rippled. His mood became very cold. "Dae, it seems that one of us is going to die." The 6th-ranked Shou Ping looked at the 7th-ranked Dae and said, "Hihi, that's good too." Dae looked at Liu Zhentian and Ji Yi. Comparatively speaking, it was better to fight Shou Ping. The last 2 were ranked 3rd Liu Zhentian and 4th Ji Yi. There was no need to choose. As for the top 10 on the king ranking, Long Fei had already left. The 5th was not here, and neither were the 1st and 2nd. There were only 6 left. "Everyone, since the grouping has been completed, in order to show the fairness of the battle, I have decided to divide you into 3 groups. Don't worry, during the battle, no one will see you fight, so your trump cards will not be exposed in the slightest." Zichen's eyes were filled with annoyance when he heard that voice. He originally wanted to see what kind of tricks these people had up their sleeves and then think of a way to restrain them. Now, that idea was completely destroyed. On the deck, 3 spaces appeared out of nowhere. Gustin and Ji Mo entered one of them. Then, the space closed. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Zichen could no longer see the 2 of them. Shou Ping and Dae walked into the second space. Ji Yi and Liu Zhentian walked into the third space. The 3 spaces disappeared one after another. Only Zichen was left on the deck. It seemed very quiet here, but in fact, there were 3 life-and-death battles between powerhouses on the king ranking. A battle of this level could be considered the highest standard battle in the entire battlefield of despair. This time, the dragon boats covered the 7 regions. Those who boarded the dragon boats were also the strongest powerhouses in the 7 regions. As the dragon boats left, the entire 7 regions fell into a state of shock. In the past, after the dragon boats left, the entire battlefield of despair would be very quiet. There would be no abnormalities at all. However, this time, an unforeseen event had occurred in the entire Earth region. The place where the change happened was the most authoritative commander ranking. Those rankings were the characteristics of the strongest powerhouses in a clan. But in a short 2 years, the rankings changed one after another. First, the names of the powerhouses who were ranked very low on the rankings disappeared. And the disappearance here naturally referred to death. Take the Imperial Sky region for example. In just a few days, 20 powerhouses on the rankings disappeared. Just as everyone was extremely shocked and guessing what kind of danger the powerhouses on the dragon boats had encountered, the entire rankings changed again. Then, 30 powerhouses disappeared all of a sudden. In the following year, the names of the powerhouses disappeared one by one until the final top 50. But the top 50 didn't exist for very long. Then, the names disappeared again. During this period, the biggest change was that even Yongmo died. The changes in the rankings caused people to panic. Later on, people went to the other 2 clans to inquire, but the results were even more shocking. The powerhouses on the 2 rankings were almost all dead. In the end, only a mere 50 people were left alive from the 3 rankings. Good times didn't last long. This situation only lasted for half a month before another change occurred. This time, the number of powerhouses left was reduced to 23. The remaining 27 powerhouses were undoubtedly the true powerhouses. Among them, there were 7 people from the soul-devouring clan left. These 7 people all had dragon-shaped weapons. Among them, the number of humans was the largest. There were a total of 15 of them. Other than Zi Chen's group of 12, Kang Chen, Yi Ming, and Zhong Yongxi were also alive. The remaining 5 were the strongest powerhouses of the Dax clan. The people who originally thought that they would be able to settle down saw their names disappear again. The first to disappear was Kang Chen. Then, it was Dark Mantle, Zhong Yongxi, Hidden Mist, and so on. The forces of the Imperial Sky region were all dumbfounded when they saw their powerhouses' names disappear one after another. Originally, they didn't dare to be certain whether those who had boarded the dragon boats were alive or dead. But now, the rankings clearly conveyed their information. Dead. They were all dead. Kang Chen, who was second on the rankings, was dead. Zhong Yongxi was also dead. 4 of Zi Chen's followers were also dead. On the rankings, the second powerhouse was dead. The first powerhouse was also dead. One by one, they were all dead. In the end, Yi Ming also died. Even the name of Sydney, who the soul-devouring clan had placed high hopes on, disappeared. Thus, a strange scene occurred on the 3 rankings of the Imperial Sky region. 2 of the rankings were empty. There wasn't a single powerhouse's name on them. On the other hand, there were 8 people on the human side. At this moment, these 8 people occupied the top 8 positions. This situation couldn't help but cause people to panic. They couldn't imagine what kind of danger these powerhouses encountered that caused so many of them to die. They had all kinds of guesses in their hearts. The only thing they didn't think of was killing each other. Now, everyone was deeply worried. They looked at the 8 names worriedly, afraid that more people would die. The same scene occurred in the other 6 regions. Many of the rankings were empty. At the center of the 7 regions, there was a ranking that wasn't very tall but represented the authority of the 7 regions. It was the King ranking. This was the ultimate ranking. There were only 10 places. The existences on each ranking were comparable to or even stronger than Long Fei. This authoritative ranking had some changes today. The first change was that the 9th powerhouse on the King ranking, Jiyu Mo's name, suddenly disappeared from the 9th position. Jiyu Siding, who was originally ranked 10th, moved up 1 place to the 9th position. That's right, it was only the 9th position. Because the name on the 8th position was no longer Long Fei. It was a new name, Zi Chen. Zi Chen entered the King ranking and occupied Long Fei's former position. Then, the King ranking changed again. The name of Da Yi, who was ranked 7th, disappeared from the ranking. It meant that he was dead. The name of Jiu Yi, who was ranked 4th, also disappeared. Chapter 1746. Zichen didn't know if this was intentional or not. The 3 spaces that disappeared one after another reappeared very quickly, or at the same time. According to Zichen's estimation of time, it had only been a quarter of an hour, but the winner had already been decided. The first one to walk out of the space was Gustin. He was wearing a broken armor, and there was a long scar on his chest. He held a long sword in his right hand, and his left arm had disappeared. He had won and killed Bone Demon, who was ranked at the top, but he had also paid a great price. This scene caused Zichen to be very surprised. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Long Fei. He had a very strong technique. Gao Ping walked out of the second space. He was also covered in wounds. Obviously, he had killed Da Yi, but he had also paid a heavy price. Liu Zhentian walked out of the third space. As expected, he had won and paid a heavy price. Among the top 4 on the king rank, Zichen's injuries were considered light. The 3 people who appeared immediately swept their eyes towards Zichen, their eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. At first, none of them wanted to kill Zichen, but now, all 3 of them were very willing to fight Zichen. In their eyes, Zichen was definitely going to die. After killing him, they could still deal with the other one. Take Gustin for example. His combat ability was much weaker than Liu Zhentian's. If they fought to the death, he would definitely die. But things were different with Zichen as a buffer. After he killed Zichen, Liu Zhentian and Gao Ping would have already won. The one who survived might even be seriously injured. In this way, he would have a chance to win. The same logic applied to the other 2 as well. Looking at the unfriendly eyes of the 3, Zichen asked, "You just finished a life-and-death battle. Don't you need to rest?" It would have been better if Zichen hadn't said that. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 moved and rushed towards Zichen at the same time. Zichen's expression changed greatly. He might have to face the 3 of them together. "I challenge Zichen." Gustin suddenly stopped. He pointed at Zichen and shouted, "My opponent is Zichen. We have a grudge against each other. I want revenge." "Permission granted." That indifferent voice resounded. A beam of light transformed from space landed on Zichen, forcibly isolating him from Zichen. "Gustin, do you want to die?" Liu Zhentian glared at Gustin, his thin face not looking too good either. Gustin smiled proudly and said, "I'm telling the truth. The 2 of us already have a grudge against each other. Of course, it's best if I do it." Shou Ping said coldly, "If you want to talk about grudges, we all had grudges with him before we came here." Liu Zhentian agreed. "That's right. Everyone has a grudge against him. Even if we were to challenge him, Zichen should be the one to pick his opponent." "That's fine too. Kid, pick your opponent." That indifferent voice sounded, his tone full of ridicule and mockery. Zichen rolled his eyes and said, "Is there a need to choose? Of course it's Gustin. I still have a chance against him." Gustin smiled proudly and said, "You heard that. He picked me as his opponent. It's a wise choice, but there's no chance of survival." Shou Ping and Liu Zhentian glanced at Zichen, then turned and left. In their eyes, Zichen was no different from a dead man. Of course, they wouldn't waste their breath on a dead man. The 3 of them didn't deliberately rest and started fighting again. Zichen was forcibly brought into a battlefield. Gustin walked in after him, his face still full of undisguised pride. After seeing that the space was completely sealed, he couldn't help but chuckle. Now, he just needed to end the battle quickly and kill Zichen. After that, he would recover from some of his injuries and have a chance to become the last master. "Kid, end the battle quickly," Gustin said, his body full of injuries. "That's what I was thinking." Zichen's voice was indifferent. Swoosh. Gustin's body flashed and disappeared on the spot. The thunder wings on Zichen's back vibrated. Then, he detected some spatial fluctuations and slashed forward. With one attack, a black dragon spread out. As soon as Gustin appeared, he encountered the black dragon. A look of surprise flashed across his face. His right hand released a strong light as he struck forward. The light flashed. The palm print moved forward and hit the black dragon. Boom! The energy collided with a loud sound. The black dragon and the palm print both dissipated. World destruction palm. After destroying the black dragon, Gustin stepped forward. The energy around him surged. He struck toward Zichen. A palm print glowing with black light and carrying an extremely terrifying aura rushed toward Zichen. Along with the appearance of this palm, there was also a powerful spatial pressure. Thunder Emperor Finger. Zichen shouted and pointed with his middle finger. The void shook, and a finger imprint emitting the light of thunder descended from the sky, hitting the black palm imprint. Boom! The energy collided. The two retreated. A ripple of energy spread from the center of the battlefield to the entire space, causing the space to shake. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent appeared. Then, a thick sword aura passed through the violent energy and headed toward Zichen's face. This sword strike was very fast, and it was also very powerful. Whoosh! Zichen retreated. His left hand held the scabbard and his right hand held the hilt. Suddenly, he exerted force. With a crisp sound of the blade, 9 merged blade auras shot toward the sword aura. Bang! 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 The sharp sword aura moved forward and shattered the blade auras. As the 9 blade auras were shattered, the sword aura's power was greatly reduced. Before it reached Zichen, it disappeared. Gustin's pupils shrank. There was surprise in his eyes. "Kid, I thought I could kill you easily. I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with." Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Just difficult to deal with? You should know that I still have many tricks up my sleeve." As he spoke, the void behind Zichen split open. A meteorite appeared and rushed toward Gustin with an unparalleled aura. Boom! Gustin raised his hand to block it. The meteorite's fist aura shattered. The constant collisions of energy affected the wounds that the bone devil had left on his body, causing him to cough up blood. Moreover, losing an arm had greatly affected his combat strength. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Zichen. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. "It seems that I have to take you seriously. Even if I can only stimulate my potential once, it doesn't matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Gustin's aura began to surge crazily. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the arm that was cut off reappeared. This was the result of stimulating one's potential and suppressing all the injuries on one's body. In a short period of time, one could erupt with the combat strength of one's peak. Zichen's expression became serious. He put away his long saber and took out the divine dragon bow. Almost without hesitation, Zichen shone with golden light and fully activated the Thunder King body. He suddenly pulled the bowstring. The dragon god arrow turned into a black light and fell on the bowstring. The essence chi in the surroundings began to surge. As the divine dragon bow absorbed the essence chi, it also quickly absorbed the energy in Zichen's body. After absorbing enough energy, the dragon god arrow turned into a black dragon. Gustin, who had stimulated his potential, completely revealed his peak combat ability. The smile on his face became even more ferocious. But in the next moment, when he saw Zichen in front of him narking the arrow, he was slightly stunned. Then, a sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Hum! The bowstring vibrated. Zichen let go of the bowstring and the dragon god arrow flew toward him. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Gustin saw a black dragon rushing toward him from afar. At the same time, the space around him was almost completely sealed. In the face of this attack, he could only retreat or meet it head-on. There was no way to dodge. But there was no way to retreat. Sooner or later, he would have to face the dragon god arrow. Ha! He gritted his teeth and shouted. He raised the arrow in his hand and blocked it directly in front of him. Puff! The black dragon in front of him quickly turned into an arrow and fell on the weapon in Gustin's hand. But as expected, the crisp sound did not ring out. Instead, a deep sound rang out. The dragon god arrow directly pierced through the long sword in Gustin's hand and then hit his throat. The powerful force carried his body and flew hundreds of meters away. After shooting the arrow, Chen put away the divine dragon bow and a spear appeared in his hand. He held the spear and rushed forward. Gustin touched the wound on his throat. There was still a hint of fear in his eyes. Fortunately, he used his weapon to block the attack at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. Although he had lost a weapon, Chen could only shoot one arrow. Now, it was time for him to unleash his full power. As long as he killed Chen and took those weapons, he believed that no matter who won, whether it was Liu Zhentian or Shou Ping, he could easily kill them. Gustin threw away the weapon in his hand. Before he could kill Chen, he saw Chen rushing toward him with a dragon-shaped weapon in his hand. At this point, Gustin no longer doubted that all the dragon-shaped weapons were in Chen's hands. He also rushed forward. He was secretly proud that Chen did not take the initiative to open up the distance and shoot another arrow. Although he would not give him the chance, this was Chen's only chance to win. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief because Chen had completely turned into a dragon. This was not just the manifestation of a weapon. It was the true unity of man and spear. Chen's aura disappeared and was replaced by the black dragon's aura. The dragon's might was terrifying. The moment he saw the black dragon, Gustin felt as if he had met the thunder dragon. The aura from both sides was so terrifying. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated Chen. It seemed that his opponent did not just rely on the dragon-shaped weapon to push Longfei down. It was true that he had real skills. He also completely exploded. His body shone with strong light as he rushed toward the black dragon. At this moment, Gustin no longer thought about killing Chen. He was just trying to save his own life. As long as Chen's unity with the spear was over, he was confident that he could kill Chen. It was a good idea, but it was very difficult to do it. Under the black dragon's attack, Gustin almost had no room to fight back. He could only passively defend. Chen, who was in the middle of the 9th tier, with the dragon-shaped weapon and the enhancement of his spear, was equivalent to a real strong cultivator on the king ranking. As the light of the spear flashed, Gustin's body was covered with wounds. No wonder he was a strong cultivator on the king ranking who had no weaknesses. If it had been someone else, their body would have been cut into pieces. But Gustin only had wounds. There was not even a fatal injury. Under Chen's continuous attacks, Gustin was desperate. He even regretted choosing Chen. Maybe he would have had a chance to win against Shou Ping. But at this moment, Chen's attacks weakened. Obviously, the unity with the spear was over. Gustin, who had been in despair, regained hope. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 1747. Yes, Gustin, who had just rekindled his hope, fell into despair again. This time, his despair was so complete that his eyes were filled with despair. Chen, who had finished transforming into a dragon, put away the dragon spear and took out the dragon god bow. The dragon god arrow, which had disappeared somewhere, appeared again and was knocked on the bowstring. The dragon god arrow turned into a black dragon and circled on the bowstring. Its cold eyes announced Gustin's death. Why? Gustin wanted to roar at the sky. Chen was obviously weaker than him, but why did he have so many tricks up his sleeve? He hadn't even left a single wound on his opponent's body. It's over. Chen looked at Jiyu siding and said indifferently. He released the bowstring in his hand and the black dragon rushed forward. Gustin had been able to block the attack with his weapon, but now, he was seriously injured and could only block it with his body. But his body couldn't compare to the seven-colored dragon. Even the seven-colored dragon had been killed by the arrow, let alone Gustin. The dragon god arrow moved forward, sometimes turning into a dragon, sometimes into an arrow, leaving a black mark in the air. It was a sign that the space had been pierced through. A miracle didn't happen, and the dragon god arrow pierced through Gustin's forehead. This time, Gustin's body didn't fly backward. Instead, he fell backward. As for his soul, it was destroyed by the dragon god arrow. Gustin was dead. A powerful expert on the king ranking had died just like that. And Gustin, who was ranked 9th on the king ranking, had disappeared. Chen's spiritual senses fell on Gustin's body again and again. After confirming that he was dead, he finally sat down and gasped for breath. He hadn't been seriously injured by the continuous attacks, but he had consumed a lot of energy. He didn't know when the next battle would start. He needed to recover some energy quickly. When the energy in Chen's body had recovered to 70%, the space disappeared. Gustin's body was nowhere to be seen, and Chen reappeared on the deck. On the other side of the deck was Liu Zhentian, who looked tired and injured. Beast Skin, who was ranked 6th, didn't manage to counterattack Liu Zhentian, who was ranked 3rd. When the latter saw Chen, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Gustin be the one to come out? Why are you here? Liu Zhentian could not help but ask. Why can't it be me? Chen smiled coldly. Without further ado, he took out the dragon god bow and narked an arrow. The essence chi in all directions surged, and the dragon god arrow devoured this energy in a frenzy. A black dragon appeared. Damn it! The power of this arrow was not to be underestimated. Liu Zhentian knew that he would not be able to block it with his current strength. He cursed inwardly and began to stimulate his potential a second time. Although this would affect his future path, it was better than dying here. Previously, when he killed the beast skin, his potential had been stimulated once. This was the second time. Buzz. Chen released the bowstring, and the dragon god arrow flew straight towards Liu Zhentian. Liu Zhentian, who had returned to his peak condition, flashed continuously as he tried to shake off the dragon god's arrow. Logically speaking, such a situation was impossible. As long as there was no external force blocking it, the dragon god arrow would hit wherever it was directed. This was because the dragon god arrow locked onto one's aura and vitality, not just a position. However, in Chen's perception, Liu Zhentian's figure flashed as if he had disappeared from this world. Phut! The dragon god arrow finally hit Liu Zhentian, but it was not between his eyebrows, but his shoulder. The dragon god arrow pierced through, but it only left a little superficial wound. The destructive power did not play its role at all. This was not only because of Liu Zhentian's strength, but also because he had just shown a way to avoid the dragon god arrow. Swoosh! After the arrow, Liu Zhentian was a little stunned and did not go forward to attack Chen. Chen took the opportunity to shoot another arrow. However, this time, a scene that surprised him even more appeared. The moment the dragon god arrow hit Liu Zhentian completely got rid of the aura lock and disappeared into thin air, avoiding the attack. After that, Liu Zhentian's figure reappeared in the same place. He looked at Chen with a sneer. Chen put away the dragon god bow, knowing that this weapon was no longer useful. It was not that the dragon god bow was not strong, but that Liu Zhentian's means happened to be able to restrain it. After putting away the dragon god bow, Chen's expression became very solemn. Then, he took out the dragon-shaped spear and rushed toward Liu Zhentian without saying a word. Buzz. The energy around Liu Zhentian trembled. He took out a long blue saber and charged toward Chen. Chen, holding the spear, turned into a black dragon, mighty and ferocious, with a violent aura. A storm blew over the entire dragon boat out of thin air, and a violent aura surged. Liu Zhentian's expression became much more solemn. The long blue saber in his hand shook, and his whole body shook, turning into a blue cheetah. The moment the cheetah appeared, the temperature of the entire deck dropped sharply, and blue frost appeared on the surface of the deck. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded, spreading through the 9 heavens. Roar! The frosty blue leopard roared toward the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. The black dragon rushed toward the blue leopard and grabbed it. In the center of the black dragon, Chen pointed his spear, attacking sharply and quickly. Swoosh! The frosty blue leopard's huge body nimbly dodged to the side, directly avoiding the attack. At the same time, it attacked Chen from the side. Of course, Liu Zhentian, who was in the middle of the blue leopard, slashed at Chen with his saber. Chen shook the spear in his hand and turned it in an instant, drawing a perfect circle. In the circle, the power of space circulated, neutralizing the attack. Outside, the black dragon swung its tail, colliding head-on with the frosty blue leopard. Boom! Boom! The two behemoths continued to attack. Wounds appeared on the behemoths' bodies one after another. In the black dragon, Zichen's expression became more and more solemn. This was the strongest opponent Zichen had encountered, so he had to be very careful. In the confrontation, the frosty blue leopard relied on its agile body to constantly counterattack Zichen, and the wounds on his body gradually increased. Bang! In the end, the frosty blue leopard hit the black dragon's head, directly sending it flying. In the process of flying, the black dragon disappeared, and Zichen's figure appeared. He held the dragon-shaped spear tightly in his hand, but there were wounds on his body. These wounds were deep and shallow, and the deepest of them was so deep that his bones could be seen. Liu Zhentian, who was in front, was also in a difficult situation, but much better than Zichen. Although Zichen was able to kill Gustin, he was unable to do anything to Liu Zhentian. Furthermore, Zichen was clearly at a disadvantage. He finally felt the real gap between the 3rd and the 10th on the king ranking. Do you have any other means? If not, I'll send you on your way. Liu Zhentian shook the saber in his hand and said coldly to Zichen. Zichen said, "The energy consumption is too great. If I don't use it now, I will suffer a backlash." Hearing Zichen's irrelevant answer, Liu Zhentian was confused. At that moment, Zichen's body began to glow, but this time, it was no longer golden, but silver. This was another kind of energy, obviously different from before. Feeling the second kind of energy, Liu Zhentian was surprised. You have another kind of energy in your body." Zichen did not respond. Silver light flashed on the surface of his body, and then golden light began to appear. At the same time, the light of gold and silver began to flow slowly, forming a perfect cycle. Liu Zhentian, who had been very calm before, could not remain calm now. He was very surprised. Looking at Zichen in disbelief, he said, "How is this possible? You can control two different kinds of energy at the same time." Although the gold and silver energy were both the power of thunder, the aura in them was completely different. Liu Zhentian could feel that. Zichen replied indifferently, "Nothing is impossible. Two kinds of extreme energy can coexist." Having two kinds of extreme energy was Zichen's biggest trump card. He rarely used it. After displaying the two kinds of energy, Zichen fully released it. Because he had been deliberately suppressing it, he was always distracted. Zichen, who was in his strongest state, had an even more powerful aura surging around him. His face was filled with unprecedented confidence. "I'm invincible among those of the same level." This was not just empty words. With perfect essence, energy, and spirit, coupled with the two kinds of coexisting energy that he had never had before, and with Zichen's rule-breaking power that he could barely exert, Zichen had the confidence to be invincible. Swoosh! He rushed forward, thrusting the dragon's spear in his hand. There was an ear-piercing sound in the air. This attack contained a power that could not be underestimated. Clang! Liu Zhentian's pupils shrank. He slashed down with his blade, and a spatial crack appeared. The two weapons collided, and there was a loud explosion. A powerful force emerged. Taking 2 steps back, Zichen went forward again with his spear. This time, the two kinds of extreme energy emerged on the black spear. These two kinds of energy formed a perfect coexistence and operation. It was the same move, but it was several times more powerful than before. The previous attack mainly relied on the dragon spear itself, but this time, Zichen's energy was the main force, and the weapon was the auxiliary force. Clang! Liu Zhentian used the same method to block, but he was sent flying by the attack. There was a look of horror on his face. "Die!" he shouted. His body rotated, and he turned into a blue frost leopard again. This time, the blue leopard was many times more powerful than before, whether in terms of size or aura. Swoosh! A cold light flashed in the blue leopard's eyes. It rushed toward Zichen. Hum! The two kinds of energy on the surface of Zichen's body trembled, forming a defense. But under the powerful force, Zichen was sent flying. In the process of flying, Zichen shook his body and turned into a dragon again. But this time, it was no longer a black dragon, but a gold and silver thunder dragon with 2 colors. The dragon's eyes stared coldly at the blue frost leopard. Roar! The spear moved, and the dragon roared. The gold and silver thunder dragon rushed toward Liu Zhentian. The dragon claws stretched forward. Energy burst out, and the space was forcibly torn apart. Bang! The dragon claws hit the blue frost leopard. The latter's body trembled slightly, and it was directly sent flying. Liu Zhentian's figure appeared. But he also took the opportunity to leave a long scar on the gold and silver thunder dragon's body. At the same time, two figures appeared somewhere on the dragon boat. The two looked the same. They were a pair of twin brothers. Chapter 1748. This was the dragon boat, and everything was under the surveillance of that voice. No one should be outside the surveillance. However, the twins had broken the rules of this place and avoided the perception of that voice. The two of them moved forward in the dragon boat, one in front and one behind. The auras around them were completely opposite. One was blazing like fire, while the other was cold like ice. The places where the two of them stepped were all nodes connected to the space. The nodes belonged outside the space, and every step they took could accurately step on the space node. This was the real reason why the two of them avoided the perception of that voice. While moving forward in the space node, they saw a battle of attrition taking place in the space. They looked down at the space, indifferently watching everything happening in the dragon boat, and saw a cruel scene. Liu Zhentian, who was fighting with Zi Chen, would be shocked if he saw the two of them. Because the two of them were recognized as the strongest on the king list, the first ranked Yuan Jiao and the second ranked Yuan Hua. Zi Chen, who had shown his trump card, had the confidence of being invincible. With just one strong blow, the frost blue leopard was shattered. Liu Zhentian showed his true form and kept retreating. His expression became very serious. The current Zi Chen made him feel a great threat. He held the saber in his right hand and the long saber in his left. The energy around him began to surge wildly. The energy was injected into the saber, which released a dazzling light. Demon slashing cut. As the cold shout fell, a bright saber light like a waterfall shot out from the tip of the saber. On the dragon boat, the saber light was 100 meters long, carrying a terrible power, and slashed toward Zi Chen. Among the gold and silver thunder dragons, Zi Chen raised his head and pointed the long spear in his hand. A wave of energy shook. Outside, the gold and silver thunder dragons raised their heads following Zi Chen's movement and slapped out their dragon claws shining with two kinds of energy. The void shook violently, and the space twisted wildly, forming a destructive force. Whoosh! The saber light with the unparalleled saber intent fell, cutting through the destructive force and slashing toward the dragon claws with a sonorous sound. The saber light collapsed with a bang, and so did the energy dragon claws. Zi Chen had the confidence to be invincible among those of the same level, but Liu Zhentian, who ranked third on the king rank, was not to be underestimated either. Saber light flashed and a powerful energy was released. Another saber light shot towards Zi Chen. Swish! Swish! Zi Chen continued to attack with his spear, and a dragon's roar resounded through the air. The golden and silver lightning dragons erupted with a terrifying aura, neutralizing one ray of light after another. In the end, the golden and silver lightning dragons dissipated, and Zi Chen retreated. More wounds were added to his body. Liu Zhentian was sent flying. Compared to before, he was in a much worse state. There were several bloody holes on his body, and there was even a wound that was completely pierced through by the dragon spear. His hair was disheveled and his expression was ferocious. His red eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. He suddenly roared like a wild beast. With a tap of his foot, he charged towards Zi Chen. In an instant, he once again transformed into a leopard shadow. However, it was no longer a blue leopard, but a black leopard that emitted a cold aura. Hum! Zi Chen drew his bow and knocked an arrow. The yin and yang thunder force in his body continued to be transferred to the dragon god arrow. The originally pitch-black dragon shadow gradually turned into a gold and silver color. This was a mini thunder dragon with dual energy. Its eyes were emitting gold and silver respectively. Zi Chen released the arrow. The bowstring vibrated as the dragon god arrow was released. The black leopard's figure kept changing, trying to get rid of the dragon god arrow. Puff! The dragon god arrow pierced through the black leopard's body. Zi Chen attacked with all his strength. Liu Zhentian could no longer dodge easily. That arrow had seriously injured Liu Zhentian, and he could no longer maintain his leopard form. Zi Chen flashed up, and the light of thunder flashed around his body. The 9 golden Xing Chen stars appeared on the surface of his body and quickly connected together. After that, Zi Chen began to exert his strength. He punched at Liu Zhentian. The latter roared and raised his long saber to slash at Zi Chen. Liu Zhentian's weapon was definitely extraordinary. Even with the Thunder King physique, Zi Chen would definitely lose an arm or a leg. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he teleported to the side. When he dodged Liu Zhentian's attack, he loosened his fist and pointed at Liu Zhentian's temple. The momentum of the saber had not dissipated. Facing another attack from Zi Chen, Liu Zhentian could only raise his palm to block. Puff! But in an instant, Zi Chen's fingerprint broke through his defense and pierced his finger. Liu Zhentian felt the pain. The long saber in his hand trembled as he slashed horizontally. After that attack, Zi Chen's figure disappeared, just in time to avoid the saber. He appeared on the other side and struck at Liu Zhentian with his palm. Light flashed and energy fluctuated. Zi Chen was like a shadow, constantly appearing around Liu Zhentian. Liu Zhentian's powerful attack lost its original effect against the light. The wounds on his body were increasing, and his injuries were getting worse. However, Zi Chen was entangled like this, and he would occasionally be hit by 1 or 2 attacks. Not bad. You look very strong. This is how a battle should be. It's either you die or I die. I only want the strongest, and the strongest should have that kind of temperament of who else but me, that kind of temperament where I am supreme. These voices all came from the same place. It was the center of the dragon boat, where the direction of the dragon boat could be controlled. At this moment, in the center of the dragon boat, below a light screen, sat a puppet that was emitting light. Yes, it was a puppet. Its whole body was emitting green light, and it was less than 1 meter tall. The puppet looked at the battle between Zi Chen and Liu Zhentian on the light screen. It kept clapping its small hands and gave comments. The comments spread through the array and were transmitted to every corner of the dragon boat. Looking at the battle, the puppet was so excited that it completely ignored the surroundings. It was said to ignore, but in fact, it never cared because this mode had been maintained for a long time, and there had never been any mistakes during this period. The invaders who boarded the dragon boat again and again were aroused by the same words. One by one, for the so-called realm master, the so-called ruler, they killed everyone around them, and in the end, there was only one person. As for the fate of that person, it should be very clear by looking at the dragon boat every time it went back and forth. The puppet never thought that on this dragon boat, there would be someone who deliberately hid their figure and avoided its perception. Or rather, there were people who still maintained vigilance after boarding the dragon boat. It was very careless, so of course, it didn't notice that there were already 2 people standing behind it. These 2 people, like it, were staring at the screen in front of them. They were staring at the screen, at the 2 people who were about to die. On the screen, there was a burst of dazzling light, and then 2 figures flew out. After Zi Chen fell, he quickly stood up, but after Liu Zhentian fell, he struggled a few times but couldn't stand up. Both of them were covered with wounds, and there were several fatal injuries. They were almost at the end of their rope, but Zi Chen's condition seemed to be much better. You lost. He looked at Liu Zhentian who was lying on the ground and said indifferently. Liu Zhentian wanted to say something, but as soon as his mouth moved, he couldn't help coughing up blood. He stared at Zi Chen with obvious unwillingness in his eyes. Very good, you have decided the victor. Immediately decide the life and death. The living powerhouse. Hey, what are you doing? The voice that represented death sounded again, but it turned into an accident in the end. At this moment, the puppet sitting on the central platform had been picked up by Yuan Hua, and the 2 left the center of the dragon boat. Just when Zi Chen and Liu Zhentian didn't understand what was going on, 2 light shadows suddenly appeared on the dragon boat, and then turned into 2 figures. One of them was holding the puppet in his hand. The puppet shouted, "What are you doing? Do you know what you are doing? You are disrespecting the great dragon boat master." I declare that you are not qualified to become the realm lord. The puppet was held by the neck, and its body was constantly struggling, but it was unwilling to be outdone and shouted loudly. Hearing the familiar voice of death and looking at the struggling puppet, Zichen and Liu Zhentian were dumbfounded. Yuan Hua threw the puppet on the dragon boat and said mockingly, "A mere puppet dares to call itself the dragon boat master." Only then did Liu Zhentian notice the two brothers. His expression changed greatly, and he cried out, "Yuan Jiao, Yuan Hua, why are you on the boat?" Yuan Jiao, who was emitting a cold aura, glanced at Liu Zhentian and said, "Why can't we be on the boat and see what you are doing?" Listening to the puppet's words, "You killed all your companions. Impudent, don't be rude." The puppet shouted, "I am the dragon boat master. If you continue to be disrespectful to me, the dragon boat will not move forward, and all of you will die of old age on the dragon boat. Now, I will give you a chance to kill everyone. I only want the strongest, and that strongest will be qualified to sit on my dragon boat and enter the depths of the world to become the realm lord and ruler." The puppet's attitude was still unyielding, but at this moment, it was like a clown in the eyes of everyone. Zichen glanced at the puppet and naturally saw that it was just a spiritual object without any cultivation base. He sighed and said, as expected, "We made the wrong choice from the start. Brat, what do you know? The path of the strong has always been lonely, and the standard for the dragon boat to enter the depths of the world can only be one person." Zichen shook his head, no longer listening to the puppet's nonsense. "This standard was set by you, right? You must have been watching us kill each other. You must have seen it many times." The puppet said, "Of course. Because only one expert can enter the depths of the world each time, many people will die each time." Seeing Zichen's disappointed, dejected, and even sorrowful appearance, Liu Zhentian couldn't help but laugh. "Zichen, do you think you are the final winner? Haha, no, you are not the winner, and neither am I. The final winner will be either Yuan Jiao or Yuan Hua. How about it? You killed your companions but didn't get anything. Do you regret it?" Seeing Liu Zhentian's crazy appearance, Zichen had a rare look of pity in his eyes. He said indifferently, "Even now, you still believe this guy's words. You don't naively think that only the strongest is qualified to enter the depths of the world. What do you mean?" Liu Zhentian was puzzled. He looked at Zichen and then at the puppet that was still clamoring. He was very confused. Chapter 1749. Everyone was baffled by Zichen's words. Even Yuan Hua and Yuan Jiao, who had witnessed everything, looked at Zichen in astonishment. "I thought the battle was over. Who would have thought that there would be another unforeseen event? This little thing is the one who ordered us to kill each other. It's this little thing that caused everyone's death." An indifferent voice sounded from not far away. A person appeared there. This person was very tall and sturdy. It was Man Sure, the first person Zichen killed. However, he was still alive. His eyes were fixed on the wooden puppet, his face filled with coldness. There were more than 2,000 experts who came here. They didn't encounter any danger, but because of this voice, they started killing each other. 99% of them died. The voice that represented death had become a nightmare in everyone's hearts. But who would have thought that the owner of the voice was actually a wooden puppet without any cultivation base? At this moment, the wooden puppet also saw Man Sure. Its small eyes immediately widened as if it had seen a ghost. It said in disbelief, "It's you. Didn't you die?" Yuan Hua and Yuan Jiao had witnessed Zichen's sneak attack and Man Shure's miserable death. Zichen's hesitation at the beginning and his final ruthlessness and decisiveness at the end had left a deep impression on them. But Man Sure, who should have died, actually appeared again. Moreover, from the looks of it, Zichen was very clear about it. The first person to appear, Man Sure, wasn't the last. Following closely behind Man Sure was Wu Xie, the guy who didn't even have a complete corpse left. You're also alive." Marionette's eyes widened as he lost his composure and shouted loudly, "We're all alive." Wu Xie stared at the wooden puppet, a cold smile on his face. He didn't restrain his killing intent at all. Sure enough, Shen Tiandao walked out, Fortune Telling walked out, Shongguan Hong walked out, Dongqing walked out, and finally Jin Qingcheng walked out. The 7 people from before were all alive, and had all come out. Moreover, they had all broken through their cultivation levels, and were all existences in the late stage of the 9th heaven. At this moment, the 7 of them were all staring at the wooden puppet. Their expressions were as if they wanted to swallow it whole. It was this little thing that had caused the death of Dark Mantle, Hidden Mist, and everyone else. Isn't it true that only one can live in each region? What's going on here? Liu Zhentian had just gathered some strength to stand up, but because he saw this scene, his mind was greatly affected, and he fell down again. How can this be? How are all of you still alive? I clearly saw all of you die. All of you died. The puppet was also very confused. On the other hand, Yuan Hua and Yuan Jiao seemed to have understood something. When they looked at Zi Chen again, their impression of Zi Chen had changed. Yuan Hua was wearing a flaming battle armor, and his aura was abnormally violent. He looked at Zi Chen and said, "Admirable." To be able to make the number 1 on the king's ranking speak words of admiration, it was clear that he admired Zi Chen's approach. Yuan Jiao, who had always been at odds with Yuan Hua, also nodded his head to express his admiration for Zi Chen. Clearly, this was all a show. As for why he could fool the puppet, it was clear from the puppet's appearance. Zi Chen said, "At first, I wasn't sure. I only had a vague guess. Now, I finally understand. Unfortunately, many people don't understand this problem. Everyone's choice from the beginning was wrong. If no one had taken action at the beginning, then everyone would have lived." Yuan Hua smiled coldly and said, "So what if they understand? How many people will believe it?" Zi Chen was silent. People were selfish. In order to survive, they would not hesitate to kill everyone around them. Even if he told them that all of this was fake, and that as long as they worked together, they could enter the depths of the world, how many people would believe him? Zi Chen had said this to Kang Chen, but in the end, Kang Chen had called out all those who trusted him and killed them. He had also said this to Sydney, but it was useless. "I didn't expect you to be so cunning, but this is just a little trick. It's useless. If you want to enter the depths of the world with the dragon boat, only one person can live. There are too many of you now, and I can watch you kill each other." The puppet sneered, looking very calm. But at the next moment, a big foot pressed down and stepped on the puppet's face. It was Man Sha. After stepping on the puppet, he exerted his strength and kept trampling on it, shouting, "Shut up, you broken puppet. Don't you think you haven't killed enough people?" Being stepped on by Man Sha, the puppet couldn't say a word and could only make whimpering sounds. Energy surged under Man Sha's feet. He had used a lot of strength, but it didn't cause any damage to the puppet. Yuan Hua glanced at Man Sha and said, "Don't waste your strength. It's made of sovereign green soul wood. You can't break it at all." Sovereign green soul wood? What is that? It's the main material for refining sovereign weapons. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The main material for refining sovereign weapons was actually used to refine a useless puppet. What a waste. After Man Sha stomped on the puppet a few more times, he unwillingly kicked it away. Now that the puppet was out, all the problems seemed to have been solved, but it also didn't seem to have been solved. They had to learn more from the puppet. But before that, there was something more important to do. Zi Chen looked at Yuan Hua and Yuan Jiao and said, "Are we still going to fight?" The two of them were definitely the true pinnacle experts. Even the current Zi Chen was very wary of the two of them. As for Man Sha and the others, although they had already broken through, they were not confident that they could defeat the two of them in a one-on-one battle. The atmosphere, which was still very relaxed just a moment ago, became solemn in the next moment. Including Zi Chen, the 8 of them faintly formed an encirclement to prevent any sudden changes. Yuan Hua, who saw their actions, didn't show any extreme expression. He only said indifferently, "Originally, we had to fight, but now, there's no need." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, the one who felt the most fortunate was Liu Zhentian. It was equivalent to him escaping with his life. "So," he said, since, before he could finish his words, a cold light flashed across Liu Zhentian's neck, and his head left his body. Yuan Hua and Yuan Jiao only glanced at Zi Chen and didn't pay any more attention. Zi Chen withdrew his spear and didn't explain why he killed Liu Zhentian. The others also didn't ask. Next, they all looked at the puppet in the distance. Since it was equivalent to an sovereign-level material, the puppet wasn't afraid of them. It said, "I'm telling the truth. Only the last expert can enter the depths of the world and obtain the opportunity. Mother **K, you're full of nonsense." Man Sha was furious. He rushed up and stomped on the puppet again. "Damn it, I'm the master of the dragon boat. Since you're treating me like this, don't enter the depths of the world. Wait here for death. Either wait for death or fight. Only the last person is qualified to enter the depths of the world." Facing Man Sha's stomping, the puppet didn't feel any pain. Instead, it kept shouting. "Even if you control me, you can't control the dragon boat. You can't go forward or return. You can only wait here for death. Unless you have the courage to jump into the spatial turbulence and be completely lost. In short, if you don't listen to me, only death will await you." The puppet chattered, not reacting to Man Sha's stomping. "It's useless. It's the main material for refining sovereign-level weapons. Your attacks can't even tickle it," Yuan Hua said. "Even if it's useless, it's still good to humiliate it." As he spoke, Man Sha stomped on the puppet again. Moreover, he used his foot to stomp on the puppet's mouth, making it unable to speak. "Let me." Zi Chen waited for a long time. When Man Sha had vented enough, he spoke. Seeing the puppet, everyone, including Zi Chen, couldn't accept what had happened. "Bah!" Man Sha spat a mouthful of phlegm on the puppet's face and turned to leave. The puppet trembled with anger. It had suffered a great humiliation today. It glanced at Zi Chen and said, "Cunning boy, if you want to get information from me, I'll tell you that it's impossible." It was an sovereign-level material and could be said to be invulnerable. Of course, it wasn't afraid of Zi Chen and the others. "Are you so stubborn?" Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Come and see what I'm holding." "What is it?" "Ah, it's the Earthfire." The puppet, who didn't care at first, suddenly let out a strange cry. A ball of flame appeared in Zi Chen's hand. This was no ordinary flame. It was a flame that could melt sovereign-level materials. Sensing the threat of the flame, the puppet's eyes were immediately filled with fear. Yuan Hua and Yuan Jiao also looked at Zi Chen with surprise. They didn't expect him to have such a flame. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Zi Chen said, "I'll ask and you answer. It's best if you tell me the truth. If I hear any bad news and my hand trembles, this flame will go out of control." As he spoke, Zi Chen's hand trembled and the flame began to jump. The puppet's body clearly shrank back. "The rules from before should have been set by you, right?" The puppet's expression changed. Seeing Zi Chen's hand tremble again and the flame jump, it immediately said, "Yes, it was me." "Very good. Then the second question is, if we had chosen not to fight at the beginning, what would have happened?" The puppet hesitated again, but this time, Zi Chen directly sent the flame forward. It cried out in fear and said, "I can only stop the dragon boat for a short time. It won't be for long. If we didn't fight at the beginning and instead waited, once the time was up, the dragon boat would naturally move forward." When everyone heard these words, they all revealed bitter expressions. It was such a simple principle, but no one understood it. They just needed to wait a little. But no one thought so. No one cared about those who were about to die. Everyone was thinking about themselves. As long as they were alive, it was fine. In the end, they had made mistakes time and time again, leading to today's situation. To put it bluntly, this was a joke. Or it could be said that the puppet was playing a joke on everyone. Chapter 1750. With the threat of the purple imperial blazing fire, the puppet spilled the beans, spilling out everything. This was all a scam, or perhaps a joke, but everyone took it seriously. Its origins were also very simple. It was said that from the moment it awakened, it was responsible for attracting experts. And every expert it attracted would meet the same end. In all these years, there had never been an accident. As for why they couldn't contact the dragon soul, that was also because the laws of this world were suppressing it. Nothing happened to the dragon soul, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. After knowing everything, Zichen no longer paid any attention to the wooden puppet. Man Shi and the others stepped forward and continued to ravage it. Zichen looked at Yuan Hua and Yuan Jiao and said, "The matter is already very clear. There is no need to fight. We can enter the depths of this world." Yuan Hua looked at Zichen and said, "Perhaps for us, entering the depths is not the best choice." Zichen's face flashed with surprise. "What do you mean? If they didn't enter the depths, what were they thinking? Entering the depths might not be able to help us." "Zichen, I would like to ask you a question." There was a hint of anticipation in the eyes of the two brothers. "What question?" "How do the two extreme energies in your body coexist and circulate in a perfect cycle?" After asking this question, the two brothers became very nervous. This question made Zichen frown, finding it difficult to answer. The two brothers believed that this was Zichen's most important secret, so Yuan Hua said, "We can pay a price. Just tell us what you need, as long as we can do it." Zichen froze for a moment, knowing that the two had misunderstood. He chuckled and said, "You've misunderstood. In truth, I don't know where to start." At the time, Zichen told them everything he knew, hiding nothing. Then, his expression became gloomy. That matter had been extremely dangerous, and Elder Mo had also died. The two brothers, who were filled with confidence, fell into deep thought after hearing this. With their sharp senses, they naturally knew that Zichen was not lying. That matter had indeed been extremely dangerous. Perhaps the only thing that can make a miracle happen is pressure. After a long silence, Yuan Hua said, "Pressure." Zichen was puzzled. "That's right. The pressure in the space turbulence might be able to help us take a step forward. Zichen, thank you for your information. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Then, under Zichen's dumbfounded gaze, the two brothers jumped into the turbulent space. Man Shi and the others were also stunned by this scene. Entering the spatial turbulence was equivalent to suicide. The two brothers didn't look like brainless people who would commit suicide. Everyone couldn't figure it out, but Zichen could vaguely guess the reason. He admired the two of them very much. At this point, there were only 8 people, including Zichen, and a disobedient little puppet, on the dragon boat. Everyone had already left the second floor and returned to the first floor. There was no one here. From what the puppet said, Zichen knew that everyone was dead. Even the number 1 was dead. "What did you just say?" "There was a person with a dragon-shaped weapon." Man Shi asked. "Yes." The puppet nodded, appearing very obedient. "Since he's dead, what about the weapon?" "Weapon?" The puppet was taken aback as its expression changed. Man Shi stretched out his hand and said, "Cut the crap. Take out the dragon-shaped weapons. At least 2 of them. Don't tell me you don't have any. After doing business for so many years, you should have a lot of private stashes." There were a total of 8 dragon-shaped weapons. Zichen alone had 3 of them. Dongqing and Shangguan Hong didn't have any. Although extremely unwilling, the puppet had no choice but to take out 2 dragon-shaped weapons in the face of Man Shi's threat. From the moment he obtained the dragon source, Zichen knew that the owner of the voice clearly didn't have enough intelligence. After seeing the puppet, Zichen was even more certain of his guess. And apart from Zichen, although he didn't dare to say that everyone in the group was cunning, it wasn't a problem for them to scheme against the puppet. Wu Xie half squatted on the ground and hugged the puppet's shoulder. "I say, tattered puppet, you're really good. You can easily get 2 dragon-shaped weapons. You're really amazing." "Of course. It's just 2 dragon-shaped weapons. I can get them with a wave of my hand." The puppet had a smug look on its face. "Then do you know their origins? Speaking of which, we only found 1 dragon-shaped weapon, but it was a narrow escape. It took us a lot of effort," Wu Xie said again. "I'm not sure. It seems to be related to the dragon race. Although these weapons are only king armaments now, don't underestimate them. If it wasn't for the loss of the realm source energy, they would have become emperor armaments long ago. You can be considered lucky to be able to get one." Wu Xie sighed and said, "Isn't that so? We risked our lives to get one, but it's not suitable for us to use at all. I really don't know what use these things have. They don't match at all. Moreover, there are too few of them. There's no choice at all. Sigh, you should have more, right? Of course. Let me tell you, not to mention a few, even if there were dozens, I wouldn't. The puppet wasn't really stupid. He suddenly reacted and said with a bitter expression, I wouldn't be able to take them out. Wu Xie said with a pleasant expression, you've been in this business for so many years. Who would believe you if you said you don't have any? Come, take them out and let us see. The puppet's head shook like a rattledrum, firmly indicating that it didn't have any. Wu Xie turned around and lazily shouted, Man sure, I can't do it. This broken puppet is very uncooperative. Wait a moment, one earthen flame is too little. I'll think of a way to get some from Zi Chen. Man She's voice came from behind. Hearing the earthen flame, the puppet was frightened and quickly shook its head. No, please don't. I can show you, but you can't take it away. While speaking, the puppet raised its hand and waved forward. No energy appeared, but this move moved space. A new space appeared, and dragon-shaped weapons appeared one after another. At a glance, there were no less than 20 of them. Wu Xie could feel the powerful aura across space. When he saw this scene, he was completely stunned. Apart from Zi Chen, who was still cultivating, the others came over when they heard the commotion. They looked ahead in disbelief. Seeing everyone's expressions, the puppet was very pleased. It said proudly, these are all my gains in recent years. They are all very good. Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to use them, and neither do you. However, if you take a fancy to any of them and want to exchange them, I can barely agree. I want that spear. Shuntian pointed at a pitch-black dragon-shaped spear and said. Man She pointed at a spiked club and said, I want this big guy. It's very convenient to use. After everyone exchanged weapons, Man She said unhappily, why are they all weapons? Didn't you get some dragon origins last time? Why can't you get any now? The others turned around and glanced at the puppet. The contempt and disdain in their expressions were very well expressed. Being looked down upon by these people, the puppet was furious and shouted, a mere dragon origin is nothing. I have better things here. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. The puppet waved its hand again, and the dragon-shaped weapons disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by strange-looking battle armors. The battle armors were strange, but each of them had a dragon on them. This is a dragon-shaped battle armor. Everyone was stunned again. The power of the dragon-shaped weapons was obvious to everyone. Now, they saw the dragon-shaped battle armor. Once they wore it, they would be almost invincible among those of the same level. They might not be able to kill the enemy, but wearing the dragon-shaped battle armor would at least guarantee that they would not die. Quick, give me one each. Man She was very excited. He had the mountain spirit tyrant body. When fully displayed, his body was comparable to a mountain. If he had this battle armor, he would be a human-shaped battle machine. He would not be afraid of anyone when he swung his spiked club. The others' eyes were burning with passion. After the previous battle, their defensive battle armors were all shattered. They urgently needed a stronger one. No, you can just look at these things. You can't use them. The puppet shook its head, its expression unprecedentedly decisive. Look at what this is. A ball of flame appeared in Man She's hand. Seeing the flame, the puppet was very afraid. However, this time, it did not retreat. Instead, it said directly, I have permission to some things, but I don't. Even if you kill me, I won't give these things to you. Man She pushed the flame forward and said indifferently, then I'll kill you. Feeling the blazing heat, the puppet retreated in fear, saying that it was impossible. Man She pressed forward step by step. The flame in front of him that was sealed by the power of space kept jumping, wanting to land on the puppet. The puppet kept retreating in fear. When it begged for mercy, it still refused. The others looked at all this expressionlessly. This puppet was too cunning. They could not be deceived by appearances. Man She was really angry and shouted, if you don't have permission, then what's the use of having you? Go to hell. As he spoke, he threw the flame out. Seeing the flame flying towards it, the puppet was terrified. It screamed, "I don't have permission, unless I kill the space behemoth to exchange for it." The flame stopped in front of the puppet. The puppet opened its eyes in fear. It could still feel the blazing heat from the bottom of its heart. "What is the space behemoth?" Mancha grabbed the flame and said coldly. "It's a kind of monster that lives in the turbulent space. We will encounter it soon. After killing it, we can exchange for a defensive battle armor with contribution points. This is the permission of the Dragon Boat Warriors. It's also open to you now," the puppet said in one breath. Mancha grabbed it by the neck and said, "You damned guy, didn't you say that the road ahead would be smooth?" Feeling the murderous gazes of the others, the puppet shrank its neck and said, Did I say that? Then. I forgot. This fellow isn't telling the truth, and I'm afraid that the spatial behemoth isn't just a threat. We need to call Zichen over and ask him clearly. Otherwise, we'll be killed by this piece of trash sooner or later, Wuxia said in a low voice. Yes, let's go find Zichen. Everyone had broken through to the late 9th layer, but Zichen had not. He had only broken through in his physical body. Now, he was refining the remaining dragon origin and trying to break through to the late 9th layer. Just as everyone walked towards Zichen, they suddenly felt the essence energy on the dragon boat begin to surge. Waves of energy surged and then gathered in a place. The place where the essence energy gathered was where Zichen cultivated. It was obvious that Zichen had broken through. Chapter 1751. With the help of the dragon origin, Zichen quickly broke through. At this point, he had reached the late 9th level, and his ranking on the king list had reached 3rd place. In fact, he already had a chance to reach the 1st or 2nd place on the king list. After everyone came forward to congratulate him, they told him what they had just found out. Space behemoth. Zichen frowned slightly, and a touch of anger flashed in his eyes. He looked at the puppet in front of him, who was being carried by Mancha, and said indifferently, "It seems that you won't tell me the truth unless I show you something real." The puppet trembled and immediately begged, "I'll tell you. I'm telling you the truth. As for the space behemoth, I was too nervous and forgot to tell you." Forgot to tell you. Zichen smiled coldly and stopped listening to the puppet's explanation. He took out the cauldron out of thin air and shot out a beam of light. The light wrapped around the puppet like a chain, and in the midst of the puppet's hysterical screams, it was sucked into the cauldron. Underground fire, all of it. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Zichen, let me out. I'll tell you everything. In the cauldron, there was a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Zichen ignored it and asked Mancha and the others what they had learned. When Zichen heard about the defensive armors, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The defensive armor that was comparable to a dragon-shaped weapon was obviously a good thing. They knew nothing about the rest of the journey, and the armor was indeed a good defensive weapon. The puppet's screams lasted for an hour. As for the punishment of an hour, Zichen believed that the puppet would restrain itself. He didn't release the puppet, but said directly, "I'll ask, and you'll answer. Tell me all the questions you didn't answer. I'll tell you everything." The puppet was clearly frightened and immediately said, "The space behemoths are dangerous beasts we encountered on our way. They live in the turbulent space and have a deep understanding of space. Their combat power is very strong. I didn't lie to you before. Whether it's the armor or the weapons, they can't be used at will. The reason I took out 2 of them is because they are the only ones I have the authority to reward the Dragon Boat Warriors. As for the rest, you can exchange them by killing the space behemoths." Zichen keenly grasped the word and said, "Authority? Who gave you the authority? Are you still a force?" "It's the Dragon Warrior." Dragon Warrior. This was a new name. It's a new world created by the powerful individuals who survived the battle back then. In other words, it's the depths of the world. Actually, the original purpose of the dragon boat summoning was to summon the dragon warriors into the depths of the world. However, that world is no longer complete, and the destruction is very serious. The dragon warriors can't be summoned, and instead, it's you invaders who are always boarding the boat. The dragon boat originally went straight to the depths of the world, and the only danger encountered during this period was the astral beasts. But because you are invaders, only one person can go to the depths of the world each time. There are really depths of the world, and there are other dragon warriors and natives there. This news could be said to be incomparably shocking. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in dismay. It wasn't until the puppet's scream sounded again that everyone reacted. Zi Chen asked again, "Are there many dragon warriors? There should be realm masters among them, right? I don't know about this because I'm just a boatman and am not qualified to go to the depths. I only know that if we reach a certain place, someone will come to pick us up. Who are the people who will pick us up? How strong are they? I don't know either. I haven't gone to the depths for a long time." "What do you mean? Isn't there always one person who can go to the depths every time?" "That's because you're qualified, but it doesn't mean that you can live. You have to face many astral beasts along the way, and it's very difficult to deal with them alone. Moreover, even if you can reach the depths, once the dragon soul awakens and finds that there's no master on the boat, it will choose to self-destruct." "What will happen if the dragon soul self-destructs?" "The entire dragon boat will explode, and all the lives on the dragon boat will disappear. However, the dragon boat won't disappear. It won't be long before it can reform and continue to summon new powerhouses." Everyone gasped when they heard this. First, they had to kill each other, and then the only person had to face the astral beasts. Then, they had to face the self-destruction of the dragon soul. Who could reach the depths alive? Now, he was finally sure that all the powerhouses who had boarded the dragon boat earlier had died. No, it's lying to us again. If it hasn't entered the depths of the world for a long time, why does it have the authority and how can it let everyone exchange? Jin Qingcheng keenly discovered the loophole in the puppet's words. "I'm not lying. Those are all things I remember in my head. In the past, I didn't activate this mode, but this time, I activated the exchange mode for the dragon boat for you guys, and you guys are equivalent to dragon warriors." The puppet hurriedly explained, for fear that it would anger Zi Chen and be refined. Zi Chen released the puppet. His expression was very solemn. In his original guess, the depths of the world should be empty. Even if there were some dangers, they would be some living creatures. But now, a human force had appeared, which made him feel inexplicably uneasy. "Go play somewhere else." With a kick, Mansha sent the smoking puppet flying. The 8 of them sat together once again. The joy of breaking through had long since disappeared. The purpose of the dragon boat's appearance is to summon the aboriginals. They should not be aware of the changes in the battlefield of despair. Once we rashly go deep, I'm afraid we will encounter those aboriginals. In the battlefield of despair, the aboriginals and the invaders would always fight to the death. For example, Tombkeeper and the others were purely an exception. Shuntiandao smiled bitterly and said, "What I'm worried about now is whether there are groups of realm lords in that force." You guys also saw that the puppet was refined with emperor-level materials. To melt emperor-level materials is not something that can be done with ordinary means. Zi Chen was very clear about this. The pill cauldron could only be melted, but it could not be refined. Mansha turned his head to look at Fortune Teller and said, "I say, can't you divine? You can even divine the heavens. Why don't you divine it for us?" Fortune Teller rolled his eyes and said, "If I could divine it, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? From the moment we boarded the dragon boat, the heavenly secrets were blocked. Life and death are up to fate. It can't be divined." Pretending to be mysterious, Mansha curled his lips. He believed in Fortune Teller's combat methods. As for divining fate, forget about it. If there really are aboriginals in the depths, then we'll be in trouble. The one who spoke was Jin Qingcheng. The scar on her face was still there. The death of her companion was a great blow to her. She was still blaming herself. But, can the words of that little puppet really be trusted? Shong Guanhong questioned. "I say, little girl, you have to be responsible for your words. I'm not lying this time. This dragon boat is meant to summon dragon warriors. I've already opened up the authority of the dragon warriors for you. As for the result, it has nothing to do with me." Hearing Shong Guanhong's question, The puppet quickly jumped out to explain. It didn't want to continue being punished. The development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. This caused Zi Chen to be at a loss for what to do. At the same time, he thought of the two brothers who left. If they heard what the puppet said now, they would definitely not rashly enter the spatial turbulence. That damnable puppet was indeed a source of great harm. The puppet, who was standing at the side, suddenly changed its expression. Then, it hugged its head with both hands and lay on the ground, screaming, "Be careful, there's a spatial beast." This scream woke everyone up. Everyone took out their weapons and was in a state of alert. But when they looked around, there was nothing here. "You damned piece of trash." Mansha turned his head and was about to curse the puppet again, but he saw the latter lying on the deck, shivering. It looked very scared. "Get out of the way!" Zi Chen suddenly shouted. His figure flashed and rushed forward. At the same time, he directly transformed into a black dragon. A terrifying aura caused the void to distort, and waves of energy fluctuations spread out. Zi Chen flashed in front of everyone and transformed into a dragon with his spear. The next moment, the space where Zi Chen was standing was completely violent. Waves of spatial power, with layers of attacks, rushed toward Zi Chen, constantly strangling Zi Chen. A loud dragon roar resounded. A terrifying aura surged around the black dragon. Waves of destructive aura appeared one after another to resist this energy. "Retreat!" At the same time, Zi Chen shouted again. The giant dragon that he transformed into also retreated under the spatial strangulation. Everyone quickly retreated. Zi Chen also retreated. At the place where he just stood, a huge phantom immediately appeared. This phantom immediately revealed its true body. Its huge mouth opened, revealing a mouth full of teeth, and viciously bit forward. Puff! The dragon's head shattered. Zi Chen's true body appeared and retreated in a sorry state. In front of its chest, spatial power was constantly vibrating, still attacking Zi Chen. As if hit by a rotating weapon, Zi Chen's chest instantly became a bloody mess. Boom! The phantom revealed its true body and landed on the deck, causing the entire dragon boat to shake. It was a beast that looked like a big fish. Its whole body was emitting a colorful light. Within this light, there was a strange attraction. At a glance, it felt as if one was in a colorful space, and it was easy to get lost in it. Its eyes were like two bottomless abysses, gloomy and cold. This was the spatial beast. As soon as it appeared, Zi Chen was seriously injured. It knows the spatial strangulation technique. It's a very troublesome attack. If you can't withstand this attack, your body will be instantly shredded into pieces by the many overlapping spaces. Marionette, who lowered its head, kindly reminded him. If it was at the center of the dragon boat, it might have already clapped its hands because there were many forbidden spaces there. The spatial beast couldn't reach it at all. But it was different here. They were on the deck. Those spatial restrictions were too easy for the spatial beast that lived in space. Moreover, the spatial strangulation of the spatial beast was a great threat to it. It had to inform everyone, hoping that they could kill this spatial beast. How do we exchange? Chapter 1752. The giant astral beast was huge, and its body was shining with dazzling light. It was difficult to look at it directly. Its space strangulation method was very strong. Even Marionette couldn't withstand the continuous attacks. At this moment, he was very scared. But at this moment, Zi Chen didn't forget his previous contribution. This made Marionette very frightened and speechless. He lowered his head and said as loudly as possible, "This is automatically controlled by the dragon boat system. How many contribution points can be exchanged is also determined by the dragon boat system." Hum. As soon as Marionette's voice fell, the bowstring on the other side was already vibrating. Zi Chen released an arrow. The dragon god arrow, emitting a golden and silver light, tore through space and pierced through the giant astral beast's body. The powerful force forced the other party's body to retreat. The space power continued to surge, and the giant astral beast completely disappeared. Zi Chen immediately activated his yin-yang eye, but he couldn't see through the space here at all. It seemed that after the giant astral beast's arrival, The space here had become more condensed and complex. Zichen unfolded the heavenly thunder wings. The wound on his chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The remaining space power on the wound was being forcibly expelled. Everyone immediately lost their perception of the giant astral beast. The violent space power also disappeared into thin air. It seemed that the giant astral beast had escaped. As if worried that everyone would die, Marionette shouted, "The giant astral beast has already regarded you as prey. It won't escape until it kills you. It's there." Shundao pointed somewhere in front of him. Beside him, a trace of heavenly path power was flowing. Boom! Manshur, who had completed his transformation, took a step forward. The mace in his hand was surging with a terrifying aura. It directly shattered a piece of space, and the giant astral beast's figure appeared. The giant astral beast appeared, and at the same time, the space strangulation method appeared. Layers of ripples visible to the naked eye spread toward everyone. Whoosh! The big trees swayed, and the leaves made a sound. Ancient trees emitting green light appeared out of thin air, blocking the layers of space attacks. The space was forcibly folded, and the real ancient trees were instantly cut into pieces. Then, under the vibration of space, they turned into nothingness. Pu. Pu. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of ancient trees that Shangguan Hong had shot out disappeared. The delay was less than a second. However, this was enough for everyone to dodge while simultaneously launching sharp attacks. The powerful mace struck the space beast's head. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, and the space beast let out a mournful cry. Manshur was already at the 9th level late stage, and with the addition of the dragon-shaped weapon, his battle prowess was definitely at the peak of the domain realm. As long as one wasn't an emperor-level sector lord, they wouldn't be able to easily block Manshur's powerful attack. Not even Zichen. The giant space beast retreated in pain. However, this time, it failed to conceal itself. A golden light fell from the sky and landed on the giant space beast. The spatial beast disappeared, but the golden light on its body didn't disappear. In the sky, the Book of Destiny emitted a faint golden light. It was facing the golden light of the space beast, guiding everyone in the right direction. Pu. Obedient way of the heaven's spear, which was infused with the power of the heavens, immediately broke through space and pierced the giant star beast's body. Pu. Zichen's second arrow came and directly pierced the giant star beast's forehead. Rays of green light entered the giant star beast's body through the wound. Then, they absorbed life, took root, sprouted, and grew into a towering ancient tree. A green spiritual sense swept toward the giant star beast's forehead. A destructive light came from afar and shot into the giant star beast's eyes. Manshur's powerful attack came again and almost broke the giant star beast's head. In the end, Zichen transformed into a gold and silver lightning dragon. His body flashed with the power of thunder and lightning, and his spear pierced the giant star beast's head. From the outside, it looked like the dragon claw had torn the giant star beast apart. The surging energy dissipated and the battle ended. When Mu Tong raised his head and saw this scene, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The giant star beast, which was a threat to him, was killed just like that. This was too easy. Many times, the dragon boat would be destroyed after encountering the giant star beast because the giant star beast was too strong. However, in front of Zichen and the others, the giant star beast was so weak. The battle lasted for less than 10 breaths. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Zichen said, "Come and see how many armors you can exchange for." He was panting slightly. Although the battle was short, he had used all his strength. Such an attack was enough to defeat Gustin, who was ranked 10th on the king list. However, they had to work together to kill the giant star beast. In terms of combat strength, the giant star beast was definitely not weaker than Liu Zhentian, who was ranked 3rd on the king list. Even though the giant star beast was dead, its body was still shining. The light was dazzling like a diamond. Mu Tong quickly ran to the giant star beast and waved his hand. A space tunnel appeared and forcibly sucked the giant star beast into it. His little hand was trembling. Because his back was facing the others, no one saw his nervous, excited, and uneasy expression. "How many armors can you exchange for?" Man Sha asked bluntly. He did not have a good impression of Mu Tong. It was this guy who had indirectly caused the death of the Dark Mantle and the others. If it was not for the fact that they still needed him for the journey, he would not have minded instigating Zi Chen to refine him. Mu Tong's changing expression returned to normal in an instant. When he turned around, his face was full of regret. He shook his head and said, "What a pity. Under normal circumstances, this giant star beast can be exchanged for one armor. Unfortunately, the damage is too serious and the effect is greatly reduced. The system only gives half of the usual price." "What do you mean?" Man Sha stared at him. "In other words, one more giant star beast can be exchanged for one armor." Mu Tong spread his hands, expressing helplessness and pity. "2 for 1. What do you think it is? An imperial weapon?" Everyone's face was full of dissatisfaction. One had to know that this spatial behemoth was equivalent to a second Liu Zhentian, and it was at its peak. In a one-on-one fight, no one except Zi Chen could defeat it. Moreover, the giant star beast had the ability to appear and disappear mysteriously. However, killing such a giant star beast only allowed them to exchange for half of a defensive armor. This was undoubtedly a loss for everyone. If the spatial behemoth and the defensive battle armor were placed together, everyone would choose the spatial behemoth over the defensive battle armor. "Are you lying again?" Man Sha stared at Mu Tong with hostility. "I can't make the decision. What's the point of lying to you? Moreover, I gave you 2 dragon weapons earlier. The value of those things is not inferior to the defensive armor," Mu Tong immediately said. "What should we do?" Everyone subconsciously looked at Zi Chen. "We can only continue to kill," Zi Chen said indifferently. After the previous battle, everyone was much more cautious. At the same time, they realized that their understanding of space was insufficient. In fact, such a situation would not exist in the outside world at all. Because everyone had the domain world, they could perceive space on their own. Everyone's ultimate goal was to leave this place. The rules of space here were not very useful to them. However, the giant star beast was a threat. Everyone had to comprehend the rules of space here, even if it was just to save their lives on this small journey. Earlier, Mu Tong had already proven his keen perception. Therefore, he was thrown out to scout for danger. As for the others, they had to comprehend space. During this period, everyone gave up on improving their cultivation level and focused on studying space. The one who improved the fastest was, of course, Zi Chen, who had the help of the heavenly thunder wings. He almost did not need to deliberately comprehend space. He only needed to familiarize himself with the space. The journey forward was very boring, especially when there was no drama to watch. Recently, Mu Tong had been muttering, his small eyes constantly darting around. No one knew if he was up to no good again. However, he was very responsible. Every time he sensed the giant star beast's arrival, he would immediately hide in a corner and squat down with his hands on his head to warn everyone. Everyone's perception of time was already messed up. They could not accurately perceive the flow of time. It could be a moment or a year. They encountered the second giant star beast. This time, everyone had a tacit understanding and quickly killed the first giant star beast. Everyone who had accumulated enough contribution points could finally exchange for a dragon-shaped armor. In fact, there was no need to deliberately exchange for it. After the giant star beast was taken away by the passage, a dragon-shaped armor floated out by itself. It exuded the same aura as a dragon-shaped weapon. Clearly, it was already a masterpiece among king weapons. This armor was unquestionably given to the humanoid robot, Barbarian Sha. In the following battle, he would play a huge role. Time was still passing. The journey ahead seemed to be extremely long, and there was no end to it. Soon, the second armor was exchanged. It was a soft armor that was geared towards women. "Give it to Dongqing." After seeing the armor, Zi Chen said without hesitation. He had already decided on the distribution of the armor. Dongqing happily took the armor and began to refine it. In fact, the refining process was very simple. He just had to take away the dragon shadow, which was a trace of dragon soul power. As they moved forward, everyone's understanding of space deepened. However, In the following battle, their killing efficiency was greatly reduced. From less than 10 breaths, it was reduced to 20 breaths, 30 breaths. It was even delayed to 15 minutes. This scene was very incomprehensible to Mu Tong. Naturally, he could see that everyone was not using their full strength. The second person to obtain the armor, Dong Qing, did not even make a move. He just watched from the side. While he was suspecting the relationship between Zi Chen and Dong Qing, he wondered if everyone was deliberately stalling for time because they were bored. Mu Tong was very cunning, but sometimes his brain was not very good. He could see some problems, but he could not figure out the reason. For example, they were able to successfully stall for 15 minutes. It was not that they were deliberately looking for fun. Instead, it was because they had greater control of their power and a stronger understanding of space. They could already guarantee that the giant star beast would not die immediately. Moreover, they could also prevent it from escaping if they did not use their full strength. Okay, you can try. After a long time, Zi Chen finally received Dong Qing's voice transmission. Zi Chen nodded and looked back at Mu Tong. Chapter 1753. Make it disappear temporarily. Zi Chen said indifferently as he looked at the green puppet. Okay. Man Sha responded and walked toward the puppet. What are you doing? Don't come over. Don't come over. Let me tell you, without me, you won't be able to reach the end. The puppet looked terrified. Man Sha grabbed the puppet and threw it into his interspatial bag. The puppet's behavior along the way showed that they couldn't trust it. Naturally, they had to avoid it. Next, they waiting for the space beast to come again. Under the situation where they couldn't sense the flow of time, the space beast came again. Be alert. Zi Chen shouted in a low voice. He had already sensed the obvious spatial fluctuation. Just like usual, the space beast didn't come, but its unique space strangulation method had already appeared. Everyone retreated in an orderly manner to avoid the sharp edge. The Book of Heavens will slowly flew out and floated in the air. The pages of the book opened and rays of golden light scattered down towards the dragon boat. The space beast's body appeared just in time, enveloped by the golden light. Without Zi Chen's order, everyone was ready. Shangguan Hong rose into the air, and a large number of green light spots flew out from her hand and fell around the space beast. The green light spots on the deck instantly turned into growing vines, wrapping around the space beast layer by layer, making it unable to move. Tiandao, seal. Tiandao pointed the spear in his hand at the space beast. A trace of Tiandao's power shot out and spread out in the air, like a large net, enveloping the space beast. Man Sha transformed and stepped forward with the mace in his hand. Wu Xie was beside him. Zi Chen struck out the power of gold and silver lightning, adding another layer of seal. Jin Qing Cheng stood in front of Dong Qing, who was sitting cross-legged, to protect him. Dong Qing's spiritual sense extended out and began his first beast taming since coming to this world. His spiritual sense entered the space beast's sea of consciousness. Dong Qing saw this huge monster. He sat cross-legged again, and his body flashed with a soft green light. He slowly walked toward the space beast as if he was gently caressing it. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the entire spiritual world trembled. The spatial behemoth began to retaliate, and the green beams of light were repelled, causing Dong Qing's face to turn pale. In the outside world, the spatial giant beast's body shone brightly. It displayed a powerful force as it tried to struggle free from the layers of restrictions on its body. Behave yourself, shouted Man Sha, taking a step forward and smashing his spiked mace into the head of the space beast. The space beast's body trembled, and its head fell to the ground. During this period of time, Man Sha was already able to control his strength on his own. His attacks would not be too strong and injure his opponent. Swoosh. Zi Chen transformed into a golden light and entered the space beast's sea of consciousness. He saw Dong Qing and the space beast. How is it? Zi Chen asked in a deep voice as his soul aura spread out. The struggling spatial giant beast suddenly shuddered as a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. It's not easy to control, Dong Qing said. The green light around his body returned again and again without any effect. Swoosh. Zi Chen did not say anything else. Instead, he transformed into a beam of golden light and continued to attack the spatial behemoth. Roar! The spatial giant beast roared and launched a space strangulation technique at Zichen. As expected of a strange beast that survived in space turbulence, its soul had almost the same privileges as a beast tamer. Zichen's feet flashed and he disappeared instantly. Then, he appeared beside the spatial giant beast and punched out with his shining golden fist. Peng! The spatial giant beast was sent flying. However, its tough soul did not suffer any damage. It only suffered a small shock. Dongqing took advantage of this moment to force a trace of his soul power into it. In the sea of consciousness, the spatial giant beast was fighting back. In the outside world, the spatial giant beast's body was also resisting. Clearly, it had achieved multitasking. Bang! Bang! In the midst of its continuous struggle, the heavenly seal on the top of the heavenly path broke and finally exploded. Then, the vines began to expand. They were on the verge of collapse and finally exploded. Seeing that there was only one line of defense left, everyone made a move to suppress the spatial giant beast. This was suppression, not killing. It was more difficult. Boom! Boom! On the deck, waves of terrifying energy burst out. This energy kept attacking everyone. At the same time, waves of space strangulation appeared. Most of the space strangulation was blocked by Man Shi. After that, some were blocked by Wu Xie. And every time the space strangulation appeared, Wu Xie's body would explode and reassemble. Okay, how long will it take? Looking at the spatial giant beast that was about to turn into a bloody mess, Man Shi could not help but shout. As the spatial giant beast continued to resist, everyone gradually could not restrain their power. They could only attack forcefully. Otherwise, the spatial giant beast would escape. After a while, they could no longer control their power. In the sea of consciousness, Dongqing's control had also reached a critical moment. Zichen was also constantly using his killer moves to consume the spatial giant beast's soul. Overall, the spatial giant beast was too strong. It was so strong that even a beast tamer could not tame it. Dongqing opened her eyes and looked at Zichen. She said, if this continues, even if we tame it, it will be too heavily injured and its combat power will be directly reduced. Zichen pointed his spear and a golden dragon flew out. He said without turning his head, it's better than nothing. Dongqing nodded and did not say anything else. She continued to release her soul power into the spatial giant beast's soul. As more and more soul power was poured in, the spatial giant beast's struggle gradually weakened. Of course, this was directly caused by its heavy injuries. In the outside world, the spatial giant beast also became quiet. Everyone could not help but worry. They were afraid that it would be killed. As the last soul power was poured into the spatial giant beast, Dongqing's pale face had a hint of joy. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's done. Next, we just need to. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Zichen's expression change. Then, he teleported and disappeared. In the next instant, Zichen appeared in front of her. He hugged her and disappeared again. This time, he directly appeared in the outside world. Just after Zichen's figure appeared, cries of surprise could be heard. A surge of energy surged, and Man Shi and the others were directly sent flying. A second spatial giant beast appeared on the deck. Its body was slightly smaller than the previous one, but its body was emitting a bright light. At first glance, it looked like spatial turbulence. After it appeared, it directly sent everyone flying. However, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it stared at the spatial giant beast in front of it. In the next instant, it opened its mouth and directly swallowed the spatial giant beast in front of it. Its mouth was like an open space. It directly swallowed the spatial giant beast that was even bigger than it. Then, its body flashed and disappeared from the deck. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They worked so hard to trap it, and it was just about to be tamed. However, it was swallowed by a little guy. What on earth is that guy? It came so suddenly and disappeared so quickly. Shun Tiandao walked over. After they sensed the abnormality, they quickly retreated. At the same time, they also took precautions. However, they were ineffective against that spatial giant beast. This is a big loss. We lost half a dragon-shaped battle armor. Man Shi said regretfully. Zichen turned to look at Dongqing and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Dongqing shook his head and said, "No, my soul power is still there. I can sense its direction. Should we go after it?" Zichen said, "Forget it. We still have a chance." Once they went out, they would be in spatial turbulence. No one dared to barge in recklessly. As for using the dragon boat to track it, no one had the ability to do so. Then, they continued to wait. It was like fishing. The 8 people on the ship were all bait. Not long after, another spatial giant beast appeared. Everyone cooperated as before. At the same time, they were also vigilant in case that spatial giant beast came to ambush them again. Soul power after soul power was injected into the injured spatial giant beast's soul. It was about to succeed again. However, Shang Guanhong suddenly shouted, "Oh no, it's coming again. Let's go." Zichen pulled her and left. He decisively gave up on the prey that was about to be in his hands. As soon as it appeared, the spatial giant beast that was emitting colorful light arrived. It directly swallowed the injured spatial giant beast. Man Shi and the others who had sensed it immediately launched fierce attacks. However, it was useless. When the attacks landed on the spatial giant beast, most of them were dissolved. Only a small part of them couldn't even hurt the spatial giant beast. It could be seen that although this little guy was not big in size, its understanding of space was stronger. "Let it go." Just when everyone was attacking together, Dongqing suddenly said. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously stopped their attacks. The spatial giant beast took the opportunity to escape. "My soul is still there. I can sense its direction. It has been wandering here. I tried to communicate with it." Dongqing explained. Communicate? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The so-called communication of a beast tamer was actually control. Everyone had already seen that this little guy was extraordinary. If they could control it, it would be a big gain. It didn't go far. It's wandering around the dragon boat. A hint of joy appeared on Dongqing's face. Then, he used the spiritual sense that was swallowed twice to communicate with the spatial giant beast. Everyone looked around. Other than the occasional spatial turbulence, they couldn't see anything. Then, everything repeated. The spatial giant beast came again. Everyone went up to it and beat it half to death. Then, this little guy rushed out and took advantage of the situation. This repeated 4 times. It was equivalent to losing 2 dragon-shaped armors for no reason. Dongqing could finally communicate with the spatial giant beast effectively. After losing the spatial giant beast for the 6th time, this little guy didn't escape immediately. Instead, it looked at everyone. Naturally, everyone responded with a kind smile. When it came for the 8th time, it hesitated for a moment but still took the prey away. After communicating with Dongqing, it appeared for the 9th time and stood aside to wait for the battle to end. When it came for the 10th time, it fortunately didn't leave. It stayed on the dragon boat and enjoyed the delicious meal in front of everyone. It was also at this time that Dongqing established enough trust with it and began to try to control it. Chapter 1754. There were no accidents during the taming process. Everything was very natural. The spatial behemoth intimately snuggled up to Dongqing, its eyes full of dependence. The price they paid was 10 spatial behemoths, which was equivalent to 5 sets of defensive armor. For the time being, it was not clear if the price was worth it. Dongqing was still communicating with the spatial behemoth, while the others were waiting for the second spatial behemoth to arrive. No one knew when the dragon ship would arrive at the depths. During this time, it was necessary for them to gather enough defensive dragon armor. That puppet didn't tell us the truth. Xiao Kong said that the most valuable thing on the spatial behemoth is the spatial rainbow pill. It can help us improve our comprehension of space. Xiao Kong was naturally the name of the spatial behemoth that Dongqing tamed. It was very cute. I knew that this guy was not honest. Man Shi's expression was cold. While waiting, the others continued to kill the spatial behemoths. But this time, they secretly took out the spatial rainbow pill. After killing 2 spatial behemoths, they took out the puppet. We only killed 2 spatial behemoths after so long. The puppet seemed a little dissatisfied after being released. It glanced at the corpses of the spatial behemoths and said with disdain, "Cut the crap. Hurry up and get a set of armor," Man Shi urged. The others stared at the puppet. The puppet did not talk nonsense and directly took away the corpses of the 2 spatial behemoths. Then, a set of armor fell out from the passage. "Okay, it's done." Man Shi threw the puppet into the passage again. The puppet did not find anything unusual. This made the others think of something else. Time passed. Dongqing and Xiao Kong's communication was no longer a problem. "Okay, Xiao Kong, it's up to you now." Dongqing gently patted the spatial behemoth's head. The latter disappeared from the deck. Seeing the puzzled look on the others' faces, Dongqing explained, "It went to find the spatial behemoths." Not long after, Zichen felt a strong energy fluctuation. He could not help but frown. The fluctuation was so strong that it made him feel uneasy. At the same time, Dongqing said, "Everyone, be careful. The spatial behemoths are coming, but there are a lot of them. Spread out." Zichen shouted and immediately retreated. Everyone else also dodged to the sides of the warship. Wung! 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 At the center of the battlefield, space trembled violently and twisted crazily. A series of space strangles appeared, cutting the space there into pieces. Everyone was shocked. If not for Zichen's early warning, they, who were in the center, would have been instantly crushed into nothingness even if they had armor to protect themselves. One had to know that the strangulation technique could even damage an imperial weapon. After using the strangle technique, the space behemoth would appear. This was a very old trick. The first to appear was Xiao Kong. Its colorful body was already covered with fine scars, as if it had gone through 1,000 cuts. Its eyes were filled with pain. What appeared next were 8 giant space beasts, standing on both sides of Xiao Kong. They stared at Xiao Kong with burning eyes, completely ignoring the humans in the venue. All of a sudden, he had attracted 8 of them. This number was enough to make anyone click their tongue. "Little Kong is in danger," Dongqing said with heartache. "Kill." Zichen released the bowstring in his hand. In a situation where there were no outsiders, of course he would not hold back. The dragon god arrow turned into a golden and silver lightning dragon, then turned into an arrow and pierced the head of a giant space beast. Boom! Man Shi's mace smashed down, smashing the head of a giant space beast into a bloody mess. The others attacked one after another, and powerful attacks were continuously displayed. At this time, the 8 giant space behemoths launched a second wave of attacks at Xiao Kong. Swoosh! Xiao Kong's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. The surrounding space was completely sealed by the other giant space behemoths, and there was no way to hide. Dongqing had taken it away. The 8 incoming attacks missed and instead caused some damage to their companions. The process of the battle was very tragic. Almost everyone displayed their strongest techniques. Among them, Zichen split into 2. His physical body kept shooting arrows from afar, while his soul entered the sea of consciousness of a giant space beast and displayed his strongest attacks. Poof! A giant space beast died, and its head was almost completely shattered. Poof! Another spatial behemoth was almost cut in half, and fell to the ground. Poof! 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 One by one, the giant space behemoths fell down and died. This battle was frightening but not dangerous. Everyone gained a lot. Under Dongqing's request, after leaving 2 incomplete corpses for Xiao Kong, the other 6 were used to exchange for defensive dragon armors. In this way, everyone's dragon armors were quickly collected. In addition, everyone was refining the space rainbow pills, so their understanding of space became deeper. This directly showed the efficiency of everyone's killing of the giant space behemoths, as well as their own combat strength. After all, an attack that was augmented by spatial techniques was truly powerful. Xiao Kong needed the giant space behemoths to increase its strength, so the killing continued. Following that, everyone also accumulated some space rainbow pills, as well as some additional dragon-shaped weapons and defensive dragon armors. At first, the puppets were unwilling, but they could not withstand the heat of the flames. These weapons were the real best. They were not refined by ordinary refining methods. If they were placed in the Zhanwu continent, they could be exchanged for a lot of resources, even emperor-level materials. The change in the king's ranking shook the entire battlefield of despair. 6 of the top 10 existences died directly, leaving 4, but 3 of them did not set foot on the dragon boat. After some calculations, all the powerhouses on the king's ranking who entered the dragon boat, except for the 8 from the Imperial Sky region, were dead. What happened on the dragon boat? The casualties were so high. Many people wanted to know the answer to this question. During this time, Moo Moo, who had received the news, specially rushed over from the giant dragon world. When he came to the commander's ranking, he looked up and saw that only 8 names were lit. His expression also became gloomy. Obviously, 4 of the familiar faces had disappeared, and this disappearance represented death. At the same time, the strange thing was that the king's ranking now seemed to be isolated from everything. The other powerhouses could not enter the ranking at all. What happened? What danger did they encounter? Moo Moo was also puzzled. In the end, he returned to the giant dragon world. Several hundred years had passed in the giant dragon world. This place had become the most important trading place of the Imperial Sky region. During this period, there was no lack of transactions with other races. As the saying went, trading in this world, leaving this world was a life and death battle. Although Zi Chen was not around, the natives of the giant dragon world had already grown up. In addition, Moo Moo had the Heaven and Earth Bell, and his battle strength was the best in the Imperial Sky region. Many forces got along very well. As for the daily benefits of the giant dragon world, it was also a very considerable number. Ever since he returned from the dragon tomb last time, Moo Moo could often feel a kind of summoning. The summoning was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, sometimes not. For the time being, he still did not understand the meaning of the summoning. On the dragon boat, everyone had been traveling for a long time. Other than killing the spatial beasts, they did not encounter any other dangers. As they went deeper, the number of spatial beasts they encountered increased, but their battle strength was much weaker. After indicating for Dong Qing to put away Xiao Kong, Man Shi released Moo Moo again. What do you mean by imprisoning me like this? Don't you want to go deeper? The moment Moo Moo came out, he said very rudely. Recently, Moo Moo's temper had gradually increased. He was no longer afraid of Zi Chen's earth flame. Are we going to reach the depths soon? Why are the spatial beasts we encounter getting weaker and weaker? Zi Chen asked. Weak. Moo was stunned. Then, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. In that case, we should be reaching soon. What do we need to pay attention to? Zi Chen asked. I haven't been back for a long time, so I'm not too sure. But I've already opened up the Dragon Warrior Authority for you, so there shouldn't be a problem. All right then. Zi Chen no longer worried about this problem. However, he had other plans in his mind, thinking of all kinds of unexpected situations that they might encounter. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. They had arrived in an even brighter space-time. In this space-time, there were some space-time ribbons floating in the sky. These ribbons were moving slowly. It was very dangerous and also very beautiful. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression immediately changed. It was as if they had come to a dream world. Everything in this space-time seemed to be static. Everything was moving slowly. Even the speed of the dragon boat's movement had slowed down. Those are all space beasts. The space behemoths that were previously invisible were all revealed. They shuttled through space and played with each other. Compared to the space behemoths that were invisible, these space behemoths were much weaker in terms of attack power and attack power. The puppet pointed at the space behemoths and said, "They have been living here for a long time. Their combat strength is relatively weak. Of course, that is only relative to the strong. If anyone dares to look down on them and provoke them, they will definitely regret it. But don't worry, they don't have the strength to break through the ship. Be it its expression or attitude, The puppet was much more arrogant, as though it was the captain of this place and this was its world. This subtle change caused everyone to have a bad feeling in their hearts. Master. Lei Long's voice resounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Thunder Dragon. Zichen was pleasantly surprised as he finally sensed the presence of the Thunder Dragon. There is a force that has cut off the connection between you and me. Halfway through, several forces appeared and forcefully stopped me from moving forward. Lei Long immediately told Zichen what had happened. After Zichen heard it, he said, "In that case, you are the real captain. The dragon boat will be controlled by you and will not stop at all. Yes, although there is a force blocking it, it is only temporary. Moreover, I am also trying to break it. However, this force appears and disappears from time to time." Lei Long added. Zichen could not help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Long Fei had sensed the choice and test of human nature. The other experts on the king list must have sensed it as well. Even the moment Zichen boarded the ship, he had a very mysterious feeling in his heart. Long Fei did not choose to board the ship. He probably did not know how to choose, so he chose to give up. Tang Nuo should have been the same back then. It was just that they had all guessed that they would have to compete with each other and kill each other, but they did not expect that unity was actually possible. Man Shi's shout suddenly rang out, "Look, another dragon boat." Everyone looked into the distance and saw a second ancient dragon boat. There was only one person standing on the dragon boat. Chapter 1755. In his line of sight, the dragon boat was moving forward. The eyes of the expert on the boat flickered, and the aura around him surged. This was an obvious demonstration, but the astonishment in the other party's eyes could not be concealed. Without guessing, everyone knew why the other party was astonished. He must be wondering why there were so many people alive on this dragon boat. Not everyone was Zichen, and not everyone was lucky enough to meet Yuan Hua and Yuan Jiao, who had a deep understanding of space, to be able to find the puppet. Why is there a second dragon boat? Man Shi looked at the puppet, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "You didn't say before." The puppet said indifferently, "But you didn't ask. Is it strange that there's a second dragon boat? You might encounter a third one." Zichen asked, "What's the matter with that person? He's also the only one alive on the boat." The puppet said proudly, "Of course, not everyone can pass the test. However, this is not a big deal because he will soon become a dead man." "What do you mean? You want us to kill him?" "No way," Man Shi said angrily. "Idiot." The puppet glanced at Man Shi with disdain, then tiptoed to look at the second dragon boat. A sorrowful and angry dragon roar suddenly came from afar. Then, a wave of energy appeared, and the ancient dragon boat exploded just like that. The explosion of the dragon boat carried an extremely strong destructive power. The only expert on the boat was directly enveloped by this destructive power, and his body also collapsed. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their minds were shaken. The puppet said proudly, "See, that dragon soul didn't sense its master's aura. After calling repeatedly to no avail, it chose to take revenge." Zichen said coldly, "Revenge? I think it's deliberately instigated. Obviously, there was a second puppet on that dragon boat. It must have said something to the dragon soul, or deliberately instigated it. But thinking about it, it made sense. Not all dragon souls were as powerful as Lei Long. And this time, the reason why there was an unprecedented change in the Imperial Sky Region's ranking list was because of Lei Long's strength, so the dragon boat couldn't deliberately seal everything. That was why the rules could detect everyone's death and change the ranking list. The dragon soul chose to self-destruct, killing the only powerhouse. This trip to the dragon boat was completely over. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dragon boat that had just exploded reassembled in the next moment and returned to its original appearance, except that the dragon soul and the only powerhouse were missing. The puppet had mentioned this before, but everyone was still shocked when they saw it. However, in the next instant, a small wooden puppet appeared at the bow of the ship. Its entire body was emitting light as it waved at them. The puppet beside Zichen jumped up in response. "Charge over there and catch it," Zichen suddenly said. The puppet clearly saw this scene and was startled. Then, when it saw the dragon boat change direction and go toward it, it immediately jumped into the cabin. In the next moment, the newly reassembled dragon boat turned into a stream of light and flew away. His speed was so fast that no one could catch up to him. In this almost still and beautiful world, the dragon boat moved away in a straight line. It was so abrupt. Everyone turned their heads and their gazes fell on the puppet. The puppet spread out its hands and said indifferently, "It's useless. You can't catch up at all. Even if you give up on the dragon soul, it's too late." Chen stared at the puppet and said, "How many more dragon boats like this are there?" The puppet said with certainty, 9. Chen asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. As for the reason, you humans should know very well." The Zhonwu continent was divided into 9 continents. Each continent had 49 prefectures, and each prefecture had 108 cities. The 7 prefectures were a region. The place where Chen was at was one of the 7 regions, the Imperial Sky region. This time, the 7 regions had come, so it was obvious that each continent had a dragon boat. It turned out that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Moving forward in the depths of the void, the speed of the dragon boat was almost constant. There would occasionally be 1 or 2 stops, but the time was not too long. Each puppet could stop the dragon boat for a certain amount of time. As long as the faction on the dragon boat chose to give up the first time, there would be no more accidents. For example, on the 2nd floor of the dragon boat, no one could sense whether the dragon boat was stopping or moving forward. Even if the dragon boat was moving forward, even if everyone had doubts in their hearts, because they had made too many choices before, they had no choice but to continue. Take Chen for example. He had long guessed in his heart, but he still chose to kill Zhong Yongxi and the others. It was because they had all gone crazy from killing and would only listen to the puppet's words. There was only killing in their eyes. Instead of being constantly on guard against being killed, it was better to take the initiative to attack and fight for a way out for everyone. Chen had done it, but 4 of his men had died along the way. Even the titled Shadow of the Mist had died. In this world that was almost still, everything was beautiful. The dangerous spatial ribbons and the spatial beasts had become beautiful sceneries. The dragon boat moved forward, bringing with it spatial fluctuations. The ribbons deliberately went around, and the spatial beasts also deliberately avoided them. Some even almost brushed past the hull of the boat. Soon, they saw the 3rd dragon boat. This time, no accidents happened. There was a powerhouse on the boat, and this powerhouse looked at them in surprise. Then, a dragon roar sounded, and the entire boat exploded. There were no accidents at all. "We didn't miss anything." Seeing this scene, the puppet said proudly, "Don't be complacent. There will always be a powerhouse with a dragon soul who is still alive." Mancha snorted coldly. "This situation is simply impossible." The puppet said firmly, "Before boarding the boat, we will pay special attention to the owner of the dragon soul. If the other party's combat strength is too strong, we will find a way to let others join forces to kill him. There are many ways to eliminate him. If necessary, we can even open the 3rd floor of the dragon boat until the owner of the dragon boat is seriously injured or dies." Looking at Chen and the others, the puppet said unwillingly, "As for you guys, you are completely different. Your realm is not high, but your combat strength is not weak. I was careless on the way and didn't pay attention to you guys. If I was more careful and knew that you were all alive, I wouldn't let the 6 people kill each other. Instead, I let the 6 people fight the 8 of you." The puppet was right. The initiative was in its hands. If it wanted to kill someone, it was really easy. Unfortunately, it met Chen, a guy whose realm was not high, but he did not lack wisdom. After vaguely guessing something, he decisively planned everything with everyone. He had already calculated that the 6 people on the king ranking would survive. That was why he fought with Wu Xie and was seriously injured in the last battle. With his understanding of Wu Xie, if it was a life-and-death battle, how could he let Wu Xie have a chance to fight back? Unfortunately, the puppet did not know all of this. Moreover, it was too careless. In fact, it was not careless. It had long been used to watching these people kill each other. How could it have thought that there would be a change in the middle? If Chen had not heard Longfei's words from Old Man Schenker, he would not have been too suspicious during the process. The dragon boat Chen was on was still moving forward. Then, they saw the fourth dragon boat. Just as the puppet said, there would be no accidents at all. They had already calculated that all the strongest people who survived would not be the owner of the dragon soul. And this was also the real end of the dragon boat's journey because no one could survive. I don't believe that no one can survive. Although this kind of explosion is very powerful, it is definitely not invincible. Man Shi still did not believe it. Take Chen for example. In the face of the explosion of the dragon boat, it was not necessarily that he would die. The puppet glanced at Man Shi and said, "Don't be unconvinced. From the beginning until now, no one on these 9 dragon boats has survived the explosion. Not a single one." In fact, the puppet did not mention one thing. The power of the dragon soul explosion might not be strong, but there was still a puppet on the boat. As an emperor-level material, they would not die. Therefore, they would use some means to deliberately increase the power of the explosion, so that they could kill the strongest person in one fell swoop. Immediately afterward, the 5th dragon boat exploded, and the cultivator on it died. The 6th dragon boat appeared and then exploded. Boom! The 7th dragon boat turned into nothingness, and the cultivator died along with it. There were no accidents during this period. The puppet said proudly, "How is it? Is there no mistake in my calculations?" Everyone's mood was very heavy. It was not because of the explosion of the dragon boats, but because of what the puppet said. Since there was no mistake in his calculations, then there was no room for the invaders to survive. At this moment, in everyone's sight, the 8th dragon boat appeared. On that dragon boat, there was also a cultivator. It was a tall black shadow, holding a long black staff in his hand, looking around vigilantly. The group saw the black shadow, and the black shadow also looked over. In his blood-red eyes, there was a substantial light flashing. Seeing this, the black shadow's eyes flashed, and his expression changed. Roar! A sorrowful dragon roar sounded, and a destructive aura spread out from the dragon boat. The puppet gloated and said, "It's over, this guy is going to die too." The others felt a little sorry, but they could only watch quietly. Chen's body shook, and his face was pale. In everyone's heart, the black shadow would undoubtedly die, but in the next moment, everyone saw the black shadow suddenly jump up, and at the same time, slap the dragon boat with one hand. Streaks of black light rushed out from his palm, like thousands of fine chains, instantly spread out and shrouded the hull. The dragon boat, which was about to explode immediately, paused for a moment because of these fine chains. Swoosh! At the moment of pause, the black shadow decisively teleported and disappeared. Boom! The fine chains instantly shattered, and a terrible power surged. The black shadow, who teleported outside the dragon boat, was directly sent flying by this energy, drawing a bloody line in the space. "He's still alive." Everyone looked very surprised, and the puppet's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Chapter 1756. The change in the dragon boat made Man Shi's eyes widen to the limit. He cried out, "He survived. He actually survived. What kind of skill is that?" Just now, the black shadow stretched out his palm, and thousands of threads spread out and tied up the dragon boat like chains. They froze time and space and prevented the dragon boat from exploding. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to shock everyone. Moreover, the black shadow could teleport away from the dragon boat. Even Man Shi didn't have this skill. This is impossible. This is impossible. The puppet couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and say in disbelief, "But he is indeed alive," Wu Xie said with a smile. The black shadow was indeed alive, but he was also injured. The beautiful still scene changed in the next moment. The spatial ribbons that avoided the dragon boat suddenly seemed to have intelligence and rushed toward the black shadow. At the same time, the spatial beasts all turned around and rushed toward the black shadow. "What's going on? Why are they all alive?" Man Shi exclaimed. "They are alive. In the end, they can't escape death." The puppet sneered. The black shadow that was flying backward forcibly stabilized his body with a flash of black light. His eyes were blood-red, and the solidified light shot out, making people's hearts palpitate. He took a step forward and dodged a spatial ribbon. At the same time, the black staff in his hand flashed, and the runes on the surface of his body lit up one by one. He swung the staff horizontally, carrying a powerful force and also containing spatial pressure. A spatial beast that was charging forward was instantly hit by the black staff. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the space behemoth's body exploded. Holy **T, this attack is too ferocious. Man Sure and the others all opened their eyes wide, and appeared to be very shocked. The black shadow blew up a spatial beast with a single strike. This combat strength made people tremble. Swoosh! Swoosh! The spatial ribbons streaked across, carrying a dangerous aura. The black shadow kept dodging. During this time, he had to deal with more and more spatial beasts. Boom! Another spatial beast exploded. The black shadow was very decisive, not giving the spatial beasts a second chance to attack. However, more and more spatial beasts appeared, and the injured black shadow gradually found it difficult to resist. A spatial behemoth appeared behind him and opened its mouth to bite at him. The black figure immediately turned around and swung the black staff in his hand. The spatial behemoth exploded with a loud boom. However, at the same time, another giant space beast appeared and bit toward the black shadow's head. It was too late for the black shadow to dodge. Buzz! The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard. Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, released an arrow. A golden-silver thunder dragon flew out and arrived in front of the shadow in an instant. Pu! The space behemoth that had just opened its mouth was killed by the arrow. What's going on? Everyone could understand why Chen saved them, but what they couldn't understand was that the black shadow was too calm. After all, the arrow was too close to him. If it had hit his head, he would have died without a doubt. Moreover, even though he knew that he could not avoid this attack, his face was extremely calm, as if he had guessed that someone would come to his aid. After shooting the arrow, Chen pulled back the bowstring again, and the dragon god's arrow appeared automatically. A breath later, Chen shot another arrow, killing a space giant beast that couldn't dodge in time. The bowstring vibrated continuously. Chen stood at the bow and shot arrow after arrow. At this moment, Chen had a smile on his face. This was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. It was very cheerful and joyful. This kind of smile was like the smile of someone who had survived a disaster. It was very rare to see on Chen's face. It was like a reunion after a long separation. However, Chen and this black shadow were reunited after a long separation. While everyone was puzzled, they didn't realize that the dragon boat that had changed direction had sped up a lot. This guy really likes to meddle in other people's business. Mu Zhu curled his lips, looking very dissatisfied. The black shadow was still attacking. Although injured, he was still strong. Around him, there were already many corpses of space giant beasts. Chen was also shooting arrows, killing a large number of space giant beasts. The two were getting closer and closer. Everyone could clearly see the appearance of the black shadow. This was not a human, but a strange beast that looked like an ape. Its eyes were red, and the aura around it was surging, exuding a demonic aura. Closer, closer, he was finally getting closer. When they met again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Chen put away his bow and shouted, "Get on the boat." Swoosh! The black shadow disappeared and appeared on the dragon boat the next moment. The demonic aura surging around him completely disappeared. In his blood-red eyes, there was an unconcealable smile, and his face was full of excitement. Ha ha! Ha ha! The next moment, a hearty laugh sounded. The black shadow gave Chen a bear hug. Long time no see. Chen patted the back of the black shadow and said excitedly, "Long time no see." The black shadow's voice was trembling. The people who had long felt that Chen was not normal finally understood that Chen had met an old friend. The black shadow was, of course, the monster ape. It had been a long time since the two parted in the demon territory. Chen didn't expect to see the monster ape here, and the latter was also surprised and excited. "I almost died on the dragon boat." That life-and-death battle was really hateful. What's the matter with you? Why are there so many people? After a long time, the monster ape noticed the others. Zichen explained the reason to the monster ape. The monster ape stared at the puppet and said, "It's you little things who are playing tricks." The previously shattered dragon boat reformed. When the monster ape saw the puppet, it let out a roar, and the puppet ran away. "Come on, monster ape, let me introduce you. These are all trustworthy brothers of life and death. This is Shuntian Dao." Zichen began to introduce everyone to the monster ape. Man Shi looked at the fierce monster ape and said, "You are the monster ape. We heard Zichen talk about you. My name is Man Shi." Everyone had seen the monster ape's means just now. If there was anyone present who dared to threaten to destroy the dragon boat and not die, it was only Zichen. After just showing a few moves, everyone already admired the monster ape. The monster ape's original form was the sky-splitting battle ape, a pure and rare high-level life form. It was very easy for it to step into the Emperor realm. As for whether it was a supreme beast or not, even Zichen didn't know. "What happened all these years?" Zichen asked. After the two parted ways, Zichen went to the Zhonwu continent. After the monster ape obtained the inheritance of the sky-splitting battle ape, it also went to the Zhonwu continent. However, the demon race didn't go to the continent where Zichen was, but to one of the other 8 continents. Almost all of the demon race would appear there. This time, the monster ape was lucky enough to come to the battlefield of despair and created a legend of its own. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to come here. During this time, Zichen asked the monster ape if it had obtained the devouring god seal. The monster ape's answer was no, but it had obtained another opportunity to stimulate its potential. Other than the fact that it couldn't open its domain world, the monster ape's potential had also reached its limit. In fact, every powerhouse had their own opportunities. The devouring god seal that Zichen and the others had obtained was not the only one. For example, in the Soul Devourer clan, there were people who specially raised some aborigines and provided them with resources so that they could condense the devouring god seal. The two sat down and talked about many things in the past. Zichen's deeds were very interesting, and the monster apes were also unparalleled. During this time, they had encountered many kinds of schemes. It was an eye-opener for Man Shi and the others. As expected of a powerhouse who had walked step by step, their wisdom and knowledge were extraordinary. As for this trip to the dragon boat, in the words of the monster ape, it was too simple. It was just constant fighting. When it entered the dragon boat, it was only at the early stage of the 9th layer. However, step by step, it relied on fighting to grow to the late stage of the 9th layer. The sky-splitting battle ape broke through by fighting. It was not a waste of its reputation. Zichen glanced at Wu Xie, who nodded. Then, he took out 2 space beast corpses and said to the puppet, "Change to a defensive dragon armor." "Aren't these invisible beasts?" "The corpses are still useful." The monster ape asked in confusion. Obviously, it was not clear about the function. It talked about the various dangers when it encountered the invisible beasts. Man Shi sat next to it and explained eagerly. Speaking of which, his eyes were shining when he looked at the monster ape. Just now, he sent a voice transmission to Zichen, intending to spar with the monster ape. However, he was immediately stopped by Zichen. Although the difference in their realms was not big, the monster ape's attacks were more unrestrained than Man Shi's. This is not in line with the rules. Besides, he is not a dragon warrior. The puppet refused firmly. Swoosh. Zichen raised his hand and shot out a ball of fire. The puppet screamed and jumped back. After dodging, it said, "Deal." In fact, they had accumulated a lot of dragon armors and dragon weapons. At this moment, they just wanted to squeeze more out of the puppet. After taking the dragon armor, the monster ape nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good defense. We still have weapons. Do you want to pick one?" Man Shi asked. The monster ape shook its head and said, "No, my weapon is quite handy." The monster ape's weapon came from the same place as Zichen's heavenly thunder wings. It was the most suitable weapon for him. It was a pleasant surprise to see the monster ape. With the monster ape as a powerful force, Their safety was guaranteed. After chatting for a while, Zichen couldn't help but ask, "Is there any news about the others?" The monster ape looked disappointed and shook its head and said, "No, the Zhonwu continent is too big. After so many years, I don't know how they are." While chatting, Dongqing had already avoided the puppet and released Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong hid his figure and left the warship, heading towards the corpses of the space beasts. It had to be said that the space beasts tamed by Dongqing were somewhat special. When they deliberately hid, even the puppet could not detect them. When this still and beautiful space was over, they did not see the 9th dragon ship. It seemed that the experts on the dragon ship had died under the attack of the space beasts. The dragon ship shook slightly and entered a new space. This was a safe space. There were no spatial turbulences or space beasts around. After the dragon ship entered, they saw 8 huge ancient dragon ships docked here. In addition to these big dragon ships, there were some small skeleton ships around. From time to time, rays of light would appear in this space, and each ray of light was actually a skeleton ship that wasn't very big. There were other cultivators on the skeletal ship as well. All the ships were docked at a huge dock. At this moment, there were many cultivators moving around on the dock. Sometimes, there were cold weapons flashing. As the dragon ship moved forward, a solid road appeared in front of them, extending all the way to this side. At the same time, a group of cultivators was coming this way. Zichen and the others were still curiously looking at this scene. Suddenly, the puppet jumped on the deck and shouted, "Come and kill them. They are all invaders. P.S. First of all, thank you for your support. Secondly, I want to spread this information to some friends who want to support the author but don't know where to support him. If you use a computer, you can just search for it here. There is no need for you to reward me with VIP tickets or stamps because a 10-cent VIP can read 1 chapter with an extra 1 cent. A 1 yuan stamp can read 11 chapters. If you read less, there is no need to pay a monthly subscription. A subscription is 9 cents. According to my current speed, 2 chapters of 6,000 words a day will cost you 18 cents a day. There are 30 days a month, so it will cost you a total of 540 yuan. You can read for 2 months if you charge 10 yuan. I think you don't care about 5 or 10 yuan. You just think it is troublesome. I hope you can consider the author's feelings and try to trouble him as much as possible. It is only troublesome to charge 10 yuan for 2 months. It will only take a few minutes. If you read on your phone, please search for it. You can also subscribe there. Remember, you only need to pay 9 cents a chapter. That way, you may be able to get a bonus of 3 or 200 yuan because of your good performance. As for rewards like VIP tickets, try not to. Chapter 1757. The puppet thought that it had caught him off guard, but it didn't know that Zichen had been paying attention to it since it stepped into this space. As soon as it jumped up and said a sentence, before it could land on the ground, a ball of fire fell on its body, instantly igniting it. "Damn it, Zichen, you will die a horrible death." The puppet, whose body was burning with flames, turned back and stared at Zichen with hatred, and at the same time, let out a painful scream. Zichen's expression was indifferent, and the other's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. The team in the distance came over, surging with murderous intent. Obviously, these were the natives living here. This puppet really didn't tell the truth. It came here every time. If we die together. Blow up the dragon boat. The burning of the earth fire caused the puppet to be in great pain. It went completely crazy and wanted to destroy the dragon boat. A violent aura surged out of the dragon boat. This was a sign that the boat was about to be blown up. This puppet was really vicious. It had probably planned all this for a long time. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly resounded. The entire dragon boat suddenly flashed with bright lightning. This light shrouded the boat, preventing it from exploding. "Let's go." The thunder dragon's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone no longer hesitated. Their figures flashed, and they teleported away from the dragon boat. On the dragon boat, only the puppet burning with the earth fire was left. The next moment, even the thunder dragon rushed out. At this point, it could already leave the dragon boat. The people who retreated far away looked back at the puppet on the dragon boat. They saw that the earth fire burning on the puppet's body suddenly and slowly extinguished. The dragon boat, which should have been surging with a powerful aura, also restrained its aura. The puppet's resentful eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. Obviously, it was telling everyone that they had been fooled. Good calculation. Looking at the puppet, Chen smiled coldly. This guy was sometimes very stupid, but sometimes very shrewd. It had been very arrogant all the way. Who would have thought that it could calculate that Chen would kill to silence it? Everything just now was just an act to let itself live. Once they left the dragon boat, the earth fire that had isolated several spaces during this period was out of control. Naturally, it couldn't melt the puppet. However, when he said that he would kill everyone, he was definitely not joking. The next moment, these native warriors rushed forward and surrounded the group. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. They held weapons in their hands and were in a state of alert. The leader of the natives, who was at the peak of 9th tier, said coldly, "Intruders." Everyone stood in a circle. Chen said, "Not bad." At the same time, he looked into the distance. What happened here had attracted the attention of many aboriginals. Some of them had cold killing intent in their eyes, while others just looked in this direction indifferently. The leader smiled coldly. "This is not a place where you should be." Chen responded, "We felt the call, and the dragon boat brought us here." At this moment, the thunder dragon was already coiled around Chen's waist. Its pair of dragon eyes stared ahead, and its dragons might had been completely withdrawn. The leader sneered. "The dragon boat brought you here just to send you to your deaths." Before he could finish his words, he saw that beside Chen, the devil ape's figure swayed and came in front of him. The black stick in its hand directly smashed down. This blow carried the power of wind and thunder, as well as the power of spatial oppression. The leader's ferocious expression turned into horror. He raised his head and tried his best to resist this blow. Boom! The black stick shining with runes fell with a terrifying destructive power. It instantly smashed the weapon and smashed the body of the native leader. This sudden scene stunned everyone. The devil ape put away the long stick, returned to Chen's side, and said with dissatisfaction, "Noisy. If you want to fight, just fight. Why so much nonsense?" The aftermath of the energy was still surging. Man Sha was stunned. Wu Xie was also stunned. Shun Tian and the others were also stunned. They couldn't say a word. Even the natives who surrounded them were dumbfounded. What's going on? They didn't even say a few words and directly started fighting. They looked at the devil ape and felt that it was too fierce. Chen, who knew the devil ape's temperament, was also surprised. He didn't expect the devil ape to still have such a violent personality after so many years. You dare to kill the leader. You invader, you're finished. Not only will you die, but you will also. Boom. The native powerhouse who had just reacted didn't wait to finish his words. His body exploded, and the weapon in his hand was also shattered. The devil ape returned to Chen's side again. After killing 2 people in a row, Manshaw and the others came to their senses. They looked carefully and found that these natives were not as powerful as they thought. At the very least, they didn't have dragon weapons or dragon armor in their hands. After killing 2 people with 2 sticks, the other natives were frightened. After meeting the devil ape's blood-red eyes, they subconsciously retreated. In the distance, a group of natives with indifferent expressions changed. Many of them exuded a cold murderous intent. These invaders broke the rules and killed people here. Take them down. Among the natives surrounding them, another person shouted. Since the killing had already begun, there was no point in explaining. Chen said coldly, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen stepped forward. With a shake of the dragon-shaped weapon in his hand, a black dragon rushed out. Man Sha and the others followed, each of them surging with murderous intent. In an instant, shadows of dragons flashed, and dragon roars resounded. That's a dragon weapon. Oh my god, they're all dragon weapons. Everyone is holding a dragon weapon. Why do they have so many dragon weapons? A dragon weapon is equivalent to a guardian clan. We can only get it by slaughtering them. These invaders deserve to die. When the natives on the dock saw the weapons in the hands of Zi Chen and the others, their eyes became fiery. Their expressions became cold, and murderous intent surged around them. Almost subconsciously, they flew over. However, their figures had only flown halfway when they stopped. That was because the battle with fewer people had actually ended. Those invaders with dragon weapons killed them in seconds every time they attacked. Speaking of which, the dozen of them were not enough to kill. This pure battle power shocked all the natives on the dock. You invaders, how dare you behave so atrociously in extreme Jin? A cold voice sounded from afar, and a powerful aura surged. This aura made everyone present feel pressured. This was obviously a true expert, which made Zi Chen's expression change. The first time he felt this aura, it was from Mo Ling. At that time, his memory was still fresh. When he asked, Mo Ling told him that it was realm energy. And at this moment, within this pressure, Zi Chen sensed the power of the world, the true power of the world. In other words, the owner of this voice had the power of a realm lord. However, this aura was not strong, not even as strong as Mo Ling. If the other party did not hide his strength, he should not be a realm lord, but an existence comparable to Mo Ling hiding your head and showing your tail, pretending to be mysterious. Get out here. A tyrannical aura surged around the devil ape. Red light flashed in his eyes, displaying the delusion breaker eye that could see through all illusions. In front of you invaders, I still need to hide. The indifferent voice sounded again, and a person appeared in the air above the dock. This person wore black armor and held a black bone blade in his hand. He looked down at Zi Chen's group indifferently. It's Captain Do Kung. Captain Do Kung is here. These invaders are dead meat. That's right. Captain Do Kung is an expert who has comprehended realm energy. Do Kung's appearance caused discussions to be heard again. These discussions were not suppressed, and they reached the ears of Zi Chen and the others. Hearing about realm energy, everyone's expression became serious. After all, a realm lord was too powerful, and realm energy was naturally an extraordinary existence. Other than that, the real reason why everyone was serious was that the other party could comprehend realm energy, so he must have a domain world. This was also the biggest difference between the invaders and the natives. In this place, the invaders' domain worlds were suppressed. They could not be opened at all, and they could not use the slightest bit of power. However, it was different for the natives. Their domain worlds were not affected at all, so they could comprehend realm energy. In the battlefield of despair, because everyone had different levels, experiences, and sizes of domain worlds, the natives did not have much of an advantage in front of the invaders. In fact, the soul-devouring clan was their nemesis. However, it was different here. With realm energy, they were much stronger than the invaders. This was a place where experts gathered. The discussions around made Do Kung very proud. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked at everyone. Zi Chen raised his head and looked at his opponent. He was thinking about the combat strength of both sides. Speaking of which, although the world energy had surprised him, he wasn't afraid. If they really fought, Zi Chen wouldn't be afraid of his opponent at all. Zi Chen's confidence came from the weapon on the other party. It was not the dragon weapon in the hands of Zi Chen and the others, but the black weapon used by the soul-devouring clan. We were summoned here. If you are not convinced, come at me. I promise not to leave anyone alive. Zi Chen said to Do Kung. At this moment, he could not keep backing down. What a big tone. Do Kung's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The devil ape was about to step forward, but it was stopped by Zi Chen. He said, "Let me fight this battle." Realm energy was strange after all, and it might have extraordinary means. Zi Chen definitely could not let the devil ape take the risk. He held the dragon spear and walked forward step by step. The other natives looked at Zi Chen as if they were looking at a dead man. How could a mere late-stage 9th level compare to a peak 9th level who had comprehended realm energy? Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure disappeared. He used teleportation and launched a fierce attack. Do Kung accurately sensed the direction where Zi Chen appeared. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he slammed a palm at Zi Chen. On this palm, in addition to the unique domain energy, there was also the realm energy. This energy completely changed the space and shrouded Zichen, making him feel as if time and space were in chaos. Zichen's body flashed with golden light. He pierced out with his spear. A golden dragon flashed from the tip of his spear and directly moved forward. The two collided, causing an energy shock. Chapter 1758. The two attacks collided, causing a loud explosion. The natives were confident in their realm force, but it wasn't as powerful as they had imagined. Facing Zichen's dragon spear, the realm force on the bone saber instantly shattered. The spear's momentum didn't decrease as it struck Dokung's chest, causing him to cough up blood and fly backwards. The realm force wasn't as powerful as they had imagined, but it wasn't weak either. At the very least, he had managed to survive Zichen's spear. Silence reigned. The natives stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They had thought that Lord Dokang, who had comprehended the realm force, would be able to sweep through or even insta-kill this late-stage 9th-stage invader. Who would have thought that Lord Dokang would be defeated in a single strike? Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, the result was still unbelievable. The stunned natives all turned their gazes to Zichen's hand. There was a black dragon spear there, surging with the aura of dragon might. Everyone naturally thought that the reason the invader wasn't afraid of the realm force was because of that dragon spear. Just as this thought appeared in their minds, they became more and more certain of their conjecture. Their gazes towards the dragon weapon became extremely heated. In their world, the strongest weapon was the dragon weapon. It was rumored that the dragon weapon was personally forged by the dragon god and left behind for the guardian tribes. Every tribe had a dragon weapon and a dragon armor, and the authority to distribute them was the guardian tribe's patriarch. Dragon weapons and dragon armors were limited in number. In such a vast world, there were less than 1,000 of them out of the trillions of natives. With the arrival of the invader, the entire world collapsed. Dragon weapons and dragon armors were lost in large quantities, and their numbers dwindled. Even Captain Dokang, who had comprehended the realm force, didn't have one. "You're courting death." Dokang was sent flying. His face darkened and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The bone saber in his hand trembled and the realm force began to surge as he slashed towards Zichen. Zichen's expression was cold and indifferent. He raised his spear, preparing to kill Dokang in a single strike. Dokang possessed a realm and didn't need to worry about energy consumption. If the battle continued indefinitely, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Zichen. The other party was not as strong as he had imagined. He was just an ordinary peak Tier 9 expert. However, he had an additional layer of realm power. He was much weaker than Mo Ling. Zichen leaped forward and thrust the dragon spear in his hand forward. A black dragon surged out and let out a resounding dragon roar. The black dragon was like a living creature, extremely lifelike. Its eyes were wide open, and a terrifying aura emanated from its body. Boom! The power of the world flowing around the black bone saber shattered once more. This time, even the bone saber fell out of Zhong Shen's hand. Dokang fell back, his arm numb. Enraged by the two defeats, he unleashed his domain and extended it towards Zichen. Obviously, he was confident that he could kill Zichen in his own world. Zichen raised his head and looked at the falling domain. He didn't try to avoid it, but instead waited patiently. The first layer of world power was not strong, and Zichen could easily break through it. However, if he wanted to kill Dokang in one hit, he still lacked some power. Enough, stop. Just as Zichen was about to be enveloped by the domain, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Dokung's expression changed when he heard this voice. However, the two defeats had made him furious. How could he be willing to listen? In an instant, Zichen was sucked into the domain. Just as the domain closed in, Dokung saw a smile on Zichen's face. That smile was cold and contained a hint of mockery. An even stronger world power appeared, and a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. Nonsense. This is really nonsense. He had arrived just in time, but unfortunately, Dokung did not listen to him. This made his expression turn ugly. "Greetings, Commander Bojian." The natives' expressions changed when they saw the middle-aged man, and they immediately bowed. At the same time, they were relieved. Although Bojian was only a vice-commander, his comprehension of world power had already reached the third layer. As a Tier 3 dragon warrior, it would not be a problem for him to deal with these invaders. However, they did not think that the invader would be able to survive. After entering Do Kung's domain, he was destined to die. For a moment, they felt a little envious. Clearly, Do Kung would be able to obtain a dragon weapon. All of this happened in just 2 breaths. Before the vice-commander could even snort at the natives, Chen, who had just disappeared, reappeared. Seeing Chen, everyone was very surprised. Did Do Kung suddenly go back on his word? But in the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. They looked up at the sky and saw a small world shattering. The fragments of the domain fluttered in all directions and gradually disappeared into space. This is a shattered small world. How could a small world shatter? It's a domain, Captain Do Kung's domain. Everyone cried out in alarm, their faces full of horror. In just 2 breaths, Do Kang, who was fighting on his home ground, had his domain destroyed. As for Captain Do Kang, he was obviously dead. You killed Do Kang? The vice-commander stared at Chen. His already ugly face became even gloomier, and there was unconcealable surprise in his eyes. He deserved to die. Chen replied coldly. Mo Yuan and the others teleported over and stood beside Chen, staring at the vice-commander warily. The vice-commander's strength was clearly stronger than the previous one. The vice-commander's expression changed several times. He was quite angry at Chen's indifference, but thinking of the purpose of his visit, he could only endure it for the time being. He said, "Welcome to Extreme Jin." Chen was stunned, and there was a look of astonishment on his face. He had thought of several possible reactions from the vice-commander and was even prepared to kill another person. However, he definitely did not expect the vice-commander to say such a thing. Mo Yuan and the others were also stunned and somewhat confused. The natives around them were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Weren't the natives and the invaders enemies? Shouldn't both sides fight to the death? However, why did the vice-commander say welcome when he appeared? Commander, these invaders did not distinguish between right and wrong. They started killing as soon as they arrived. They have already killed more than a dozen guards. A peak rank 9 native stepped forward. He was very dissatisfied, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the vice-commander. All right, I already know what happened. No matter who they are, as long as they are summoned here, they are a part of Extreme Jin. There was an uproar all around. Clearly, no one expected the vice-commander to say such a thing. Not only did he not hold the invaders responsible, but he also allowed them to enter Extreme Jin. What was going on? Actually, the vice-commander did not understand either. Everything was ordered by the higher-ups. He glanced at Chen and the rest of the 9 and said, "Follow me. Remember, no fighting is allowed in Extreme Jin." Chen and the others had puzzled expressions on their faces, but they had no choice but to follow the other party. Along the way, they saw many natives. These people looked at them curiously, indifferently, or with hostility. It seemed that this was the first time they saw invaders in Extreme Jin. As they walked, some news quickly spread. In an instant, the way the natives looked at them changed again. They became passionate. Bo Jian had said that no fighting was allowed here. However, looking at the gazes of the people around them, they were obviously in for a lot of trouble. Throughout the journey, Bo Jian did not say a word. His face was gloomy. Chen had many doubts in his heart, but he could not ask. Soon, they saw a huge city. This city was built in the air. It was a city in the sky. This was a city that had been eroded by time. The surrounding walls of the city were constantly eroded by the power of space, causing this city in the sky to have an additional mysterious aura. At the entrance of the city, there were natives entering and exiting continuously. They were either in the late stage or the peak stage. On the city gate, the words Extreme Jin were carved. It was clearly the name of this city. Under the gazes of many people, the group followed Bo Jian into the city. After Bo Jian brought them to a rather large courtyard, He left after telling them not to cause any trouble. Everyone was even more baffled. What was the matter with staying here all of a sudden? Moreover, this city was very mysterious. There were too many natives of the ninth heaven gathered here. There was no lack of people who had comprehended the power of the realm. Any one of these people would be a powerhouse on the list. However, they stayed here and let the other natives fall into the abyss of suffering. Previously, Zichen had also tried to sense this space. This space was very safe, but this was also the only city in this space. This should be the depths of the world. But why did they stay here? What about the endless power of the realm? What about the opportunity to become a ruler? Could it be that all of this was nonsense from the puppet, or was it another one of the puppet's scams? Everyone had all kinds of doubts in their hearts. Unfortunately, no one came to answer them. Liars, you liars. Just as everyone was puzzled, they heard an angry voice from outside the door. Then, a small puppet walked in. It was the puppet from the dragon ship. You took the spatial beast's inner core and didn't even tell me. How despicable. The puppet said rudely. It was obvious that it was very angry. You little thing, how dare you come here? At Zichen's signal, Mansha immediately stepped forward and grabbed the puppet's neck. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. They were very unfamiliar with this place. They needed to threaten the puppet to get useful information. You dare to fight here with just the few of you? The puppet was restrained, but it was not afraid. Instead, it looked at everyone disdainfully. I'll kill you right now, Mansha said fiercely. His eyes were full of killing intent. The puppet was still not afraid. It said coldly, I'm the one who should kill you. As its voice fell, figures suddenly appeared around the residence where everyone was. These figures all exuded the aura of the peak of the ninth heaven. They held weapons in their hands and looked at them coldly. There were no less than 50 of them. Although they did not use the power of the realm, perhaps they were deliberately suppressing it. Such a scene caused the puppet to be very pleased, and its gaze towards Zichen's group was filled with disdain. Do you have nothing better to do? Zichen glanced at these people. His expression became cold.